March 27th, 10:16 a.m. Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Still no sign of them, eh? Yeah. How long do they intend to keep us waiting? Now, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure the guard will bring him in any second now. Killing a Bastian Rook. It's been 2 days since the incident at the park. Today, we're paying a visit to the detention center. Our aim, of course, is to interview Bronco Knight, who has been charged with the murder. The trial is due to start tomorrow, and I am to be the prosecutor behind the bench. What's taking so long? You there, what's going on? I don't know, sir. I'll go check. We've got a situation. It's Knight. He's been killed. What? Killed? In the detention center? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you waiting for? Right. Guard, take us to the scene of the crime at once. Yes, sir. So it didn't happen in the holding cells. Surely that was where he was being held. What's the hold up? The crime scene's this way. Where are you taking us? Does this door lead to prison proper? Yes. You mean those other cells aren't part of the prison? Not exactly, no. Those are the detention center's holding cells. That's where defendants are kept while they're awaiting trial. The area beyond this door serves a rather different purpose. Yeah, it's where the people who are convicted serve out their time. I suppose you could say it's the last place a great thief should ever want to be. Avalati, sir. Please follow me. The hell is all this? That's Knight, alright, but he's dead. How could this have happened? And how did he wind up inside the prison proper? March 27th, 10:32 a.m. Prison Workshop. This is horrible. How did Mr. Knight get himself murdered? I can hardly believe it myself. But there can be no doubting the evidence of our own eyes. What's he doing here? I thought he was being held in the detention center now. He was. He must have been. The trial hadn't even begun yet. The law states that until convicted, suspects are to be kept in cells separate from the main prison. Only those who have been found guilty are sent to the prison proper. There's no way Knight should have been in here. Maybe he wanted his way over. The detention center and the prison are separated not only by 2 heavy doors, but also a lengthy corridor. That would have been a long way to wander, especially for a detainee. I suppose we better take a closer look at Knight's body. We'll need to examine the scene of the crime carefully if we want to get to the bottom of this. Alright then. Well, let me check again. Make sure. Okay, we're good. Alright, well, it's an expected turn of events. More ways than one. Excuse me. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Excuse me. Okay. Time to inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Indeed. This area is too big to take in all at once. Fortunately, I can use the right stick to look further up or down. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Looks like a pulley of some kind. Maybe the prisoners use it for work. I suppose so, yes. Okay, so I know you're going to say no, but absolutely not, Kay. You're not permitted to swing on the rope. Ah, I knew it. I should have known you were being serious. We'd having something like this in a prison, eh? A cage inside a cage. Technically, Kay, a prison isn't made up of cages, but cells. What's the difference? No offense, Mr. Edgeworth, but you've got to look at the basic nature of things more. Yes, and the basic nature of an investigation is the pursuit of accurate facts and information. Got her. These tops are rather colorful. Wonder what they are used for. Kinda stand out in a room like this, don't they? They certainly don't look like they belong in a prison. Look, there's a whip on top of them. You know who that reminds me of, right? Hey, maybe it's actually hers. Maybe she left it in here. Not a chance. She and her whip are attached at the wrist. Trust me. There was a rope near Knight's body, too. Speaking of which, wanna see my super stealthy rope escape trick? Thanks, but I'll let you know when I'm in need of saving. Tisk. Seems genuinely disappointed. Alright, that seems to be it. This part of the floor is covered with dirt. You know what that means, sir? Footprints! Too many footprints, unfortunately. We'll need a specialist to identify them. Guess we just gotta wait till forensics gets here. Yes, and in the meantime, if you could refrain from treading all over it. Wouldn't want to slip up and get the old jacket dirty, eh? Good point, Miss Edgeworth, thanks. My concern was for the footprints, not your jacket, Detective. Anything out of the ordinary to report, officer? Yes, sir. There's just one thing. Go on. There's a body in the workshop, sir. He's right. That's definitely out of the ordinary. If anything else occurs to you, you know where to find me. These seem to be lists of prisoner reservations for this workshop. What are all these numbers, Miss Edgeworth? Prisoner numbers, I'd imagine. I'd hate to be given a number like that. I rather agree. People are meant to have names. I'd much rather be called Great Thief or the Second Yatagarasu. Alright, no name for you then, I guess. Yes, sir? Arrested for murder on the afternoon of the 25th and killed on the morning of the 27th. Talk about instant karma! Never would have thought our pup would turn to a victim himself, though. Yes, I don't like this at all. You don't think it was that ice cream guy, do you, sir? Knight had seen his face, right? Maybe he couldn't afford to let him leave. Shelly the killer, you mean? No, this was his doing. He would surely have left a calling card. And besides, Knight isn't the only one who knows what he looks like. We do, too. Oh yeah, and I guess we're still alive, so... So, this is a high-security facility. Just don't understand how it was even possible. Does it make sense having the detention center and the prison in the same building? It means they can share the visitor's room. Indeed. It's an unusual design, but it's certainly convenient for anyone visiting. Yeah, but then, why have two different areas in the first place? For the two different classes of detainees, of course. Those pre-trial and those post-trial. The two facilities may be housed in the same building in this case, but they are actually quite different. Well, all I know is that they're both cramped and dark, and don't let you leave when you want. Perhaps spending a night in each would help clarify the differences between them. No, I'm good, thanks. Alright. Oh, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Over here, buddy. Edgeworth? There. No. Edgeworth? Hey. Stay with me, buddy. No. Hey. Don't. Stop it. Okay. It's a sink. Doesn't seem to contain any useful clues. No. No whiff of treasure either. You know we're not actually looking for treasure, right? Nope. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stop it. Okay. What's with all the weird equipment? I'm not sure, but I don't see anything particularly suspicious here. Smells weird, though. Kinda musky, like wet fur. I didn't know you had such a keen nose. Oh, it's nothing special, really. Except when it comes to sniffing out treasure. Remind me to seal all my valuables away in airtight containers. No way, Miss Edgeworth. I'd never see any of your stuff. But you would happily steal someone else's? Not sure that's entirely reassuring. Huh? Oh, okay. That's also considered part of the weird equipment. Okay. What is it, Miss Edgeworth? So, this is what the inside of a prison looks like. Good to know, good to know. Someone's highly motivated to learn today? You're just not on top of your game, Miss Edgeworth. This stuff is important. Gotta be prepared for them when the time comes. Which will never come for me, I must say. Still, I won't discourage you from finding out more. I need to gather a little more information myself. And then use my powers of logic to piece it together. Bronco Knight. Killed the day before his court date. We better take a closer look. Huh? Is that? Oh, I've seen one of these in your office, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure you have, Detective. It's a pocket chess set. The victim's, I'd imagine. Makes sense. He loved chess, after all. Yeah, it would have been a good way to pass the time. Huh. Was he playing a game with someone else? In here? A rubber glove. Yep, just the one, though. I should examine it in more detail. There's mud all over it. Maybe the prisoners were making mud pies. Wish I could have joined them. I love making mud pies. Not anywhere near my crime scene or not. Anything inside? What? Oh? Inmate use only. I guess that... I guess that means that it must be one of the prisoners who was using it, right? Yes, he would certainly imagine so. Fingers are covered in blood on this side. I think we can safely assume that this glove was dropped sometime after Knight's blood had been spilled. We can? How come? Because had it been on the floor when the pool of blood was forming, then the blood would have flowed around it, but not underneath it. Oh, meaning there'd only be a band of blood around the edge of the fingers and not all over the backside. Assuming the glove was discarded after the blood had pooled around the body, maybe our murderer dished it after they did the deed. Certainly a possibility. At the very least, whoever it was that dropped it must have seen the body. You there? Yes, sir. Have you seen that glove before? Yes, sir. A business wear them for work. It's strange, though. Prisoners issued with those gloves are under strict orders to keep them in their cells. They aren't allowed to take them out without permission. We always check. Suppose that would explain why there aren't any other gloves in the workshop. Interesting. His neck brace is soaked with the blood from the hole in his neck. I would assume that's the cause of death, and that it was probably instantaneous. He wouldn't have even had the chance to cry out for help. There's a small cut on his scalp, too. Was he struck with something? Maybe he fell and hit his head after he was stabbed in the throat. It's possible. It's too early to say with any certainty. Okay, you have your camera with you, correct? Could you lend it to the detective so that he can photograph the body? Sure thing. All yours, Gummy. Thanks. Alright, here we go. Say cheese. His clothes sure are a mess, though, eh? Indeed. They appear to be covered in dirt. Guess it's like me when it comes to laundry. It would be a grave error to think that anybody else could be quite like you, Detective. Okay. It's got an open sleeve here. What's up with that? Body is partially covered by a dirt-stained towel. There's a rope on top of it. Was he fucking airdropped from somewhere? Like a Fulton extraction system? Was Knight tied up with the rope somehow? He was killed somewhere else and then dropped in. No, but then then his body should have bruises on it, right? I don't know. We should take a look under the sheet as well. Ack! Look at all that red stuff! Yes, I'd say that's blood. We should keep looking around. There's bound to be more secrets to uncover, I'm sure of it. There's something on his finger. Let's take a closer look, Miss Edgeworth. It's a ring! And an expensive looking one at that. Don't even think about it, Kay. What? I didn't say anything. He had it on him before, right? I thought it was like a little bandage, but apparently it's a ring. Okay. Is that it? Looks like it. Workshop A and Workshop B, I wonder. Okay. Interesting. Oh, we can examine this? Okay. Can we open it? Come on, come on, come on. Hurry up and open that clasp. This is a murder investigation. You sound like a child on Christmas morning. Oh, please. Even your heart must skip a beat when you're about to open a mysterious box. Not all of us think like you, Kay. Thankfully. These are chess pieces, right? I've seen the ones you have in your office. So how come these are black and white? Most chess pieces are. The ones in my office are custom made. As in, they're unique and probably valuable? I like the sound of that. She's got that glint in her eye. She better not be planning a robbery. Is there a piece missing or out of place? Can't really tell. There's something between the little thing here. The edges. I don't know. Okay. Sure. Yeah. We've already examined that. Alright. We've only got one lead to go on, the tarp. So these tarps have a pretty distinctive design. In fact, same design as the bloody top around Mr. Knight's body. Yes, you took the words right out of my mouth. Hehe, that'll teach you to be so careless, Miss Edgeworth. You need to keep your treasures closed when there's a great thief around. I thought you were on sabbatical. Okay, we're in workshop A. Not a bad bit of evidence gathering. Ha! Nothing can stop us when we're on the hunt together, right, Gummy? You betcha! We're unstoppable. A regular three musketeers. Let's not get carried away, Detective. There's one thing we still haven't found. Huh? What do you mean, sir? A murder weapon. I see no signs of a murder weapon anywhere. You're right! I didn't even think of that! Come now, Detective. These are basic investigative principles we're talking about here. Yeah, I guess. Sorry, sir. Don't worry, Gummy. It hadn't crossed my mind either. In fact, that hardly puts my mind at ease, okay? Items that could prove even potentially lethal are strictly controlled within the prison. After all, we wouldn't want the inmates getting their hands on them, would we? Which means acquiring a murder weapon would be hard enough, let alone leaving the scene with one. Oh yeah, nice thinking, Miss Edgeworth. What was the murder weapon? Where is it gone? The answers to these questions may be the keys to figuring out what happened here. Huh. Didn't know the guy had a whole entourage. Excuse me, but this is the scene of the crime, right? Wait a sec. Are you... No way. Those piercing eyes. That furrowed brow. Mr. Fender. It has been far too long. I know, right? But even after all this time, I know that deep bow anywhere. And that neckwear of... Manfred von Karma. The man. The legend. Gotta say, I didn't expect to see you here. What are you talking about, pal? This is Mr. Edgeworth, not that old geezer. Detective, please. Edgeworth? Wow! Guess that explains the fresh face. Heh, can't blame a guy for mixing you two up, though. You're the spitting image of the old devil in his day. I see you haven't changed. How many years has it been? Man, good question. But who's counting, eh? Been away traveling so long I lost track. You know how it is. But you know what I do remember? You betraying everything you were supposed to stand for. Whoa, where did that come from? And who are you, anyway? This is Eddie Fender. He's a defense attorney. Enchanté, as I say. Fender's the name and defending's the game. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. Detective Dick Gumshoe. And I'm Kay Faraday, great thief. I'm on sabbatical at the moment, though. A great thief? Wow, that's so romantic. Très chic, if you will. Right? It's nice to finally meet someone who gets it. I'm looking to expand the franchise, actually. I even made signing up super simple. Sounds awesome. I'd love to come hang out with you guys if you'll have me. Sorry, I should have also mentioned that it's girls only. And they have to be super fun and super cool and... Hey, I totally get it. No hard feelings, yeah? Come on, bring it in. You've got to be kidding. My bad, my bad. I'm just so used to how they do things elsewhere, you know. Ahem. Why are you here, Mr. Fender? Whoops, almost forgot this is your scene. Keeping the defense out is strategy number 1 in the Von Karma playbook, after all. Isn't it? Hey, quit it with all the Von Karma stuff, pal. What gives?
Hold it!
Detective, calm yourself. His attitude is, unfortunately, understandable. It is? I take it you are Mr. Knight's attorney? Guilty as charged, Your Honor. Well, I was supposed to be, anyway. So he's planning to represent Knight, whose client had been murdered. He and I would have faced off against each other in court. I'd better see what he has to say for himself. Okay. Were you aware that you were representing a murderer? Huh? For me? You shouldn't have. I always wanted to rock one of these upon my lapel. Thanks, you're a star. I never said I was giving it to you. Haha, I'm just yanking your chain. I've already got a badge of my own, see? You don't wear your attorney's badge? Once in a blue moon. Goes nicely with my winter coat as it happens. Guys gotta dress to impress, know what I mean? Impress who exactly? So the victim asked you to represent him? Sure did. We were supposed to have a little chat today. As was I. But a guard showed up instead and told us that his body had been found. I'm as bummed about it as you. Even brought him some weenies to cheer him up. Mr. Fender, you know you can't bring food into the prison. Oh yeah. Well, it's here now. Want some? A little vice I picked up on my travels. So Moorish. No, thank you. Fine, you do you. What are you doing here, anyhow? Don't tell me you wanted to hear Knight's side. Von Karma was always more of a convicted defendant at all costs guy. He didn't teach you that? That was a long time ago. If you say so. Sure you don't want any weenies? No, thank you. Have you met with your client previously? Yes, indeed, Your Honor. Just yesterday, in fact. A Bronxer called me the minute he was arrested. Sounded real freaked out, man. Oh yeah, mentioned your little performance, too. According to him, you really made a nuisance of yourself. Not a kind word was spoken, I'm sure. Well, sticks and stones and all that. Boy, did he not like you. Trash talked you summoned fears. Can't say I didn't join in the fun, though. Fun? How dare you, Mr. Fender? Line up, kid. I'm kind of a fixture in the visitor's room here. I don't think I ever had that much of a gas. Oh, so you come here a lot? Hey. Don't go getting the wrong idea, little sis. I'm never on the wrong side of the bars. Just happen to know someone who is. The visitor's room is usually where I'm at, but this isn't exactly my first time in the clink either. In which case, I better ask him what he knows about this room. How old is he? 36? How old am I at this point? Maybe 28, 29? Okay. Tell me, what do you know about the scene of the crime? Huh? Oh, this room? No, dude. What do you know about it? I'll give you 3 choices. It's a workshop, so... Huh? Classroom? Is it a classroom? What, like they tied the Bronxer up in here to teach him a lesson? Check out those powers of deduction. Power the head for our genius prosecutor. Now let's see what the answer key has to say, shall we? Oh no, you got it wrong! This is actually a workshop. Really? I didn't know that, thanks. What the hell? I knew that. Why wasn't an option available? Whatever. So all the options he gave me were wrong. How infantile. The cons come here to perform various duties. They can learn new skills too, bank some qualifications for when they're back on the street. I see. How is access to this room controlled? Who has the key? Chill out, Edgeworth, I don't have all the answers. My man over there probably does, though. Right, compadre? Yes, sir. Workshops aren't locked with physical keys. Their doors are fitted with sensors instead. What kind of sensors? Inmates are issued with special bracelets, sir. When they walk through a workshop door, the sensor checks their bracelet, and if they're not supposed to be there, ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, an alarm sounds. If they let it ring for too long, then bzzz, they get a real shot, if you know what I mean. And if they try to remove the bracelet, bzzz, a shot 3 times worse than that. What? That's brutal. I guess they need to ensure that the inmates follow the rules. That sounds a bit excessive. If they wish to pass through a door like this one, prisoners need to be accompanied by a guard. We disable the sensor for them and let them in. You get all that? Have any prisoners used this workshop today? No, sir. No one's been in here for days. I'd know if they had. No prisoners have entered, let alone used this workshop today. Okay. So the murder happened in Workshop B. And then they tossed the body over to the other. Is there... Wait. If there's a roof on top of this workshop, then my theory is not so good. Which means there's a contradiction in this crime scene. Namely, there's something here that shouldn't be. I'll take another quick look over the crime scene and employ my powers of deduction to solve this mystery. I mean, I think there's a couple things that shouldn't be here, right? This body shouldn't be here. Oh, but he didn't have a bracelet on. Okay, maybe, so he could have gotten in easily. So, the glove, I guess? Maybe? This be related to the evidence somehow? Prisoners are unable to come and go from this workshop as they please. The door sensor would detect their bracelets and the alarm would sound. What's more, according to the guard, no prisoners were authorized to be in this room at all today. And yet, here we have a rubber glove of the kind issued to inmates. This is a clear contradiction. So where did the glove come from, sir? I don't know, detective. Not yet, anyway. All I know for now is the glove is a valuable piece of evidence. You, apart from prisoners and guards, who else has access to this room? No one, sir. This is a prison, after all. Prisoners and guards are pretty much all there is. Mr. Fender? Come on, don't play us like that, friend. We both know that's not true. You know as well as I do that prisoners and guards aren't the only ones who can come in here. Huh? Oh, do you mean? But sir, that... Mr. Fender, would you care to get to the point? Who exactly are you talking about? What, you don't have a pair of peepers in that hard head of yours? You didn't see them on the way in? Wandering about in the corridors, chilling with their buds? I bet if you moseyed on out of that door right now, you'd trip over one of them before you'd taken a step. Listen, pal, we've had just about enough of your baloney. Take a chill pill, big guy, I'm on your side. You know, for such a wide fella, you have a very narrow mind. What did you... Hold it! That's it. Sorry, sir. Look, just follow me, okay? Seeing is believing, isn't that what they say? Okay. Who else could he be talking about besides guards and inmates? Are there like a cleaning crew here? I don't know. March 27th, 11:06 a.m. Prison corridor. This is no... She's... Huh? Okay. This is no ordinary slammer. Here, the humans share their space with some special friends. Animals? Yep, furred and feathered fellows of all shapes and sizes. Guard filled me in on how it came about. Seems they decided to try a little experiment in animal therapy a few years back. The cons are assigned a critter each, a buddy to help keep their spirits up. Really? Wow, that sounds like so much fun. Plus, inmates can even earn pet care qualifications if they go through some job training with the animals. Oh, that must be what all the equipment in the workshop is for. You got it. Room set up especially for that training stuff. So, when you said somebody else could have been at the scene of the crime. Exactamundo, big guy. I was talking about these guys. That just means you're still talking baloney. What would an animal do with a rubber glove? Good question. All I'm saying is that it was possible. The rest is Mr. Prosecutor's problem. Miss Edgeworth, sir, if you want me to arrest this piece of baloney, just say the word. Let me get this straight. Are you saying these animals can wander freely around the prison? You know those sensors on the doors? They detect the prisoner's bracelets and sound the alarm when somebody goes walkabout. Well, for our furry friends, it's the other way around. They're fitted with microchips that open doors right up. They are? Uh-huh. They're implanted just under the skin around the shoulders. Big needle, quick jab, and voila! What? Doesn't it hurt? Nope, they don't feel a thing. That's what they tell me anyway. Now, where was I? Ah, right. The point is, they're not the baddies here, so there's no reason to punish them. Ironic, really. Here in this institution where the humans are caged, the animals are free to roam their heart's content. They're not completely free, though. They can't leave the prison proper, for one thing. No sensor on that big mother of a door out, you see? Ah. What's that tinkling sound? So? Just look at that thing. And is that a bell around its neck? That explains the sound, I suppose. Miss Edgeworth, were you seriously trying to stare it down? I refuse to lose to a dog. Not for nothing, sir, but your dog handling skills could use some work. Leave it to a pro. I know how to treat them right. Come on now, come to gummy. Man, ignored by a dog. A dog was certainly very different to the other animals. It seemed to have a real thing against me, and only me. Alrighty then, you've met the menagerie. What's next? Menagerie. What's next? Guess we better interview some witnesses, right, sir? Indeed. We need more information regarding what was happening around the time the body was found. Let's start with that guy. Hey, you there in the cell. Ignored again. Hello, we're wondering if you might be able to tell us anything about this morning's incident. Is anyone else a little afraid of this guy? Not a big talker, huh? It's alright, man, I'm on your side here. Let's start with a handshake, huh? Maybe a hug to break the ice? Trying to come up with a creepy voice. Seconds out. What's that supposed to mean? Hey, I get it, man. Not everyone's at the hugging type. I'm cool with that. Round 1. 10 reps each. What is this man up to? I better see what he has to say for himself. Your name? From the blue corner, it's Rocco D259 Carcerado. Don't mind if I keep moving, do you, boss? Fighter can't let his heart rate drop, see? Doesn't look like there's any danger of that. Don't you worry you'll lose too much weight doing all that? Gotta make weight before I fight, boss. Won't even make it onto the ring if you don't. So you're... Wait, I get it. You gotta be a boxer, right? Was, back in the day. Well, it's good to say fight and fit. Leastways, that's how I see it. So it's the bad part of your training, too. It looks kind of like an apron. It's so cute. Ain't nothing cute about Teddy. Here's my partner, see? This here polar bear keeps me on my toes. Seems to have loosened up a little. Now's my chance. Where were you and Teddy at the time of the incident? Come on, boss. I ain't no stoolie, and I don't know nothing nohow. I'll be the judge of that. Please, answer the question. Punch shrunk or something, boss? I told you, I don't know zip. So he won't play ball. Guess there's only one thing to do, huh, Miss Edgeware? Indeed. The more he protests his ignorance, the more certain I am that he's hiding something. Alright, let's see exactly what you do and don't know, shall we, Mr. Carcerato? Carcerato? Now, let us analyze the state of play. He adopts a boxing stance when he's on high alert. My guess is that things won't go well if I push too hard at such moments. When my opponent is on the offensive, I should remain calm and bide my time. He's bound to reveal an opening eventually, which is when I'll pounce. First, let's see if our friend here knows anything about the incident. I'll start by asking about his movements, and bring this fight to an end before he knows what hit him. Why don't you start by telling me what you have done today? You will answer me, Mr. Carcerato. What? You want a shot at the champ? Is that it? Now put him up, pal. Throwing in the towel already? That's gotta be a record. Fisticuffs is hardly my style, but I'm more than happy to take you on in a game of chess. Incidentally, don't you get tired ducking and diving like that all the time? You think I don't got the stamina, kid? Oh, just you try me. I ain't tired. Not today, not ever. Especially not today. Took it real easy this morning. Had me some quiet cell time. Hardly broke a sweat. Really? You look pretty sweaty to me. Give me a break, will you? I'm done talking, okay? I'm tired. Yeah, real tired. You may have kept your boxing skills sharp, Mr. Carcerato, but I'm afraid your lying needs quite a bit of work. Tired? Really? I hardly think that's possible. Especially not after you just told me about your quiet cell time this morning. Oh, we gotta be careful here, Teddy. When this guy lands, he lands. He's hiding something. I'm sure of it. I should try asking him about what was happening at the time of the incident, both in and outside his cell. I will need to use my fists on this round. No, I'll deliver this knockout using carefully chosen words alone. Did you notice anything strange around the time of the incident? What do you mean, strange? What? Okay. Answer the question. Tell me what was going on around that time. Wish I could help you, boss, but I was asleep. We both was. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with the line of questioning. I need to reconsider my approach. Do you remember what you were doing at the time of the incident? I was, catching some Z's. We both was. The incident happened only a short while ago. You seem wide awake, all things considered. Fire's gotta be able to get up quick while he's down, but he needs his beauty sleep too. Builds muscle. Is that so? And I apologize for waking you. I have read that rest is an important part of any boxer's training regime. You don't say. So Mr. Prosecutor is savvy when it comes to the fight game, huh? Who knew? Interesting. How do you know I'm a prosecutor? I don't remember telling you. You've been eavesdropping, haven't you? You've been listening to every word we said out here in the corridor, which means you weren't asleep, and that you are lying again. You're good, kid. Caught me clean with that one. Alright, I admit it. I wasn't catching no Z's. But what? A guy can't work out in his cell no more without lawyers getting involved? Or is a man taking care of himself a crime now? The fact that we now know he was awake is an important development. It could well prove to be a useful clue. Time to deploy my clue. Enough of your bare-faced lies. You want to sleep, you were exercising. You told me as much yourself. Oof! A counterpunch, huh? Should have seen that one coming. Seems I have you on the ropes, Mr. Caserato. It's time to come clean about what you know. Alright. You don't gotta shout about it. Stopping around like you own the place. Teddy and his pals have been scared enough this morning already. You've done well to endure this long, but I fear you'll soon be out for the count. You say the animals have been scared enough already, which implies something happened here earlier. Well, what was it, Mr. Caserato? Quit it, will ya? I'm getting shellacked here. Fine. Somebody yelled, okay? Real loud, real scared. Got all the little guys scared, too. Yeah, laugh it up, Mr. Big Shot Lawyer. Let me see you do the same thing in the ring. Checkmate. I think we've now established that you know more than you're letting on, don't you? Fine, I'll talk. You did it, Miss Edgeworth. Let's not get carried away, okay? Our work here has only just begun. Hey, can we call a time out here for a sec, guys? There is something super big I need to say. It's just, well, it's like fate brought us here today. After all these years, Edgeworth. And it's a real privilege watching you work. Eye-opening stuff, in fact. Just thought you should know, I'll be telling you know who what you've become. Who knows who? Keen to get the lowdown, huh? Well... That's enough. This has nothing to do with Kay. Whoa, don't have a cow, man. Why so sensitive? Report whatever you wish to whomever you wish. Just do it on somebody else's time. Whatever you say, boss man. I think he should know at least. You know, how you've been living your life since you signed on to doing things the Von Karma way. After all, you've disappointed him enough for one lifetime already. Am I right? What's he talking about, Miss Edgeworth? Nothing that needs to concern you, Kay. Our focus should be on Mr. Caserato. Now, shall we continue? It's time to hear the truth at last. Heh, you won't land a glove on me, kid. What? Still not done fighting? Okay. There was a show, finished right around 10 a.m. Came back here after, did me some training. Leastways, I tried to. Barely got to the count of 2 before somebody screams, "What the? Ah!" Guy was hollering and howling, crying for help. But what can I do? I'm locked up in here, right? So I tunes it out, and I gets back to work. I find it curious that you would pay so little heed to a desperate cry for help. Like I said, boss, what can I do? Besides, this is the joint. Don't nobody forget involved in what ain't none of their concern. I hear you, brother. Best he could do is rubberneck from in there anyway, am I right? You mentioned training, Mr. Caserato. I can't help but notice how well equipped your cell is. There's a guy. The Fixer, they call him. What's a Fixer? Fellow who can get his hands on just about anything you need. For a price. No way! Think you'd find me a... Perhaps, Mr. Caserato, what you ought to ask for is a beginner's guide to giving better testimony. Because I can promise you that you'll be down for the count in one. You? Put me down? Try it, you bum. What am I? Child liver? There was a show, finished around 10 a.m. What kind of show was it exactly? Depends on the day. They bring him in from outside, see? Singers, dancers, all kinds. Gives us cons a little something to look forward to. Nice, that sounds like fun. And you went along to see today's show? Sure I did. Can't miss a chance to get a glimpse of the outside world now, can I? Then it was over. Came back here after, did me some training.
Hold it!
What did this training involve? Let's see now. Today was stamina and rhythm work, which means jump rope. What? In that tiny cell? How? What about Teddy? Isn't that dangerous for him? Kid's no dummy. Second I get my rope out, he jumps up and holds on tight. You jump rope with a polar bear clinging to your chest. I told you, didn't I? We're partners. Besides, a little extra weight's good for me. Anyway, I started jumping rope. Leastways, I tried to. Barely got to the count of 2 before somebody screams, "What the?
Hold it!
Tell us more about the scream you heard. It was the scream of a guy about to scream his last. And I should know. Whoa there, good buddy. There's a time and a place, you know. So it was clearly audible. Guy backed into a corner, fighting for his life. You ever hear something like that, boss? Well, I have. Yeah, it was clearly audible. Guy was hollering and howling, crying for help.
Hold it!
And that's all you heard? There was nothing else? Nope, nothing much anyhow. So there was something. What else did the victim say? You have to tell me. Oh, I do, huh? Why don't you come on over here and I'll see if I can make it squeal like you did. Whoa, 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 whoa! Forgive the kid here. He doesn't know when to quit. Come on, Miles, apologize to the good man. This is clearly important, and yet he insists on remaining infuriatingly vague. Look, friend, how about you let this slide? Please, for me. So yeah, I heard the voice, like I said. What can I do? I'm locked up in here, right? So I tunes it out and I gets back to work.
Hold it!
You were able to concentrate on your training even after hearing all that screaming. Look, if you was on the outside, maybe things would have been different. Maybe I'd have seen what I could do. But this ain't the outside. I can't go no place even if I wants to. You didn't think to slip out from your cell to go sneak a peek? I don't think anybody else would have thought of doing that except you, Kay. Only this wasn't a prison. Mr. Knight might have lived. I somehow doubt it. Frankly speaking, there was no saving him. What? But if somebody could have just gotten to him in time, Mr. Conservato is clearly lying. What I don't understand is why. Let's see what I can uncover by pointing out the contradiction in his testimony. I guess death was instantaneous, so you wouldn't have time to holler and scream. Yeah. Are you listening carefully, Mr. Conservato? Huh? Trying to be cute or something? The victim died from a wound to the throat, and very quickly at that. He had neither the time nor the ability to scream as you claim he did. You say you heard the victim's cries, and yet that would have been impossible. But there must have been a scream. He said there was. He said there was. Quit looking so smug, will you? Fine, I admit it. I didn't hear nothing, alright? But the guy in the next cell did. He told me so. The next cell? You mean... Huh? What do you want? I heard a scream, what of it? We came back from the show and they put us in our cells, same as always. They just like I told this guy, I heard it. A scream, a real scary one. Scary how exactly? Didn't tell him this part, I guess, but it was kind of like... Eek! Someone, anyone, come quickly! He's... Something like that. Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim. Indeed, it sounds more likely to have been the person who found his body. Ah, that explains it. So Mr. Conservato was saying the truth, more or less. Is that really the case, though? Are there really no problems now with this testimony? I mean, what he said. Yeah. Yeah, he said it was saying like, what do you know? It was like crying out for help. I don't know. Okay. Afraid a new problem has reared its head. Namely, why didn't you hear the scream yourself, Mr. Conservato? Oh, okay. Yeah, what gives, pal? How come you didn't hear anything when your neighbor heard a queer as day? Eek! What do you think I did, the crime or something, huh? From inside of this here cell? Got that over at the workshop in case you forgot. Well, yeah, it does seem a little weird now that you mention it. He's right, neither of us could have done it. Cause let me tell you, if I could get out of this here cage and murder somebody, you'd be all toast. Eek! Ain't that the truth? You bums ain't leaving this place in one piece if any of us can help it. I almost forgot that these men are hardened criminals. Well, I won't be doing that again anytime soon. I'm guessing this wasn't how you saw this going, Edgeworth. What's my next move here? We won't get much more out of them in this state. Who's there? What the hell is this now? Order in the court. I don't know. Try to do the Queen speech. Order in the court. Order in the court. I don't know. It sounds. If I try like I'm trying to do like Francesca's voice, but without the German accent. Like order in the court. That's not it. It's like okay, Francesca is like. Order in the court, and then British accent. Order in the court. I don't know. Okay, let's see it. Let's see if it works. Okay. Who died and made you the boss of me, huh? Can't you see we're kind of busy here? Hush now. Silence is golden. Doesn't really. Yeah, she's not too energetic. So. Okay. Hush now. Silence is golden. It is? Your hand, if you please. By the power vested in me, I hereby sentence you to blissful silence. Praise be, a simple life awaits you. No money, no possessions. May the goddess of justice watch over you, now and always. God, if you would. We saw you be spending the night in solitary, buddy. What? Come on, please, boss. Any place but there. There is no need to be afraid, my child. If anything, you should rejoice. This is a blessing, a chance to redeem yourself, to be reborn. No! O goddess of justice, bless your child and keep him in your care. O Holy One, we give thanks in your name. And you are? Verity Gavèlle, at your service. It is my honor to bear the title of judge and to work at the pleasure of the law. And what is a judge doing in a place like this? Since you ask, Mr. Edgeworth, I have been sent here to find you. I come bearing a message from the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, and it is my sacred duty to deliver it. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence? The heck is that? It is first and foremost a name that should not be taken in vain, my child, for it is a sacred phrase from the goddess of justice herself. Why don't I fill you in, kiddo? The committee is a panel of 11 people whose job is to keep our beloved prosecutors honest. In other words, they make sure people like Edgeworth here don't cross the professional line. The panel is comprised of people from both the legal and political profession. A panel of which you are a member, I assume? I am. Allow me to thank you on the committee's behalf for your service. Thanks for coming to see us like this. Speaking for myself, it's a real honor to meet you. It's always great to hang with the judicial compadre. Come on, bring it in and chillax. We're all friends here. He shall remind you that the committee has a long-standing relationship with the Bar Association. Hey, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just trying to lighten the mood, okay? So, your job is to find bad prosecutors and punish them. Precisely, my child. Praise be to the goddess of justice for bestowing her gift of insight onto you. The committee has the power to remove problematic prosecutors from cases. And should a prosecutor truly unworthy of the title be brought to our attention, we are vested with the power to confiscate that prosecutor's badge. And what is the committee for prosecutory, whatever you said, want with Mr. Edgeworth? We're in the middle of an investigation here.
Objection!
Pitiful. You really don't know, do you? What an ignoramus. Who are you, pal? Winner. Eustace Winner. Prosecutor is soon rare. Thought you might know me as just the Winner. Name they call me down the prosecutor's office. With great affection, I might add. It's turning Australian now. I've never heard of you. How about Detective Flatfoot over there? Nope. Name means nothing. Fuck. Nope. Name means name means nothing to me. Huh. Well, it's to be expected of an ignoramus, I suppose. Ignorance is sweet, as I say. So I'm sure most things mean sweet nothings to you. Ignorance is bliss, Winner, and I don't think sweet nothings means what you think it means. It's entirely natural that you aren't yet acquainted. Eustace only joined us last month. So he's nothing but a rookie. Not just any rookie, I'm a winning rookie. Which he will prove himself to be in due time. Now let's cut to the chase. I'm here to clear up your mess, Edgeworth. What do you mean? What mess? Yeah, I know exactly what he means. The committee is sending an envoy with a new prosecutor in tow. I suspect I know what you're getting at, Winner. But I'm going to need a few more details. Would you mind explaining, Judge Gavèlle? Very well. By the power vested in me by the goddess of justice, I hereby declare that in the matter of the incident of the presidential address and the murder of Mr. Bronco Knight, the committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edgeworth be relieved of his duties and replaced by Prosecutor Winner. Here ends the verdict. What? Mr. Edgeworth is off the case? Just like that? Judge Gavèlle, I believe I asked for an explanation. No explanation is required. The guilty verdict is in. The goddess has spoken and her judgment is final.
Objection!
And what exactly have I done to warrant being taken off the case? Come now, Mr. Edgeworth. Claiming ignorance of your crimes will not serve to lessen your guilt. You boarded the presidential plane, violating the principle of extraterritoriality, and while there, you performed an unsanctioned investigation and subjected a visiting foreign leader to questioning. You are one wrong move away from causing a major international incident. You vastly overstepped the authority of your office. To call it an abuse of power would be no understatement.
Objection!
I don't deny that I may have pushed the boundaries where certain rules were concerned, but there's also no denying that certain risks must be taken if one is to arrive at the truth. I refuse to concede that my actions were inappropriate. But what you are saying is that the ends justify the means, that rules can be freely ignored. That is a very dangerous way of thinking. The law is absolute. It is not to be bent to your whims. Forgive me, but not all of us believe as you do. Is that so? How unfortunate. Still, it changes nothing. When a trial ends, the hammer falls. Be you defendant or attorney, even if the verdict seems irrational, nothing more can be done. Nothing, that is, but to give thanks for the goddess of justice's divine grace. Unless you wish to appeal. To do so would be to risk your badge, of course. So they mean to take my badge if I don't play along. Whoa! Tough break, Edgeworth! I see you've accepted your fate. Good. Guards, if you'd be so kind as to escort him out. No! Stop! What are you doing, detective? I'm in charge here now, so you'll do as I say and move out of the way. What? You're not the boss of me? Unluckily for you, Flatfoot, that's exactly what I am. They're holding all the cards here. I don't stand a chance. Detective Gumshoe, do as Mr. Winner says. But sir! Judge Gavèlle. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? The committee's decision is beyond irrational, so yes, I do plan to appear. You haven't heard the last of this. Duly noted. Until we meet again, then. Let's go, Kay. We're leaving. Right. Oh, and remember, you know who will begin the full report in all of this. To be continued. March 28th, 9:45 a.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I still can't believe what happened yesterday. It was terrible. The way those two treated you. Let's cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess, Edgeworth. Committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edgeworth be relieved of his duties and replaced by Prosecutor Winner. Here ends the verdict. Judge Gavèlle and Mr. Winner certainly didn't mince their words. That's not what concerns me right now. I'm more worried about the committee's reasons for doing what they did. What they might do next. I suspect it won't be good. To Mr. Edgeworth, are you listening to me? Yes, of course. This is it? You're giving up on the Bronco Knight case? No, I have no intention of doing any such thing. To walk away from the case would be to tacitly accept the committee's decision. The only problem is that I don't have the authority to continue investigating. Yes, what is it, Detective? I've got some bad news, sir. Word down to the preacher is they just arrested somebody for Knight's murder. What? Do you know who it is? No, but I heard they're being held in the detention center. Maybe you could go talk to whoever it is. Good idea. Let's get down there, Miss Edgeworth. Even without the authority to investigate, surely I can still pay a suspect an innocent visit? Alright, we're on our way. Me too. I'll see you there, sir. Won't you be missed, Detective? Nah, everybody's busy in the prison going over the crime scene anyway. Good, and we'll see you shortly. Yes, sir. Come on, Gay, let's go. You got it. March 28th, 10:23 a.m. Detention Center Visitors Room. Still no sign of them, eh? Indeed. Wait, this is just like last time! Please don't tempt fate like that. No, I can't. I just can't. Sure you can. I told you. Just a pair of visitors. Huh? Sounds like someone really doesn't want to see us. No. Just talk with them, please. But what if the surprise kid, right? Aren't they all super scary? All they do is stare at you, right into your soul. You must be the suspect in the... Eek! See? I told you. Okay, why is this man so flustered? Probably because you're being you? But I guess that's just how you are. Thanks for clearing up absolutely nothing. Hey, Mr. Suspect, you doing okay in there? We just want to have a little chat with you. No biggie, right? Who are you? I'm Kay Faraday, Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick. It's just a part-time gig I'm doing while I take a break from my real job, though. Funny, I don't recall ever employing you. And that's Mr. Edgeworth. He is a prosecutor, but he's not going to stare a hole into your soul or anything. No, please. Really? 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 Eek! Anyway, can you first please tell us your name? It's Simeon Saint. Well, nice to meet you, Simeon. You can call me Kay. Everyone else does. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, I would like to ask you a few questions, if I may. Please, Simeon, we're trying to help you, I promise. Really? Thanks to Kay, it sounds like we might finally get some answers, at least. What? No! I can't! I couldn't! There's no way I could be a prosecutor, ever! Just take the thing away from me, please! I was going to give it to you anyway. So, what? You're gonna arrest me? Take me to court? No objection? I knew it! Overruled, Mr. Saint. Now please, calm yourself. Okay. Perhaps you could start by telling us a little about yourself. Who, me? Why would anyone want to know anything about me? I'm boring. I'm nothing. I'm a nobody. Do you have a job? Oh, well, it's not... It's hardly worth mentioning, really. I'm your average corporate pencil pusher, just like everybody else. Honest. This is going to take a while. About you and Mr. Knight. And just when I thought we were making progress. Okay. So, Simeon, did you know Mr. Knight? Come on, you can tell me. Bronco? Yeah, I knew him. He was... we were friends. Interesting. I wonder if he knew that Knight had been arrested. And, did you know Mr. Knight had been arrested? Yeah, I even came to visit him. He came to see Knight. Wonder when that would have been. And when was that, Simeon? It was the day before yesterday, around lunchtime. I came as soon as I got the call from the cops. The police called him. Why? How come the police called you? They said Bronco asked him that he needed a favor. A favor? Uh-huh. He wanted me to bring him some... He wanted me to bring him his chess game. His chess set. The pocket-sized one. So I went by this place and then I came here. A chess set? A chess set? Is it just me, or is she getting better at stealing my thoughts? You do know everything is written all over your face, right, Miss Edgeworth? Yeah, I'm not a mind reader, just an expression reader. Amazing, right? Don't you just love having a sidekick as helpful as me? Huh. Have you read what my next move is going to be? I sure have. There's something you wanted to show Simeon. Indeed. Let's present it to him and see what he has to say about it. So, this chess set. Oh, that's the one I brought for Bronco. Well, that settles that at least. We, found it next to Mr. Knight. He always had to have a chessboard somewhere nearby. Not surprised he had it with him when he... Simeon, you and Mr. Knight, you were very close, weren't you? Yeah, we were best friends. At least, I thought we were. But I guess I was wrong about that. What do you mean? If I knew him so well, why was it a shock for me to find out that he had killed someone? It's not easy discovering that someone you're close to has committed a terrible crime. It's a very bitter pill to swallow indeed. How could it end like this? How could it all end like this? I could never have imagined something so awful. Sniffle. Something's not right here, Miss Edgeworth. There's just no way Simeon would murder Mr. Knight. Yes, he certainly doesn't seem to have an obvious motive. Then again, he wouldn't have been arrested for no reason either. Wonder what grounds they had for doing so. Why were you arrested, Mr. Saint? I just don't get it. Why won't he talk to me? I don't know. Honestly, I don't. Whoa, he answered you, Miss Edgeworth. I guess he's not as scared of you anymore. Thank goodness for small miracles. The cops burst into my house this morning out of nowhere. And before I knew it, I was here. These police... Was there a prosecutor with them? Yes. Some kid named DeWinner or something. The rookie. I thought as much. So, did they interrogate you yet? What? I'm going to be interrogated? By the cops? Well, yeah. I mean, you've been arrested. You're a suspect now. No. Won't detectives shout at me and threaten me and... Oh! They're always these hulking guys, right? Who get in your face and force you to... Think I'm sure reporting for duty. Eek! See? I told you. Please don't hurt me. Please don't crush me with those huge arms. No, please. I'm calling the cops. What's up with this guy, Miss Edgeworth? Oh, nothing, detective. You're just being you. I guess it's just how you are. Huh? I don't get it, sir. Look, Miss Edgeworth, Simeon is clearly innocent. So there's got to be something we can do for him, isn't there? Mr. Saint. Yes? You were Mr. Knight's friend, and 2 days ago you came to visit him. You had nothing at all to do with his murder. Is my understanding correct? Yes, I didn't kill anybody. Very well. Then I will choose to believe you, and I will do all that I can to assist you. Huh? But why would you help a nobody like me? Let's just say that I might not be doing it solely for your sake. I have something of a personal interest in this case. That's right, it's payback time. We'll show those two whose investigation reigns supreme. Ooh yeah! Now we're cooking! Unfortunately, I still lack the authority to conduct said investigation. As such, my resources are rather limited, and I'll need to lean heavily on the ones I do have at hand. Which means you, Mr. Saint. Your information will be invaluable going forward. In other words, let's see if we can't help one another out, shall we? Oh, I just thought of something. Why don't you just borrow an attorney's badge? Then you could represent our pal here. Now's not the time for jokes, Gummy. I mean, Mr. Edwards is a prosecutor. He couldn't defend anyone if his life depended on it. But I was kidding. I just thought helping suspects, that's what a defense attorney does, you know? Sure, but we can do that too. The only thing that matters is that we find the real culprit in the end. So come on, let's get to work. Yes, ma'am. Kids, I'm sure you know already, but just to be clear, if our investigation ultimately proves you to be the culprit, we'll have no choice but to treat you like any other suspect. Eek! But you needn't worry. I believe you. Or at least, I've decided to try. For now. Just hold tight and try to believe in us in return. If nothing else, it might help you to feel a little less alone. Now, if you'll excuse me. March 28th, 11:22 a.m., Detention Center Corridor. So, we talked a good game in there, but we can't even get back inside the main prison to see the scene of the crime. Maybe defending the guy in court is our best bet after all. Gummy, can't defend for his life, remember? Well, who do we have here? If it isn't Edgeworth and the gang! What are you cats doing here? Listen, pal, if you come to arrest Mr. Edgeworth again, I'll... Hey, easy there, Detective Flatfoot Shlomes. I'm here to work. Work? What, are you here to defend somebody? Whoa! The K-Meister nails it in one! Aren't you just the uber-intelligent... one of the bunch? What? Intelligence? Intelligentes? One of the bunch? Intelligence. That's not how you use either of those words, Fender. Some may say I'm an easygoing old rogue about town, but I'm actually not a half-bad attorney. Which is why I've been summoned to the old jailer Rooney for a meeting with a new client. The suspect is one Simony Sainsbury. You mean Simeon Saint? Wow, that's freaky. You know more about my job than I do. Wait, Miss Edgeworth. Mr. Fender's a defense attorney. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I fear I might be. In fact, it could be our only option. Not so long ago, I found myself embroiled in another case that wasn't mine. I managed to worm my way onto the crime scene by agreeing to be a certain someone's subordinate. Not an experience I ever wanted to repeat, but I fear I might have little choice. Fender, before you say another word, I just gotta point out the fine print. Eddie Fender doesn't take on associates. Say it ain't so, I hear you protesting, but pompous prosecutors are a no-go. Especially those of the Von Karma variety. I should have known you wouldn't forgive me that easily. I understand why you wouldn't want to work with someone like me. What's more, I understand how you feel about all the things Von Karma. But please, believe me when I say, I'm not the man I was back then. I'm no longer under my old mentor's spell. You better believe it, pal. Mr. Edgeworth's a changed man. Sure, he used to be the demon prosecutor, but he's not like that anymore. I do have feelings, Detective. Gumby's right. Mr. Edgeworth's one of the good guys now. He's not just a prosecutor, he's a hero. He got me off the hook just last month. You don't say! Well, that escalated quickly. But he was. There's no other word for it. He was heroic. Great thiefly, even. Please, Fender. Don't you think there's something odd about the way the committee stepped in yesterday? There's more to this case than meets the eye. I'm certain of it. I can't just walk away from this. I can't! Please, allow me to help you with this investigation. Sheesh. A bow from the great Miles Edgeworth. Never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. So enlighten me, if you will. What made the leopard change his spots? Well, I suppose I would have to say the courtroom itself. I've experienced so many things and met so many people there within its four walls, including some old friends who showed me a better way to be. How could that not change a person? Well, I'll be. The old you would never bared his soul like that. That was beautiful. You might have even surprised you-know-who, and you know how much that takes. Tell you what, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start again with a clean slate. So, this is me. Edgeworth & Co. Law Offices, Eddie Fender Senior Partner. Edgeworth? That's right. Mr. Fender here began his legal career as an assistant to my late father, Gregory Edgeworth. What? Your dad was a defense attorney? So, the you-know-who Mr. Fender keeps talking about is... The clever K-Meister nails it and won yet again. That's right, I was talking about his old man. Guess you all noticed I kept his name over the door, so to speak. Least I could do for old Gregory, really. Listen, Edgeworth, Miles, I'm gonna level with you here. I don't trust you. Not fully, anyway. I can't just forget about all those years you spent licking Von Karma's boots, you know? Anyone can say they've changed. I'm gonna need you to prove it. And besides, you know it's what Gregory would have wanted. Very well, I accept. Okay, and that's enough hardball for one day. Let's move on to the fun stuff. I hereby appoint you interim associate of Edgeworth & Co. Congrats, man. I'll try not to let you down. Well, doesn't this bring a tear to the eye? Prodigal son coming on board at his late father's firm. Permission to come on board too? Please, Mr. Fender. You don't even have to ask, kiddo. Welcome to the crew. Woohoo! Thanks, Captain. Alright, guess it's time to go to work. So, where to begin? Any bright ideas, Miles? Where were we when we were so rudely interrupted? Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim. Indeed, it sounds more likely to have been the person who found his body. I believe we need to speak with the person who found the body. That's what I was thinking, eager associate. We do indeed. Huh. Still the type to smile and nod, I see. That would certainly make my life easier, boss. Now that that's decided, let's get going. What about me? I'm a detective. I could just hop on board as an attorney's assistant like you guys. He has a point. Can't leave him adrift all on his own, now can I? Detective Gumshoe, I have a special assignment for you. You are to continue investigating the case under Mr. Winner. And if you happen to discover anything that seems useful, you are to notify me immediately. You are in a uniquely powerful position, detective, and I'm going to need all the info you can pass our way. You can count on me, sir. I'm a real pro when it comes to letting things slip to the defense. Trust me, I know. But just this once, those loose slips of yours might be what saves our ship. Throw wide the prison gates, good sirs, because here we come. March 28th, 11:50 a.m., prison corridor. So, any idea how we tracked down whoever found the Bronxer's body, Miles? I think our best bet would be to simply ask around. Oh, don't you dare! Huh? What? Who's that? What? Who's this? Excuse me, but... Oh, my! Just look at you! Are you talking to me? Just fabulously chic, darling. Fabulously. Facial hair survey au courant, don't you think? Enchanté, mademoiselle, and much obliged. Defense Attorney Eddie Fender at your service. Let's get things off on the right foot, shall we? A little embrasse, perhaps? Oh, I like the sound of that! Right on the kisser. Well, how else does one greet a new friend? A little smooch is entirely de rigueur, don't you think? Wow, talk about stealing a kiss. Indeed, an act so shameless it puts even great thieves to shame. Physical contact is so very important as a form of expression for our little family. Everyone at this lovely home will tell you as much. Hey, if everyone else is hip to that, I can be hip to that too. Sure. Fifi Lagarde, by the way, warden of this charming abode. You may call me Fifi, of course. So she's the warden of the entire detention center and the prison facility, is she? A pleasure to meet you, Miss LaGuard. Miles Edgeworth. I'm an associate with Mr. Fender's practice. I hope you don't mind me asking, but were you here in the prison yesterday?
Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day, after all.
Important in what way, exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps?
A meeting? Oh, heavens no. I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit. It was a simply spectacular event featuring some terrifically talented animals. Anyone who was anyone had to be there. If you were here at home, you were watching the show with me. The performers set up a special stage in the yard just for us. We are one very lucky family, n'est-ce pas?
So she was at the circus performance for the inmates yesterday morning. Mr. Carcerato mentioned a show yesterday as well. He must have been talking about the same thing. What time did the show take place?
From around 8 until 10, maybe? Yeah, something like that.
Meaning it finished right around when the body was discovered. And by dint of having attended the show, she has a reasonably solid alibi.
Oh, would you look at the time? Sorry, darlings, but I must really dash. Feel free to explore our home. Mi casa su casa and all that. Ciao for now.
Well, what now, Miss Edgeworth? The person who found the body screamed, and that scream was heard by one inmate that we know of. Therefore, our first task is to question this inmate and see where his information will take us next. Excuse me. Can I have a word with you? They even have ponies. This one's only big enough to carry a small child. Isn't this great, Miss Edgeworth? It's like being at the zoo. Except it's the humans, not the animals, who live in the captivity here. No one would mind if I took one home with me, would they? If by home you mean behind bars, then no, I suppose not. Can't talk to the parent? Maybe not yet. Oh, it's a blurb about the guy in this cell. Let's see what it says. Prisoner number D259. Classification habitat C cell to the right. Not exactly helpful, is it? This grizzly fellow has a pet polar bear called Teddy. He's a former boxer who loves to stay trim and is always at optimum fighting weight. He may push his body to the max, but he's relentlessly kind to himself. Omnivore. Who exactly is all this information for, anyway? There's no one in here. They took him off to solitary, remember? Wonder when he'll be back. Maybe a while. I got the feeling he was in pretty serious trouble. Poor guy. Did you see the tears in his eyes? He really didn't want to go. Yes, the way they had to literally drag him away was certainly unusual for a simple timeout. I shudder to think what kind of punishment he's facing right now. Right on the kisser! She seems to have given you quite a shock. And why is that, I thought you were a man of the world. Yeah, well, I'm all for saying hi with a hug, but going straight for the kiss? Cool your boots, am I right? Woo me a little before puckering up, that's all I ask. Wow, I never would have pegged you as the shy type. That's not the issue here, I think, eh? Listen, Miles, I've been meaning to ask. Does that friend of yours turn upside down? An assistant with a permanent scowl on his face is bad for business, you know? I don't see any reason why an associate attorney needs to smile. And that's how I know you've never worked in a private practice. It's all about building trust, man. You've got to create rapport with the clients. A smile here, a wink there, a hug to break the ice, and a card to show you're legit. Otherwise, they'll never open up. Yes, well, to each their own, Fender. I'll give it to you straight. Running the biz was tough going at first. I mean, Gregory Edgeworth, man. Those are some pretty big shoes to fill. I see. What kind of cases does the firm take on? I'd be better at asking what we don't. We do murders, parking fines, the whole 9 yards. Our basic principle is this. Everyone deserves a defense. So you've never refused a request? Well, let's just say I have certain preferences in the clients I work with. But you just say that everyone deserves its defense. I'm just messing with you, little sis. Of course we treat all our clients the same. I mean, Gregory's name is still above the door. I've got to live up to his ideals, you know? That means always doing my best for everyone. Edgeworth & Co. The firm my father built, huh? There's something written here. Seems to be about the prisoner in the cell. Prisoner number D259. Classification Captivus Periculosus. What? Periculosus. He may look fearsome, but this lively fellow is actually a sweet-natured herbivore. He even has a pet penguin named Gwynny. He's skilled at giving such real, gripping testimony. You'll swear you were there at the crime scene too. The end. It's the kind of thing you might expect to read in a zoo, not a prison. It's a mini pig, I believe. Though not for eating, I hope. Isn't this great, Miss Edgeworth? It's like being at the zoo. Except it's the humans, not the animals who live in captivity here. They wouldn't mind if I took it home with me, would they? By home you mean behind bars? Or no, I suppose not. Look, Miss Edgeworth, it's a monkey mountain. Not something I have expected to see in a prison, I must say. Doesn't look like fun, none in the least. And while we are on the subject, you are not under any circumstances to climb on that structure. Do I make myself clear? But I have to show that monkey who's boss. Please, Kay, you really don't. Wonder where this door leads. I don't know about you, but I'm getting some real strong vibes coming from there. Maybe that's where they keep the super duper dangerous prisoners. That's certainly a real possibility, in which case, we better turn back while we still can. Wait, I was only kidding, you know. Why is that rabbit just... I nearly tripped over it. This is great, Miss Edgeworth. It's like being in the zoo. This looks like the way to the prison yard. Sadly, the shutter is locked tight. Freedom awaits on just the other side. A stoic lock and key twixt mine eyes and knows the outdoor breeze. Such a cruel fate it is indeed. The more I think on it, the more it eats at me. And whose thoughts are you attempting to channel exactly with that soliloquy? It's a basin for drinking from. What? Looks a little hard to reach. They need to come up with a more user-friendly design. Or perhaps it's for the animals. Did you ever think of that, Kay? Do you have a moment? We have a few questions for you. Oh, there's a good girl. You're just perfect. She really is. She's beautiful. Meow! It's finally noticed me, I think. I was wondering, what's her name? It's Waggy, ma'am. She's my little friend. Yeah, right. As you were, then. What I need are answers, not playful puns. This is the door to one of the workshops. Why do they have workshops in a prison anyway? They're for people to train in for when they return to life in the outside world. But a dead body was found in one of them, right? So then, it's not really doing a good job of helping anyone return to life, is it? I suppose that's another reason why we should aim to clear up this mystery as soon as possible. You can see the crime scene through the window in this door. Miss Edgeworth, you can't just shove your whole face in front of a window like that. You have to do it more sneaky-like. Steal a few good looks while keeping a lookout for your enemies. I'm not a criminal, Kay? So why should I have to behave like one? Yeesh, I was just trying to teach you my special sneak peek technique. Well, I have no need for any such technique, thank you very much. This bench has seen better days. It's covered in rust. Yeah, only cats would dare take a nap on there. Maybe Gummy. I think you may be right. What is it, Miss Edgeworth? Alright, Her Holy Highness isn't here today, so now's our chance to make some real progress. Her Holy Highness. Now there's a novel way to refer to Judge Gavèlle. I'd like to think we're above name-calling, Kay, but yes, you're right. Well, what are we waiting for? There's investigating to be done. Alright, fair enough. She's only 20... He's 17? Wait, I forgot this is Ace Attorney world we were dealing with here. Where you can be a prosecutor from age 13. Okay. Alright, let's get this over with. About the person who found the body. Do you happen to know where he is right now? Should be in one of the workshops, I guess. Usually is at this hour. And it seems the workshops are our next port of call. Oh, okay. That's it. Yep. Okay. See you then. Hello? Anybody in there? Nice try, kiddo, but this isn't a bathroom stall. Yo, you there! Could you help us out here, my good man? Yes, sir. What can I do for you? Somebody using this workshop right now? Yes, sir. One of the prisoners is in there. Just confirmed it myself during the noontime roll call. I'd like to speak to this person, if that's alright. Sure, I'll go fetch him right now. What was that you said? Alright. I was thinking we go inside, but whatever. It was all yours, Mousy boy. What? Why? Let's just say I'd rather not roll the dice on someone I don't know, yeah? Huh, and I thought adults were all supposed to be strong and brave. Heh, well, you're not looking so brave yourself right now, so let's call it even. Here they come. Whoa, okay. It's been a long, long time. I think he just had a generic creepy voice, right? Like, hello, hello, yes, hello. I hear you wish to speak with me. Not exactly the hardened criminal we were expecting, is he? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a public prosecutor. A prosecutor, you say? Eddie Fender, attorney at law. What happened to being too scared to handle this? Listen, sorry about my pal here. He gets the weirdest ideas. Prosecutor, indeed. That'll be the day. Each is actually an associate. Jeez, Miles, get a grip, will ya? He's right. I must forget that I'm a defense attorney's assistant for the time being. Ah, that explains it. I did think you looked a little different from the prosecutor I spoke with yesterday. So he's already spoken to Winner. Would you mind answering a few questions? No, of course not. I'd be delighted. The name's Solid. Frank Solid. Witness is all yours, my young associate. Sure, have the intern do everything. Why not? Mr. Solid, you are no doubt aware that a murder took place yesterday. Would you mind telling us where you were at the time the body was found? Yes, I was in that workshop there, working, as one might expect. What kind of work were you doing? Well, I'm actually retraining at the moment. I'm hoping to become a stylist, you see. A butt stylist, that is, yeah. So I've been studying hard and practicing every moment I can. An unusual field of study, befitting an unusual prison, I suppose. And that's it. I still didn't see anything. Interesting. I barely asked him anything at all, and he's already sweating bullets. So, yes, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. Sorry.
Hold it!
No, I'm the one who's sorry, Mr. Solid. Well, this interview has only just begun.
I mean, even if you were to ask me,
You know something, don't you?
that's...
He's definitely hiding something. I'll need to push him a little harder if I'm to get any answers. First step is to analyze the situation. Let's take a look at our opponent.
I didn't see anything. I really can't help you, I'm afraid.
Something tells me he'd be a good poker player. It's hard to tell much at all from his face. And I don't think he'll be giving me much in the way of physical cues either. I'll have to rely solely on his words instead. That's the only way I'll know what's going on underneath. Alright, time to make my first move. Let's see who we're dealing with here. He may be good at hiding his emotions, but everyone has to tell. Okay. Should be interesting. Tell me, what's your connection to this incident?
Which incident? The murder? Oh, well, it has nothing at all to do with me. Nothing.
Really?
I wouldn't dream of getting involved in anything as ghastly as that. Well, you see, how can I put this? I like to think of myself as an upstanding citizen. A good person, if you will.
Forgive me, Mr. Solid, but under normal circumstances, good people do not tend to end up in prison.
So
you do well to tell me what you know about the incident.
How many times do I have to tell you people? I don't know anything, I swear.
Okay. Don't know anything, I swear. Okay. Surely you've noticed, Mr. Solid, that I have you exactly what I want you?
Really? It seems to me you're just wasting my time.
I should have picked my words more wisely. Mr. Solid may be good at hiding his emotions, but he also has a tell. I just need to watch for it and respond.
sorry, I don't know what more to say, but I can't help you.
My apologies, Mr. Sawit. But considering that the incident occurred right here in this prison, I find it very hard to believe that you know nothing at all.
Oh, well, yes, I suppose I can see how it might seem unlikely, but it's true. If you're looking for the person who found the body, you'll have to look elsewhere.
Why do you think I'm looking for the person who found the body? I certainly never mentioned any such thing to you. Is it because you do know something you're not telling me after all?
No, I just sense that's who you might be looking for, that's all. I'm simply a pet salad in training. I don't know anything, truly.
There's no doubt about it now. This man is hiding something big. In which case, let's find out what he did yesterday, the day of the incident. My opponent's very good at hiding his true feelings, but not for long. It's time to smash that mask of his and see what lurks behind that phony smile. Tell me about the day of the incident. If you really don't have anything to do with the murder, then you have nothing to hide, right?
Well, the day of the incident? Oh gosh, I mean, so much happened.
I want to know what you were doing, Mr. Sawit, in detail.
I told you, I'm a pet salad in training, and that's what I was doing yesterday. Training. Specifically, I was giving the animals a trim.
You didn't notice any commotion at the time of the incident? I would imagine things were suddenly quite tumultuous around here.
Well, commotion, you say? No, not really. Maybe I heard someone, but...
You heard someone? Was this someone screaming by any chance? And don't try to tell me you don't remember. You continue to assert that you know nothing about the incident, Mr. Sawit, but I'm afraid I don't believe a word of it.
No, I thought I heard someone yelling, but I don't really remember.
The fact that he heard a scream at the time of the murder may well prove to be a useful clue. I would do well to bear it in mind. Tell me about the day of the incident. If you really don't have anything to do with the murder, then you have nothing to hide, right?
Well, the day of the incident? Oh gosh, I mean, so much happened.
What was it like here in the prison yesterday morning?
I really don't remember. I don't have the best memory, I'm afraid.
Time to deploy my clue. You don't remember? Please. You literally just confirmed that you heard a scream.
Oh, but I might have been mistaken. The truth is, I really don't remember.
Your memory fails you yet again. How convenient. But I know you're lying, Mr. Sawit.
How dare you talk to me like... I mean, I'm not lying. Lying. Look, if you must know, when I'm working with the animals and I get into the zone, they're all I see.
Am I to understand you have something of a talent for animal grooming then?
Well, my scissor technique could use a little work, but I'd say I'm quite good with the animals. They seem to like me. I'm especially good at calming them down when they get scared.
Scared? And when exactly do they get scared? Surely it doesn't happen very often.
Well, no, thankfully it doesn't.
A loud scream would certainly frighten the animals, wouldn't it? Why are you going to such lengths to deny having heard the scream? What is it you're hiding, Mr. Sawit? Tell me!
I can assure you I'm not hiding anything. I'll admit I did really hear somebody scream, but I'm not hiding anything. I promise.
Mask is finally beginning to crack. Now to shatter it completely by asking about the scream itself in more detail. I'm afraid you're about to learn a painful lesson, Mr. Sawit, that hiding things from me never ends well for my opponent. Who did you hear screaming?
Wait, I just realized I made a mistake. When the incident happened, I was out in the yard. Yes. So, I didn't hear anybody screaming. No one at all.
I don't have a clue as to how to push the conversation forward. I'll have to try another tack. When did you hear the scream?
Oh, wait. Now I remember. I forgot about the show. They put on a show for us prisoners around the time of the incident, you see. Yes, performing animals, if I remember rightly. That's where I was in the morning.
So now you wish to claim that you didn't hear a scream because you were at the show. You do realize that goes completely against everything you've told me so far?
And what are you gonna do about it, huh? That is, my memory is patchy, as they say. The animal show really had to be seen to be believed.
It did it? Tell me, what kind of animals did you see?
Let me think. Whale?
Enough of your lies. You were nowhere near the show, were you?
Well, I seem to remember being there, but maybe I was, maybe I wasn't.
It's clear Mrs. Selwood wasn't at the show. This feels like a vital clue. How long are you planning to keep up these lies? I already know that you weren't at the show. The game's up, Mr. Selwood. It's high time you told me the truth. I demand to know about the scream, now!
I can't tell you what I don't know. I didn't hear any scream. Not from the person who found the body.
I'm curious. Most people would assume that the scream had come from the victim. So then, why do you think it came from the person who found the body,
I made a mistake, that's all.
How, Mr. Selwood? How did you know that it was the person that found the body who screamed? Because you're the victim! Sure. Let's go with that. Shall I tell you? You knew because it was you who found the body. And the scream that was heard when the incident occurred didn't come from the victim. It came from you!
Yeah! How did you... it's true, I admit it, but what gives you the right to treat people like this?
Checkmate. Now that we've established that you were the one who found the body, Mr. Selwood, I believe you have lost any standing you might have had to withhold your cooperation.
Alright, you win. But I'm sure I won't have anything useful to tell you. It probably isn't even worth your time.
That's not for you to decide. By my hand, the truth will be revealed. Every decision I make is to ensure that end. Except, that's not exactly what we're here to do, is it? What do you mean? We're not trying to expose the truth. We're trying to save Simeon. That's what we do now, remember? We work to get our client out of trouble. Not as a prosecutor, but as a defense attorney's assistant. What the K-Master said, you need to listen to the kid more, you know? Client has requested the services of Edgeworth and Go. And as your old man always said, your relationship with your client comes before everything else. So if you think Mr. Saint's well-being is taking a back seat to some quest for the truth, well, let's just say I don't like to fire people, so I need you to fight against your instincts a little harder, yeah? This will take some getting used to. In any case, the importance of this man's testimony remains unchanged. Therefore, Mr. Selwood, I'm asking you once more, what happened when you found the body?
I was in that workshop there by myself, practicing what I learned. I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. I happened to peek in through the little window, and then I saw him lying there, a man, not moving, dead. I quailed in fright and found myself screaming in sheer terror.
Let me get this straight. The room you were in is next to the one where the corpse was found.
Yes, that's right. I was in workshop B.
And you were there the whole day?
Yes, from the 7 a.m. roll call onwards. There are 3 roll calls a day, you see. 7 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m.
They check who's in the workshops during roll call, correct?
That's right.
Nothing was reported to be amiss at 7 a.m., which means that Knight's body wasn't in the workshop yet at that point in time. Guess that means the murder took place after 7 a.m., which puts it right around the time the show was happening.
Ah, yes, the show. I remember the other prisoners going to...
Okay.
Ah, yes, the show. I remember the other prisoners going to see it.
And therefore, anybody who wasn't at the show has no alibi. Would that be a fair assessment, Mr. Selwood?
I guess so, but I only found the body, I swear.
It's a clear contradiction in Mr. Selwood's testimony. Rooting it out should be my first priority.
I was in that workshop over there by myself, practicing what I'd learned.
Hold it!
What exactly were you practicing?
How to be a pet stylist, of course. I am a model prisoner, after all.
So you keep saying.
I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop.
Hold it!
You found yourself there? Really?
That's right, and then I found myself peeking through the little window in the door.
Why did you think to do that?
Gosh, I don't know. I just find myself doing it, really.
You clearly weren't concentrating on your work then.
No, that's not true. I am a model prisoner. It's just, all the other prisoners had got to watch the show. I guess I was, well, kind of lonely.
Like being stuck at school after everybody else is going home, huh?
Yes, exactly like that. Anyway, I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop, and I happened to peek in through the little window.
Hold it!
Does that mean you didn't get a good look inside?
No, I couldn't. The window was not only small, but it had bars over it, you see? Not exactly a panoramic view.
Just so the guards can check what's going on, right?
That's right, yes. You're a very knowledgeable young lady.
You bet. I guess you could say I know a little something about prisoners now, too. I'll have to remind myself to address this newfound interest later.
Anyway, yes, I peeked in through the little window and the workshop door. And then I saw him lying there. A man, not moving. Dead.
Hold it!
Could you tell right away if it was a man or a woman?
It was clearly a man. His physique, his clothes, it was also very clear that he was dead.
You could tell just by peeking through the little window.
Look, let's just say this wasn't my first dead body.
What?
You mean you're in prison for... To my eternal shame, yes. This was, however, the first time I'd seen another person's handiwork up close, so... I quailed in fright and found myself screaming in sheer terror.
Hold it!
Do you recall how exactly you screamed? Any words you might have used?
No, I only remember that I screamed.
Folks don't tend to remember much when they're busy crying out in terror, Miles.
Exactly, so, yes, I screamed, that's all I remember.
He presents himself as an innocent bystander, but nothing could be further from the truth. Given what he is, things couldn't have happened as he claimed. Contradiction in his testimony is as clear as day. I just need to present the evidence that proves it. Okay. Is it the fact that he can't get close to the door or he gets zapped?
Objection!
Is that it? Okay. Enough of these pathetic lies, Mrs. Sowett. I'm afraid you have rather lost sight of what you are.
What I am? I know precisely what I am. I'm a former newspaper salesman who's trained to be a pet stylist.
Hold it!
But that's not all you are, is it? Or did you forget the bracelet you wear around your wrist? A bracelet that marks you as a prisoner and therefore unable to move around as you please. As we both know, stepping outside that door would have sounded an alarm.
Well, that's...
But there's no way you could have looked into the other workshop without leaving the room you were in.
Gah!
Ah, oui. Stylishly done, Edgeru. But doesn't this mean that Mrs. Sowett couldn't have found the body then? Good question, Kay. Perhaps Mrs. Sowett himself can explain.
So, actually, I may have forgotten to mention one very important detail. Sorry about that. I can explain exactly how I was able to see the body if you like.
Huh. By all means, go ahead.
I was actually in the same workshop as the victim, but I didn't kill him. There's a little trick we prisoners know about, you see. As long as you leave your bracelet inside the door, you can lean out without triggering the alarm. That's how I was able to peek through the window and into the workshop next door. Inside, I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright.
So he's saying he was able to take a look next door because he had kept his arm inside workshop B as he leaned out.
Please don't tell anyone about our little trick, especially not the guards. Please?
Is this it? Is this all he was hiding? I better dig a little deeper into his testimony, just in case.
There's a little trick we prisoners know about, you see.
Hold it!
Tell me some more about this trick, Mr. Sowett.
Of course, it's quite simple, really. As long as you leave your bracelet inside the door, you can lean out without triggering the alarm.
Hold it!
I suppose this allows you to enjoy a little taste of freedom.
It does. To be honest, it's one of the few things that brings me joy anymore.
Another surprising source of joy, but rule breaking isn't exactly a demonstration of remorsefulness, is it?
Oh, but I am remorseful. I always am. I'm a model prisoner after all.
I'm beginning to suspect that he doesn't know what a model prisoner actually is. So he used this trick to peek through the window.
That's right, yes. I made sure the guard wasn't looking and leaned out into the corridor. That's how I was able to peek through the window and into the workshop next door.
Hold it!
Why did you make so much of an effort just to take a look?
Well, you see, I heard noises coming from next door, and that room was supposed to be empty, so I thought it was strange.
And you went to look as soon as you heard these noises?
Yes, of course. I had to see what was going on, so I went right away.
I see. Are there any problems with what Mr. Sawyer just said? You claim that you looked into the next room as soon as you heard some noise. If that's the case, you must have seen more than just a dead body, because the person who made the noises should have been in there too. You've got him quaking in his boots, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Sawyer, tell us the truth about what you saw. You do, of course, have the right to remain silent, but it will do little to dispel the notion that you are somehow involved in this crime.
I'm sorry. I did see something else, but it's too insane to believe. I really thought I might have dreamt it. That's why I wasn't sure if I should mention it.
Just tell us what you saw.
Alright. It was that dog. And what I saw is the stuff of nightmares. That huge black dog had sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat.
What did you just say?
It was hellish. Utterly hellish. That beast. That awful beast. He killed him.
Oh, suddenly I don't feel so good. Okay, so the dog was... Okay. The dog found the corpse and got instructions to carry the victim inside the workshop because pets can freely open doors through the microchips they have inside them. So he just carried him by the neck, took him to the workshop, and when he placed him down, looked and saw him with his mouth on his neck, so he thought he was biting him? Is that what happened?
Jeepers creepers, that's awful. Talk about traumatizing. It was dreadful, horrible. Now you know why I couldn't help but scream.
So there's a man-eating dog in the prison's animal population, is there?
And that really is everything, I promise. You believe me, don't you?
For now, this one seems too far-fetched to lie, even for you. I'd like you to append what you just told us to your testimony, if you don't mind.
Very well. Inside, I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright.
Hold it!
How much do you remember about the man you saw?
Oh, I remember everything. Let's see. He had blonde hair, and his neck was covered in blood because he was...
Dead, yes, we know that, Mr. Sawyer. Thank you very much.
I'm just telling you what I saw. I thought you attorneys were obsessed with the little details.
There's some serious venom behind those words. Something tells me he may not have had the best experience with defense attorneys in the past.
I also saw that black dog, his mouth clamped tight around the man's throat.
Hold it!
You're sure this black dog was biting the victim's throat?
Yes, there was blood everywhere. The beast's mouth was dripping with it, and...
Whoa, spare us the gory details, will ya? What about the victim? Was he...
Eek! Don't say it! You really need to ask him that, Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh, okay, what was that punch for? I'm on your side here.
He wasn't moving at all. He was just lying there.
Meaning he was already dead.
There was so much blood just oozing from his neck. Oh, he was dead. He was dead as a doornail, I'm sure of that. Not even the twitch of a finger, just lifeless.
Eek, enough already. Why do you have to go into every little detail like that?
To give you a nice and accurate testimony. That is what you want, isn't it? Shall I add what I've said to my testimony, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please do.
It was awful, I tell you. Terrible. Oh, he was dead as a doornail, I'm sure of that. Not even the twitch of a finger, just lifeless.
Hold it!
You paint a very vivid picture.
Well, I had a front row seat, I suppose. I could almost feel the agony of the poor man's final moments.
I don't think I'll be getting any sleep tonight, Mr. Edgeworth. You won't? Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
and it's all your fault for pressing him for more gory details.
I'll be having nightmares tonight myself. It's all still so fresh in my memory. I remember seeing his ring gleaming as it caught the light. It featured a snowflake motif in relief.
Hold it!
Excuse me? Snowflake motif in relief. You seem to have a very clear memory of this ring, Mrs. Sawyer.
Well, I used to go door to door selling newspaper subscriptions, you see. I'd take people in at a glance. Their appearance, their mood, that sort of thing. Figuring out who exactly you're dealing with is the first step in any sale.
Except in this case, you were figuring out a corpse.
what can I say? Force of habit. One that served me very well in my sales career, if I do say so myself.
Even so, you seem to have remembered things to an uncanny level of detail.
I suppose. Nevertheless, it's true. I remember the ring, the relief, all of it.
What he's saying even plausible, though? Perhaps I should take another look at the condition of the victim's body as we found it.
I know what I saw, Miss Edgeworth. My eyes don't lie.
So Knight was bitten in the throat by a dog that lives here in the prison. Not the most plausible of explanations, I have to say.
Well, they do say that pets take after their owners.
But there are some things they shouldn't take after, not if they're supposed to help reform their owners. Otherwise, what's the point of having an animal therapy program? I should probably ask Mrs. Howard a little more about this dog. Okay. So we present, yeah, okay. Present this.
Objection!
Should be obvious. A ring with a snowflake relief.
Yes, I saw it clear as day. It was carved in such fine detail.
Interesting. Your testimony is certainly very accurate. In fact, I'd say it's just a little too accurate.
And what's wrong with being too accurate?
I mean this. You testified to having seen a ring with a snowflake design on it. Well, the victim did indeed have a ring on his finger.
See, exactly as I said.
There's no way you could have seen it. Take a look at this photograph. As you can see, every time I look at it, it makes me laugh. The victim's right hand was covered by a top. It would have been impossible for you to see his ring, let alone what design was on it. Unless, that is, you approached the body and removed the sheet. You told us earlier you only took a look through the window and the door. Yet you seem to have seen quite a lot from such a disadvantaged location, Mr. Soward.
Who the heck do you think you are, huh? Mr. Big Shot, acting like you know it all? I mean, I saw what I saw, I swear! Oh, I know, the man's arm. It must have moved out of that top after I peeked in.
Objection!
Nonsense. You already told us that can't have been the case.
He wasn't moving at all, he was just lying there.
Meaning he was already dead. You said it yourself that the victim was already dead. And dead men don't move, do they? Unless...
Ooh-wee, is that the stench of
all the desperation I smell? What are you hiding, Mr. Soward? Tell us.
No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. You could have let it go, could you? Had to keep on poking and prodding. You slimy, stupid associate attorney!
Seems the real Mr. Soward has finally revealed himself.
Well, that's quite the rug he was rocking.
Came straight at you like some kind of flying blanket.
Look, I'm just a sweet innocent witness here.
But are you really? Because I must say I have doubts. Very serious doubts.
What's that supposed to mean?
You saw something that should have been impossible to see from outside the workshop. So, how did you do it? That's simple. Mr. Soward, this is where you were standing when you saw the body. Kablam. You were in the same room as the body. That's the only way you could have seen the relief on the ring.
Say what you want, but you don't have a shred of evidence, do you? Nothing to prove I was in the room with the body anyway. Can't prove it, can you? Because I was in the next room over, minding my own business and looking after the animals. Why else would I have signed out a pair of rubber gloves? For fun? Now put up or shut up. I want to see evidence that proves I was in that room with the body.
Take that!
Suck it. Remind me, Mr. Soward, what were you doing when you discovered the body?
How many times do I was practicing my pet selling techniques.
Of course. Now perhaps this rubber glove might mean something to you.
That's...
This glove was found by the victim's body. I believe it was dropped by the killer. And I can't help but notice that you have a similar glove tucked into your apron.
No, this was different.
Hold it!
Yes, that one does seem awfully lonely, doesn't it?
It's just a rubber glove. There are hundreds of them all over the prison. This doesn't prove anything.
Not yet, perhaps. But if I were to ask the police to check this glove for prints, I have a feeling the results would be rather fascinating. It's over.
Objection!
What the? That was a pretty rad objection, am I right? Please, Fender, that was not the time for tomfoolery. But I have a legit objection, because this isn't over. There's something that still doesn't make sense. Our man here is a prisoner, right? And he's got one of those bracelet doohickeys on? That's true. So how could he have left his workshop in the first place? His bracelet would have triggered the alarm if he tried. Right, we don't have a good explanation for that yet. Well, anything you'd like to share, good buddy? We're all friends here. That's weird. You should be clinging on to that bracelet like the big round lifesaver it is. What way? As in, it's the best hope our wig-flinging friend here has for getting off the hook for murder. Sorry, can't get into the crime scene with a bracelet on. If it was me, I'd be arguing that for my life. And yet, he hasn't said a peep about it. I wonder why that might be, Sound of silence. I suppose Miss Law Priestess did preach that silence is golden yesterday, too. Whoa, you sounded like an actual attorney for a second there, Mr. Fender. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles. Gregory told me that. It was part of the attorney's code he lived by. So, friend, what's the dealio? Why so coy about your bracelet? Well, to tell you the truth, it's broken. Broken? I fell over a little while back, you see, and hit it on the floor. After that, it didn't seem to set the sensors off anymore. I should have told the guards about it, I know, but, well, it was awfully convenient. I see. So her bracelet is broken. But do they really break that easily? If so, then this prison has a serious security problem. You there, can we have a moment? Mew, just a cuties. Yo! How can I help you, sir? This prisoner's bracelet appears to be broken. What? Really? That's not good. I'll get someone to find a replacement right away. Thank you. We'll keep hold of the broken one for the time being. Of course, sir. I'll trust you to take good care of it. I thought if you try to break it, it zaps you, so... Sweet! Bracelet sorted! Now, to turn our murderer in, yeah? What? No, I didn't kill anybody! Whoa there, Palio. You were the one who said your bracelet was out of commission. Were there any other inmates freely roaming the halls while everybody was busy watching the show? No, I just found the body. That's all, I promise. And when I did, that enormous dog still had his mouth wrapped around the poor man's neck. I only went into the workshop after the beast had left. And why did you go in? Well, fine. I wanted to go through his pockets, okay? He's going to rob the corpse. That explains why he remembers Knight's ring in so much detail. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a great thief. I never stoop so low as to steal from a... Well, I didn't steal anything either. The show ended just after I entered the room, and all the other inmates came trickling downstairs thereafter. I panicked, rushed back to the other workshop, and started my fake screaming. And dropped the glove in your haste, huh? I guess this all just about hangs together. Anything smells funky to you, Miles? Other than whether Mr. Sawwood is the one who did it, I'd say one very significant question still remains. Question of how Knight made it into the prison proper from his holding cell in the detention center. Ooh, yeah. That was a doozy. I also can't help but wonder about another key feature of Mrs. Sawwood's testimony. That dog's involvement can only mean one thing. Mrs. Sawwood. Yes? What is it? Were you the one prisoner who didn't go to watch the show? Well, no. There was one other who didn't. Am I right in thinking that this person couldn't have watched the show even if he wanted to? Yes, how did you... I knew it. I had my suspicions when we first ran into that black dog yesterday, but this confirms it. For a criminal that dangerous to end up in a place like this is unbelievable, but... Where is this person's cell? You're gonna see... him? Who are we talking about here? Him! He's not like the other prisoners, you know? He's special. Gets treated like royalty. But you didn't hear that from me.
All I'll say is, if you value your life, you'll stay well away from him.
What? Will you please stop trying to scare us all the time? The big cheese, huh? Well, I for one definitely value my life, so that sucks.
I keep him in maximum security. Which is over there.
Okay. For a second there, I thought I was talking about the parrot, but thankfully not. Maximum security. That's certainly one way of treating someone differently. Alright, quit being so mysterious and tell us who he is already.
Let's just say he's highly skilled when it comes to people's lives. Better than anyone, in fact. And, that's all I'm prepared to say on the subject. In fact, I may have already said too much.
Well, Mozzie, anything you care to share? Or are you gonna leave Kay and I in the dark here too? Mystery man in maximum security. An old acquaintance. Let's go pay him a visit. I suspect we'll find our dark canine friend there too.
Grr! I can't believe you found out about my bracelet.
I was expecting you to show a little more remorse.
Huh? Well, of course. I am very remorseful, yes. Anyway, shouldn't you be, on your way to maximum security?
Word of warning, but I suggest you be on your best behavior from now on.
Of course. I won't be stepping out of line again. As if I needed a reminder from the likes of you.
You might also consider using your best words too, Mr. Solid. Hey, you there. Is it true? Is what true?
The broken bracelet thing. Cause I want one too, you hear?
Do you break the rules even now from behind bars?
No, it ain't like that.
I just want to hang out with the animals is all. It's not a crime to be an animal lover, you know, Mr. Edgeworth? Right. I wonder how extra the maximum security cells are. I'm sure it's extra secure and all. Maybe it has things like a red carpet, and a super soft sofa, and a fancy bed that works. All for a VIP inmate?
Yeah, I could get used to that.
Calm down, Kay. We'll find out what we're dealing with soon enough. And who, if I'm very much not mistaken. Alright. It's a cat. What a possum kitty. Please, Kay, I'd appreciate it if you could stick to using normal words. If I had a little buddy like her, life in person wouldn't be so bad. No, what am I thinking? I can't get locked up for real. Perhaps I better give her a meowment to get this cat speak out of her system. Alright, here we go. March 28th, 12:41 p.m. Prison, maximum security. Wow, it's pitch black in there. I can't see a thing. But didn't you say that the other Garasu takes flight even in the dead of night or something? Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight. One alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief, Yatagarasu. Whoa, you are one powerful performer. Thanks, but that doesn't help me see in the dark. I am a human, not a three-legged raven. Eek! That voice. I knew it. It's not gonna be Manfred, is it? Huh. You remember me? Huh? Who is it? Hurry up. Mr. Edgeworth? Are you talking to that dog? Or is there someone else in there? Still can't see a damn thing. Okay, let's just go with the theory that it's Manfred.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. It has been far too long.
You remember me?
I could hardly forget now, could I? After all, you are the one who put me away. Oh, but I'm forgetting myself. Forgive me, I do not often receive visitors.
One moment. I will turn on the lights.
Oh, who the fuck is that? That's not my friend.
You're a heavy-footed lot.
Okay. Should we just go races with it? Okay.
You're a heavy-footed lot. Am I right in thinking there are 3 of you in all? Very well. Perhaps we should start by introducing ourselves. I am Bodhidharma Kanis. As you may have gathered, Mr. Edgeworth and I are old acquaintances.
Kanis was a notorious assassin. Some knew him as the Blind Butcher. His only weapons were a vicious hunting hound and a fearsomely sharp knife. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells, the last sound his victims would ever hear.
Well, Mr. Edward, am I to guess why you have come to see me?
You know why I am here. In fact, I am willing to bet you know every detail of this sordid little affair already.
Then I suppose we have nothing to hide from one another. Very well. You wish to water the flowers of the earth with the blood of your veins? What a noble request. I will gladly see to its fulfillment.
I'll thank you not to ascribe such a morbid meaning to the proof of my profession. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your dog.
You can ask him yourself if you wish.
This is ridiculous. I can't cross-examine a dog.
Not that he can understand you, of course. Perhaps I should have mentioned that. Isn't he a silly man? Elmot?
They seem to understand each other well enough. Though I suppose it would be rather sad if they actually didn't. Your faithful canine friend is currently the chief suspect in a murder investigation. The person who found the body saw a dog with its mouth around the victim's throat.
Your witness is mistaken. Elmot is a gentle soul. He has my eyes, nothing more. It is absurd to think that he would do such a thing. Isn't it, boy? Yes, it is. You're a good boy, aren't you?
Elmot is more than a mere seeing eye dog. He's certainly no good boy. He's also a trained killer. A weapon once used in this man's sordid trade.
This witness of yours, he is trustworthy, I suppose?
So it is anything but trustworthy. And he's so very much a suspect himself. I can hardly claim that his testimony is beyond reproach.
And no, then. I thought as much. Yes, I did, Elmot, yes.
Figures that he already knew who our witness is. What were you doing between 8 and 10 a.m. yesterday morning, Mrs. Kanis?
During the show, you mean? I was here, ensconced in these humble surroundings. I have developed a passion for wood carvings, you see. An obsession, even. I was engrossed in it all morning.
Do you have permission to engage in such a hobby? Can't believe someone would actually let you.
The warden and I have an understanding.
An understanding? That's ridiculous. This man shouldn't be allowed one, let alone 5 chisels. And nothing but lethal weapons in his hands.
I was carving border pieces at first, but by the 674th, my interest had begun to wane.
Whoa, that must have taken forever.
Time is all I have, child. In any case, my focus has now shifted to pieces, such as these.
I don't know you play chess?
You play too, do you not, Prosecutor? Perhaps one day you might indulge me? Though you may find my game rather rudimentary. I only began after my arrival here, I'm afraid.
What's that piece? A dog with 3 heads.
Ah, yes. The dogs of war. You must forgive my little joke. Chess is, after all, a game of war. Soldiers, knights, castles, all doing their utmost to protect the king, all loyal to the last. I have always thought it strange that such a game has no place for a dog. After all, what more loyal weapon could an army call upon? Still, it's simply a piece I made for fun. Fear not, I play by the regular rules and with the regular pieces.
Okay. Let's see if Is there a dog piece in here? No. Okay. Just checking. Can't imagine it's easy finding opponents to play here in prison, though. Oh, I have my correspondence. Correspondence chest, then? Sharing moves by post? Yes. Even prisoners are allowed to send and receive letters. Their contents are inspected, of course. Although I have yet to receive the details of my current opponent's next move. Huh. Sounds like this current opponent isn't a resident here. Suppose you know the identity of the deceased, Mr. Kanis? His name was Bronco Knight, was it not? Poor unfortunate soul. Keep your ear to the ground. My ears are all I have, Mr. Edgeworth. Why am I not surprised that he's plugged into the prison's information network? But perhaps he was not so unfortunate after all. What do you mean? Mr. Knight's crime was a grave one. A crime for which he would have been made to pay dearly anyway. The attempted assassination of a president. That is no small matter. Attempted assassination? Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, didn't Mr. Knight... Yes, we proved that he murdered his team leader. And that there was no attempt on the president's life. Could it be? Are they attempting to cover up President Wang's fake assassination scheme? Whoa there, cowboy. You're saying the prankster didn't actually have a pop at the press? Now it's hard to defend him on the charge of attempted murder. You mean, you don't know what really happened? So what? They just blamed the whole assassination thing on Mr. Knight. It would explain why the committee was so keen to get involved. Of course! They took you off the case to try and keep you away. Swapped in that Wiener kid to push through an attempted murder charge. In other words, they're trying to cover up the truth. So they really were trying to frame you? According to the guards, this Knight, was it? They tell me he was violently insistent that he had attempted no assassination. Which would have come out anyway when the case went to trial. I am no expert in legal matters, but allow me to say this one thing. I know for a certainty that he would not have been the first inmate imprisoned on false pretenses. An uncomfortable fact, but a fact nonetheless. Yes, Almond. Yes, it is. Yes. The courtroom is not always a bastion of truth. You believe it to be, Mr. Edgeworth. No bastion of truth, huh? I've heard something to that effect before. Yes, from a certain Interpol agent who doesn't have much faith in prosecutors.
You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors, too, are you? Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today.
Never was able to fully dispel his mistrust of prosecutors. Even Elmwood understands, don't you, Elmwood? Yes, you do. The truth revealed in court and your deductions. It is dangerous to trust either implicitly. But I am not bitter. You are not the first to make me a subject of unfounded suspicions in recent days. In fact, I was visited by another prosecutor only yesterday. He was accompanied by a judge. They even dragged the warden along, at the state for me lingering unspoken in the air. Not those two again. Prosecutor Winner and Judge Gavèlle. They weren't over my cell with a fine-tooth comb, but they left empty-handed. They were looking for some murder weapon, I believe, to no avail. But I mustn't take it personally. Rumor has it that they searched every cell in the prison and still failed to find what they were looking for. I pray they won't too disappointed. Huh. Well, that posed more questions than it answered. What do we do now? So his testimony is flimsy at best. I'll need more proper evidence if I want to take Kanis on. Well, I think that's quite enough chit-chat for one day. Elmwood will show you what. Good boy, Elmwood. Go on now. He's not showing us out. Permanently, right? Let's get out of here. Come on. Till next time, Mr. Kanis. It does pain me that our brief time must end, just as we were becoming reacquainted. I await your return, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. March 28th, 1:12 p.m., prison corridor. Now to gather the evidence I need to bolster my case. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! That's the best hiding spot you could find? It's alright, Kay. You can come on. You can come down now. Where's Fender? He ran off somewhere. I had no idea he could move that fast. Sigh. Fender. So, what are we doing now? You and I will continue the investigation. I know just where to start. Solving that one particular mystery that's been dogging us this whole time. Knight's body was found in one of the prison workshops, but he was presumably being detained in one of the detention center's holding cells. So how did he wind up on the other side of those heavy security doors? Let's start by investigating the holding cells. Mr. Knight's room, right? But, what about Mr. Fender? I'm sure he'll find us when he's ready. Sure, but he's kind of our boss, isn't he? Oh well. March 28th, 1:34 p.m., Detention Center corridor. Victim cells just over there. Lead the way, Miss Edgeworth. I've just about had it. What? Who's that? Oh. Warden Laguard. She must have come from the corridor marked no entry. You still not talking, Mum? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct?
No, and I've tried so many times, I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send it a blank report.
Because a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. Killer for hire?
Oh!
I couldn't help overhearing, Warden Laguard, but were you just talking about Bodhidharma Kanis?
My, you were listening? How very gauche of you. Guest predecessor armor, you know.
Do you normally conduct interrogations of the man yourself?
Oh, it's not just him, darling. I try to have the occasional tete-a-tete.
Tete? I don't know.
With everyone, you see? That's what it means to be a member of the family in this little home of ours. There's a person who hasn't made the pilgrimage to my office at least once.
Your office?
How sweet! He's angling for an invite. Well, I suppose he is the hottest ticket in town. It's down this corridor here, darling. But FYI, I don't let just anybody wander in willy-nilly.
Let's see. That would put it right around here.
It's a wonderful room, if I do say so myself. All my guests rave about it. And who wouldn't want a view of my fabulous garden in the yard? Ooh la la!
The yard? It's anything like the rest of the place. Probably is full of adorable animals, right? Can I see?
Oh, darling, it's so sweet of you to take an interest. I'm afraid that's just not possible.
Why not?
Because you're not a member of our home. If you want to see it that badly, you'll just have to get convicted for doing something unspeakable.
That's a rather steep price to pay.
Oh, but just listen to me, chattering away like there's no tomorrow. It's time for Allie's lunchy brunch. The poor dear will be dying.
Allie?
The sweetest little dear in all the world. I know I shouldn't have favorites, but you know how it is. Now, to the yard with me. Ciao for now, darlings.
Wanted to ask her more about Kanis, but she dominated that conversation from start to finish. Sigh. Let's go investigate the victim's shell. The victim's shell, shall we? Yep. Is that a fucking dinner menu? Okay. March 28th, 1:43 p.m. Detention Center holding cell. This is a night cell. When do you think he was brought in, Miss Edgeworth? It would have been the evening of the 25th, just after the events of the lake. And then, at some point, he wound up in the prison proper, but how? Must be some evidence here that will point us in the right direction. Alright, let's get looking, Miss Edgeworth. Keep up the good work, officer. So, yep, there's absolutely no need to keep an eye on us, because we're two great thieves of justice. You what now? You really didn't pluralize thieves on my account, Gay. Alright, time to go. Reflected in the mirror is a security camera, a great thief's greatest enemy. Nothing about this place is very thief-friendly, if I'm being honest. I think that might be entirely deliberate, okay? Guard! I'd like you to retrieve the footage from the security camera and review it as carefully as you can. If you see anything out of the ordinary, inform me immediately. Yes, sir. Okay. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Ooh, what's the menu doing here, Mr. Edgeworth? Seems that those held in the detention center are able to choose what they'd like to eat each day. They can afford it, that is. Money makes the world go around, I guess. But doesn't that make life super easy for rich detainees? Okay, bear in mind that the people held in these cells haven't been found guilty yet. Some of them don't deserve to be punished. Quite a few of them, in fact. So you're saying it's fine that people with money don't have as hard a time of it as everybody else? I don't know, when I'm defining the practices of the detention system. 200 Days of Freedom, an escape story. Life as a pet stylist. Understanding animal emotions. You'll Laugh Tomorrow, an anthology. Making money while serving time. A second chance at life. Interviews with a former prisoner. Wow, that's a lot of books. Let's take a look. Laugh Tomorrow, an anthology. Maybe there was more to Mr. Knight than met the eye. Sadly, I don't think these were his. They were likely specially selected and placed here for the detainees, with the hope that they would want to better themselves during their time here. A second chance at life. Interviews with a former prisoner. These books appear to have been written by current model prisoners and former inmates. Oh, I like the look of this one. 200 Days of Freedom, an escape story. This one too. Making money while serving time. This facility may have more deeply rooted problems than I thought. Hey, look at this weird piece of paper. There's some sort of grid on it. Let's take a closer look. Oh. Is this correspondence chess? Grid appears to be a chess diagram. The victims, I suppose. What's a chess diagram? Visual representation of a game of chess. See how the locations of all the pieces are marked? This seems to be a closely fought contest, but perhaps if this pawn were... No, wait. Not now, Mr. Edgeworth. This is not how to be playing games. Yes, I suppose you're right. This isn't the first time I've seen this configuration of pieces. It was from a different perspective, but it was definitely the same game. Perhaps it would be wise to take another look at the evidence in my possession. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? This chess game. I've seen it before. Enough with the chess chat, Mr. Edgeworth. We're supposed to be investigating here. Focus. I am investigating. This particular bit of chess chat could prove to be vital. Now, take a look at this. Can you tell me what it is? It's the chess set we saw in Mr. Kanis' cell. But, I don't really know the rules of chess, so the rules of the game are not important here. What is important are the positions of the pieces. Compare the ones in Mr. Kanis' cell with these. Do you notice anything? I don't know which pieces which or anything, but if you turn the diagram like this, there are pieces in the same squares. Indeed. There's no dog on the diagram, but that's to be expected. Apart from that, however, the positions of the pieces are identical. And what does that tell us? Oh, I have my correspondence. As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Kanis' chess opponent was Mr. Knight? This could be just the proof we need to show that Mr. Kanis had a connection to the victim. Well, there we go. The bowl is nice and spotless, and there are no signs that the toilet paper has been used. Everything seems to be in order with this toilet here. What? Are you serious? Why? What's wrong? There's no door. It's not even a curtain. Whoever designed this place should have thought a little more about the people who have to live here. I think there might be a reason behind the open plan layout. A standard barred window. No signs of it having been tampered with. I don't think there's any chance our killer escaped through here. Aha! Must remember to bring something to saw through iron bars with. As they say, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Glad I got the chance to scope this place out. Okay, we're investigating a crime scene, not preparing for your eventual escape. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. This must be Knight's suit jacket. So I've been doing some research on my own. Oh, and what have you discovered? I've discovered that guys who look good in suits tend to be popular with the ladies. But don't worry, guys with frilly neck ruffles are next on my research list. Please stop. This bed doesn't look very comfortable, but that pillow cover is very clean, spotless in fact. I bet this is the kind of bed Gummy sleeps in. I can just picture it, can't you? No, I sense he's more of a mattress on the floor type. Hey look, this newspaper's got a chunk of it missing. You're right, a few of its pages have been roughly torn out. Huh, but why? Maybe Mr. Knight wanted to clean his cell but didn't have a cleaning cloth. It's not a totally implausible theory, I suppose, but who would try to clean their cell? Also, there's toilet paper over there. Could use that, surely? No? Oh, what? There's something different about the spot here. This part of the floor is weirdly clean. Did somebody wipe it down or something? Why would somebody only do the part right next to the bed, though? This part of the floor has been wiped clean. Maybe he spilled some grape juice. Who knows? We can certainly imagine what he used to do. But we can certainly imagine what he used to do the wiping. Torn out pages of that newspaper. Why wouldn't he just ask a god for a cloth or something, though? Perhaps he didn't want anyone to see what he was wiping up. Maybe this is where... Yeah. Maybe this is where he died. This is where he got killed. Someone wiped the blood? But surely you can't just wipe blood with newspaper and it would work? Surely there'd be some residue left. I think we have about exhausted this cell. We've made significant progress by establishing a connection between Mr. Kanis and the victim. This is bad, sir. Is that the guard? Oh, this is bad, sir. The security camera footage, sir. I watched it and... What is it? Can you show it to us? Yes, sir. I have a small playback monitor with me. Then what are you waiting for? Let's see it. Was that back thing? It's a dog, right? Till now, our assumption was that the crime had taken place inside the prison proper. But it seems that assumption may have been wrong. Knight had actually been attacked in this location. Right here in the detention center. And the perpetrator was indeed Mr. Kanis' dog. This is just the evidence we need. And if this is where Knight was actually murdered, then one of the pieces of evidence we found here in his cell takes on a whole new meaning. If Knight's cell was the crime scene, which piece of evidence takes on a new significance? The floor of Knight's cell was wiped clean, presumably to remove something. Could that something have been his blood? Thank you, officer. Would you mind doing me one more favor? Name it, sir. There's a detective by the name of Gumshoe somewhere in this facility. I need you to give him a message. Tell him to have this cell tested for traces of blood and to report the results to Edgeworth. You got it, sir. Huh. Now we can really go after that Kanis guy, right, Mr. Edgeworth? No, not yet. We still don't know how Knight and the dog moved between his cell and the prison proper. Right, so that's what we need to figure out next. What's the play, coach? Where are we off to? I suspect one of the guards might know something. We should ask those posted nearby and see what they have to tell us. March 28th, 2:15 p.m., Detention Center corridor. Okay, time to get asking. Huh? Thanks for the tour. Later.
Well, well, Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. I didn't expect to run into you here. Must be my lucky day.
This is Agent Shi Long Lang of Interpol. He was in charge of a case I worked on 2 weeks back. I thought he had gone home to Zhengfa after that, but here he is. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang?
You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though.
Hehe, first a black hound, now a wolf in all black. Hey, wait, why are you all alone today? That's true. He's usually... Oh, okay. I thought he was talking about his, what's her face? Shangfa, or whatever. That's true. He's usually accompanied by an army of police officers.
I hear you at it again a couple of days back. Sticking your nose into things.
A couple of days back. Ah, he means the incident with the president of Zhengfa. Actually, I thought you might be there as well, heading up the security detail.
Ha! Our president doesn't have much faith in the efficacy of his own country's police force. Maybe now he'll think twice before using contractors again. Amateurs.
Agent Lang doesn't have much faith in prosecutors or the courts to do their jobs right. Which is why he's so meticulous about investigating with his hand-picked, cream-of-the-crop officers. Indeed, no doubt things would have turned out differently had you and your men been in charge.
My men, huh? Yeah, those guys aren't around anymore.
What? They're not?
It's funny, isn't it? I'm a real lone wolf now.
What are you saying, Agent Lang? What on earth happened?
I told you. It doesn't concern you. See you around, Mr. Prosecutor.
Wow, you seem not okay. Yes, and I would very much like to know why. But there's nothing we can do about it right now. We'll worry about Agent Lang later. We have an investigation to conduct. Alright, let's start by talking to these guards. Security gate that can detect metal objects. Am I the only one who gets a little nervous when I have to go through one of these? It's the same whenever I see a cop. I know I've done nothing wrong, but I still get anxious. Maybe because you go around calling yourself a great thief, It's a door to the observation room. Observation? You mean, are they always watching us? Or maybe they're just watching you and laughing at all the weird stuff you do. Weird stuff? I'm a perfectly normal person who does only normally perfect things, I'll have you know. These are the guards' lockers. I bet they keep their uniforms in there. Snacks, too. Snacks? Really? Well, that's what I'd keep in there if it were me. You know that not everyone is you, right, though? There's an assortment of trophies in here. Just once I want to give someone a trophy. And what sort of award would a great thief hand out? Greatest rope escape, of course. Oh, but if I entered the contest, I guess it'd just turn into me handing the trophy to myself. I'd worry more about finding a venue willing to host such an event. Looks like there are officers down this way. No entry, though, according to the sign. Don't they know that telling people not to do stuff just makes them want to do it more? It's human nature. I would argue there's the ability to resist such urges that makes us human. What is it, Miss Edgeworth? I figured it out, Miss Edgeworth. I found the flaw in the security of this place. Oh, go on. Do enlighten me. Well, you might think there's nowhere to hide around here, what with all the people watching you 24/7. But if you know where to look, there are plenty of places where you can give the guards the slip. By sticking to those blind spots, anyone can make it. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear any of that just now. Well, there's no need to pretend I have no interest in these numerous hiding places themselves. I have to keep my eyes and ears peeled if I'm to learn any more about them. Agent Lang looked kind of lonely without all his guys, huh? Yes, something must have happened back in Zhengfa. Still, he has chosen his path, as we have chosen ours. I guess so, and step one on that path involves solving this case. Then, once we're done, let's go put a smile back on old Wolfie's face. I'll think about it. Or I would if I knew where to find him. Oh man, I'm in so much trouble. What's the matter? You seem perturbed. Oh, well, you see, one of my uniforms is missing. I could have sworn it was right here in my locker. Did it grow a pair of legs and run off somewhere? Where in the world did that idea spring from? Anyway, I hope you track it down soon. I'll be rooting for you. Thanks, I appreciate it. Huh. Yeah. I was wondering, have you seen an enormous black dog wandering around here, isn't there? That thing? No way. If I had, well, let's just say I'd be a lot more nervous about sending guard here. So, do you and this dog have some kind of history or something? No, okay. You should know when to let sleeping dogs lie. By the sound of it, Kanis' dog hasn't been spotted on this side of those heavy security doors. Hey, are those my faithful assistants I see before me? Fender, and where exactly have you been? Where have I been? I've been looking for you two. Been searching high and low. Wandering lonely through prison halls. It was terrible, I tell you. The prison's over there on the other side of the facility, boss. So listen, I just got the lowdown on some seriously dynamite material. You want to hear, right? Right? Seamless. I was chatting with a few of the guards and they told me something très interessant. Turns out the Bronxer had himself a little incident 2 days ago. Pre-mortem, if you catch my drift. An incident? Simeon told you he came to visit his pal, right? Well, it happened right after they wrapped up, when Bronco was being escorted back to his cell. It was just one guard and he was handcuffed, Ovs. They'd made it back and the guard was taking off his cuffs when the Bronxer clobbered him. Knocked the poor guy out cold. Sounds like it might have been the prelude to a jailbreak. Because when the other guard showed up, they couldn't find their comrade's keys. Were there any rumblings about Knight attempting an escape? That's a bit that fries the old noggin. There were none. He sat in his cell, the turn-up dead. What's more, he swore right to the end that he never stole the keys. They turned his cell inside out too, but no dice. Guard who was struck, what did he have to say? Nothing. Poor guy was still out when they took him to the hospital. Word is, he's still there. There's nobody around to tell us what really happened. What the? What? See who loses. That's all we need. Why are you sitting around here like a bad smell? Hey there, little buddy. Listen, Miles here is working with me now as an associate. Nonsense. You're all just here to cause trouble and turn my investigation into a farce. Eustace means farce, of course. A simple slip of the tongue. Seemed like a reasonably apt choice of words to me. Judge Gavèlle, great to see you again. I know who you are. You are Simeon Saint Satani. Guilty as charged. Now that we've broken the ice, how about a friendly... Or not. I'm totally cool either way. Now, did I hear you correctly? That Mr. Edgeworth has joined the defense team? Yep, and me too. We're officially employees of Edgeworth & Co. But a prosecutor is a public servant. You draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain. It's not a problem if I'm not getting paid, though, correct? Exactly, what he said. Miles here is just a volunteer. We're all about the pro bono stuff over at Edgeworth & Co. How wonderful. So you all work without reward? The goddess would surely approve. Yeah, I'm a regular philanthropist. Judge Gavèlle, I was hoping to ask about the grounds for Simeon Saint's arrest. That information is on a neat... Is that a challenge, eh? No, I was just asking, Judge Gavèlle. I'm always ready for a verbal combat to show you what it takes to be a real winner. I was at verbal combat if you won't let me speak. Still, this could prove useful. Fine, we'll do as you suggest. Now, if you could begin by telling us why Mrs. Saint was arrested? There will be no need for that. Eustace, we should... Not now, Gavèlle. Watch and wonder. As I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place, he's going to run rings around me. I think he meant to say that you would be the one running rings around me. I will! So badly that your ears will be ringing. Prepare to be humbled, Edgeworth. I'm looking forward to it. You won't know why I arrested that man? It's simple. Simple! I found evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing. How's that for some winningly incontrovertible conclusive proof? And who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. Winning by name, winning by nature. Where do I even begin? Look at you. Look at you. Utterly lost for words in the face of such mastery. I'll take your silence as yet another win. Honestly, does he ever shut up? You said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint. But do you even have the authority to do so, Mr. Winner? Well, obviously it was the police who actually arrested him. I told them to do it, so I think I can claim the credit, don't you? Of course, that's what he meant. Sigh. This is clearly going to take a while. Shame, really. Given that I'm much more interested in what Judge Gavèlle is silently thinking over there. Well, let's make this quick then. You want to know why I arrested that man? I'm just checking, but you do know who it was you arrested, correct? Eh? Is this a car joke? Of course I know who arrested. It was Simeon Saint. Good to know he remembers that much at least. I had rock solid grounds for arresting Simeon Saint. First rate reasons. Rock solid, you say? I'm impressed. Hold on, I know what you're doing here. You're trying to butter me up. Well, it might work on the chumps you meet in court, but it won't work on me. The evidence we found is sadly rather damning for Mr. Saint. Perhaps you should tell Mr. Edgeworth about it, Eustace? Damning is right, and it was on the strength of that evidence that I decided to arrest him. It's simple, simple. I found evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing. Evidence of him was all over that thing. Could you be a little bit more specific, Mr. Winner? Do I really have to spell it out for you, Edgeworth? I doubt even you could put 2 and 2 together. Stop messing around. Excuse me? The onus is on you to provide a comprehensible testimony. Come now, Eustace. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth and his friends would be very interested to learn how you cracked the case. They certainly look keen to hear about it. Fine, if you insist, I'll fill in the gaps. Brace yourselves, because this is going to blow your tiny little minds. I bet you didn't even know, but the victim had, wait for it, a chest set with him. And that chest set was covered in the fingerprints of a certain Mr. Simeon Saint. Praise be to the goddess of justice for the insight she offers. And congratulations once again, Eustace. You would not object to Eustace amending his testimony, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth? No, by all means, please do. Mr. Saint's fingerprints were right there, all over the victim's chest set. But you weren't the one who actually found his prints, were you? Of course not. I'm a prosecutor. I leave the dirty work to forensics. Fingerprints are certainly a problem. But then, that chest set was... I should take another look at the evidence. How's that for some winningly conclusive proof? The only incontrovertible fact here is that you don't know how to give a proper testimony. What are you talking about? It's not my fault if you can't keep up. Perhaps it could be so bold as to offer some additional details. The only fingerprints found at the scene belonged to the guards, the prisoners, the victim, and Mr. Saint. I think you'll agree that Mr. Saint's were the only prints that had no business being there. Yes, exactly! Now do you get it, Edgeworth? I do, but I'm not so sure about you. There were other prints belonging to the victim and the guards, so only Mr. Saint's were out of place. There were other prints at the crime scene. Shouldn't those people be suspects too? Other people? I don't think so. And why not? Had Mr. Saint's prints not been found on the chest set, those others would indeed have been suspects. Yet somehow his prints were there, despite the fact that they had no business being there. Exactly! Which means Mr. Saint was... He's neither a prisoner nor a guard. Therefore, he should not have been able to enter the prison. Finding his prints in a place he shouldn't have had access to is grounds enough for an arrest, no? Yeah, what she said. Not bad, Gavèlle. You are too kind. Who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. Winner by name, winner by nature. You saw it first, and I suppose you can prove that? I made the connection the moment I saw the crime scene. It was a lightning fast deductive leap. What more evidence do you need? Well, you haven't given me any evidence at all so far, so... You still don't get it, do you? Well, don't worry. We can't all be born winners. Not sure I even want to get whatever it is he's talking about. What? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I figured it out in a flash. A matter of light years. The winner wins the game.
Hold it!
Are you sure you mean light years, Mr. Winner? Maybe? Light years are a measure of distance, not time, Eustace. An easy mistake to make. Oh! What was that pause for? Was he rebooting from a blue screen moment? Well, that was kind of vague. Really hard to follow. Indeed. Perhaps I better start by teaching him how to properly express himself. Don't hold back, Mr. Edgeworth. Knock him into shape. So it should work here, right?
Objection!
What? I'm afraid you've contradicted yourself there. What? Is that true, Gavèlle? Of course not, Eustace. The only contradictions I see are in Mr. Edgeworth's own basis claims. Ha! So my testimony is completely contradiction-free. I knew it. Somebody's riddled with contradictions. Only Judge Gavèlle didn't keep covering for him and be able to get to the truth. Okay, so this one?
Objection!
Come on. Both should have worked. Whatever. So the fingerprints on the chest set are the ace up your sleeve. The what on my what? Oh, yeah, the chest set up the ace your sleeve. That's right, Edgeworth. I've got a winning hand, as usual. Only your winning hand is a busted flush. For you see, it was Simeon Saint who brought that chest set to the victim in the first place. Therefore, it's only natural that his fingerprints are all over it. That took a while to sink in. In conclusion, those fingerprints aren't proof of anything, and Mrs. Saint's arrest was premature. Premature? The incident took place here within the walls of this facility, and being neither a guard nor a prisoner, it makes very little sense to suspect Mrs. Saint. Oh! Now what? I think you might be the premature one here, Edgeworth. And to think you are the one accusing me of being hasty. Did you only just work out what that word means? Sure, I identified Mrs. Saint as a suspect faster than pretty much anybody else. And I won the race when it came to picking out the crucial evidence too. I'm quick on the draw, you see. But hasty? Not at all. You're right that Mr. Saint isn't a guard or a prisoner here, but he was... Eustace. Judge Gavèlle. But Gavèlle, I'll let him write what I want him. Forgive me, Eustace. But if I may, while the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? Something more impressive? If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace made an ingenious deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you would like to hear it. Yes, of course. That. Well remembered, Gavèlle. Listen to this, Edgeworth, and prepare to be amazed.
Objection!
Will this ingenious deduction explain why Mr. Saint was arrested? Let's just say you won't be disappointed. Judge Gavèlle deliberately diverted the conversation away from my line of questioning. What exactly is she up to? Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. From these two facts, I conclude that the weapon in question must have come from outside. It must have been hidden inside the chest set. That's what I think, anyway. And since the only prints we've found on the chest set belong to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindingly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it, wouldn't you? Nothing else, the testimony this time is a little more comprehensible than the last. Another winning deduction brought to you by one winner, Eustace. Prosecutor extraordinaire. More like one winner, Eustace Prosecutor extraordinaire, if you ask me. But how could anyone even hide a weapon inside that chest set? Heh, good question. Why don't you take a look for yourselves? Inside the chessboard. I suppose there's only one way to find out. What? We already looked. There was nothing inside. There's nothing here but chess pieces. Heh. That laugh's really something. Seems pretty convinced the weapon was hidden in here somewhere. Better take a closer look. Is there a false bottom? What? The stiff lining at the top opens like a flap door. Whoa, there's plenty of room in there. Indeed, more than enough to hide something like a small knife. Ingenious, innit? The killer snuck the weapon in, but...
Objection!
Huh? Huh? What you mean, Let me finish, will you? I fear you have not been listening, Mr. Winner. Or perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center is outfitted with a security gate. I mean, yeah, and? Security gate also acts as a metal detector, Eustace. We must pass through another one on the way into the prison itself, remember? Uh-huh. Yeah, that's right. Of course I remember. Definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a gate and into the facility, which would seem to blow a rather large hole in your reasoning, Mr. Winner. That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. Are you telling me that the chest side wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late. Right. Very good. Thank you, Gavèlle. It was my pleasure. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to begin your cross-examination. Cross-examination? It's like she's holding a trial. Well, no matter. Let's see how well this ingenious deduction of Mr. Winner's holds up, shall we? So we just have to prove that it was killed in the holding cells by a dog. Sure. Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade.
Hold it!
A metal blade, you say? And do you have any evidence to support this? Ha! You mean you didn't even look at the victim's injuries? Why am I not surprised, you fur right? The fatal blow was sabu to the neck, and it was delivered by a knife-like blade. That much is absolutely beyond doubt. It appears that they're not yet aware of a certain other piece of information. Yeah. Lost for words, are we? Then I'll just keep going. My brilliant deductions don't end there, you know. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know.
Hold it!
The fact that such objects are strictly controlled doesn't mean they're actually forbidden. Well, no. I mean, some of the prisoners used scissors to cut the animal's hair, and that avenue of inquiry was conscientiously pursued, as you no doubt recall, Eustace. Yeah, only one bladed object had been signed out by a single prisoner at the time of the incident. The item was tested for traces of blood, but none were found. I suppose he's referring to the scissors Mrs. Sword was using. So there's that way the blade in question came from inside the prison. From these two facts, I conclude that the weapon in question must have come from outside.
Hold it!
Outside? What does that mean exactly? Haha! The opposite of inside, you numbskull! Is that an attempt at clarification or a put-down? Because it clearly accomplished neither. What Eustace means to say is that it must have been brought in from outside the prison by Mrs. Saint. Honestly, Edgeworth, if you haven't figured that out by now, then you're an even bigger loser than I thought. Feelings mutual, believe me. Mrs. Saint clearly brought the murder weapon into the prison. The question is how? It must have been eaten inside the chest set. That's what I think, anyway.
Hold it!
Well, no murder weapon was found at the crime scene, and there's nothing inside the chessboard either. I'm curious, Mr. Winner. Do you also have thoughts about where this weapon might be? Well, the perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. Is there a problem with this claim? They hid it somewhere inside the prison. That seems unlikely. In fact, I could prove that's not the case. What evidence suggests that the murder weapon isn't hiding somewhere in the prison? Can I actually prove that? Do I bring up the tape now?
Take that!
Well, that's your evidence. Yeah, so that's quite conclusive, I think you'll find. I think this was a trap. Ignore him, Eustace. His evidence conclusively proves nothing. Oh, right. I knew that. That was about quarter miles. All right then. Where's his proof used? I know I have something that proves there is no motive. Oh. Okay. This is where I'm supposed to go with this. Okay. I thought I made a mistake. What? The fact that they didn't find anything, but that would prove that they didn't find anything, which would prove them right. What?
Take that.
Is that? What? I don't. Huh? Wait, what? Okay. So he said, prove to me that the weapon isn't hiding inside the prison, and the proof is that no one managed to find the weapon inside the prison. So, how does that... Okay, how does that prove that the weapon hasn't been found, but isn't around? But at the same time, that also proves that the weapon might still be around. What? Okay. So don't worry about your memory, Mr. Winner. Didn't you and the good judge search the prison with Warden Laguard? Didn't you fail to find a likely murder weapon? Well, yeah, but I guess we just missed it, that's all. Wow, way to undermine yourself. You're saying your search wasn't entirely thorough? You, the so-called winning rookie? Stop making fun of me! Eustace. Calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get under your skin. You're right. I'm a winner. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edge Worthless get under my skin? I thank you to leave my name out of this. Well, I'm Kay Faraday, and I'm A-OK. Not you two, please. Look, it's simple. Since my first-rate investigation didn't turn up any weapon, it means there wasn't one to find, which leaves only one possibility. The murderer took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why we couldn't find it when we looked. Innit? But what you are proposing is impossible. And this proves why the culprit couldn't possibly have taken the weapon out of the prison with him. More memory trouble, Mr. Winner? Now you're forgetting things you yourself said. Are you making fun of me? Again? Oh, so you remember what I said? But perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this. What's that? Wait, does he seriously not remember? Would certainly seem that way. There's a security gate at each of the entrances to the detention center and the prison proper. Coming from the prison, anyone leaving the facility would have had to have passed through both of them. 2 gates, both fitted with metal detectors. Oh, wait, now I remember. Looks like he got his memory back. So as you can see, there's no way anyone could have taken a weapon out through both gates. And therefore, there's no way the murder weapon could have left the building. In which case, Miss Edgeworth, perhaps you would care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be. It is still here on the premises. That's the only possible conclusion to be drawn. But we searched the prison from top to bottom and couldn't find anything. Because you were never going to find anything to begin with. Not when you were laboring under the misconception that it's a blade you were looking for. Yeah, we know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes. That is quite a claim. I assume you have the evidence to support it. What is the weapon that was used to commit the crime? Take a look at this, Judge Gavèlle, and the weapon used in this case will become clear.
Take that.
This is footage taken from a security camera trained on Knight's holding cell. Now watch it for yourselves and see. What? That's... Wow! This footage captures the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. More than sufficient proof of how he really died, wouldn't you say? Yes, it is certainly significant. So now we know that Knight was in fact killed in his cell by a vicious dog. A dog that moved the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. We know this thanks to an eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we can all agree that there's no way the dog could have planned such a crime itself. Indeed, I fear it may be his handiwork after all. That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Gavèlle, you are correct that this footage is an important piece of evidence. But it also raises an important new question. A question that I suspect you have also been asking yourself. She's right. There is one major problem in my version of the events. The black dog, the one that belongs to one of the inmates.
How did he move between the holding cells and the prison proper at will? Oh! How do we answer that one, Mr. Edgeworth?
The truth is, I don't know yet.
Ha, of course not. Can it, Wonder Boy? You didn't even notice there was a problem.
Overruled.
Until the defense provides an adequate explanation, the court cannot accept your line of logic.
That is all.
This court is adjourned.
But wait! There's still so much more to explore!
Overruled.
Court is no longer in session, Mr. Edgeworth. If you'd be so kind as to leave the courtroom.
Court was never in session in the first place.
Once again, this court is adjourned.
Objection.
We may not have all the answers yet, but you haven't explained anything either regarding Mr. Saint.
What do you mean?
Just as we don't know yet how the dog was made into one of the detention center's holding cells, you can't know how Mrs. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison either. He would have been allowed as far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. So it's hard for me to conceive how he could have committed a crime in a place he had no access to. Judge Gavèlle, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simeon Saint was able to enter the prison.
Overruled.
Haha. You wish for the court to provide you with proof. Highly irregular, but very well.
What? They actually have something?
Now it seems like as good time as any. And I suppose you have been kind enough to share your own theories on the case? What's she building up to here?
Miss Edgeworth,
I suspect you don't know what Mr. Saint does for a living, so allow me to fill you in. He is a circus performer.
A what?
Yes, perhaps you've heard of the Very Big Circus?
Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day, after all.
important in what way exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps?
A meeting? Oh, heavens no. I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit.
You see it now, I assume? As I'm sure you're aware, a show was held yesterday for the prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animals and performers, performed by members of the Very Big Circus. So, does that mean Mr. Saint... Yeah, Mr. Saint was allowed inside the prison as part of that show. A fact that has been confirmed by beyond reasonable doubt.
She held onto that fact until the last possible moment.
She let me run with my own theory, and only afterwards did she use it to reveal the truth.
Wait.
But oh, Gavèlle, I have him right where I want him.
Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may, while the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor?
That must be why she steered him onto a different topic back then.
I got you good, didn't I, you third-rate prosecutor?
This has nothing to do with you.
Gentlemen, this court is well and truly adjourned. If I may offer a word of advice, Mr. Edgeworth, your conduct as a prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember that you were removed from this case for that precise reason.
What are you trying to say?
That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. Should you wish to retain it, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again.
Is that a threat?
The goddess of justice is compassionate, Miss Edgeworth, but she is not endlessly forgiving. Oh, and one last thing. You are no defense attorney. Abandon this foolish pretense.
Thank you for your concern. But I do not abandon anything. What I start, I finish.
Well, do try to remember that the two jobs... What? Well, do try to remember that the two jobs are not one and the same, and that a defense attorney is expected to develop something of a bond with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good place to start. Now, I really must be going. May the goddess of justice watch over you all. So Simeon lied to us.
Not just you two. Guy took me for a ride too. What's his deal? Whoa. You're not having second thoughts about all this, are you, Mozzie boy? Sure, Judge Gavèlle is a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can just give up the ghost. The defense never rests, as a wise man once said. And that goes for associates too. Don't worry, Fender. I have no intention of resting. Nevertheless, our assumption that Mr. Saint couldn't have entered the prison has been proven false. which means we'll need to restart our investigation from square one, I'm afraid. To be continued. March 28th, 3:02 p.m., Detention Center, Visitor's Room. You withheld information from me. Why?
I didn't withhold anything, or at least I didn't mean to.
Okay, so you are a member of the Bay Big Circus, right?
No, I mean, yes, but no. I'm not really a member. I'm still new.
That's irrelevant. You're still a member.
Eve.
Oh, brother. Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us?
Because it would have looked so suspicious. Me being a performer in the circus show, and me be friends with Bronco. I thought that if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent. Not even you, Kay.
I thought I made it clear that I believed in you.
But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified.
You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client-scaring tips you want to share? You're really not helping, Fender. And at this rate, it sounds like we really will need to question him about everything all over again. So, what do you do at the circus, Simeon?
I'm an animal tamer, kind of. I'm still learning the ropes.
That's so cool. Do you get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff?
Lions, tigers, bears? Oh my! No. I work with this little guy.
It's pretty tame already to me. So you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of those old-timey organ grinders?
Not now, money. I'm trying to... Oh, you little scamp.
Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. Alright, well. Glad we cleared up that misunderstanding. Did we already talk to him about this? Is he gonna have the same response, or is it gonna be different?
Bronco really loved chess. He always was making me play. But if I hadn't brought him to chess, he'd still be alive, right?
I wouldn't be so sure. All this proves is that you and the victim were friends. I personally don't think it has anything to do with what happened to him, though.
You don't? But no, it's all too much. Please, just arrest me. Get it over with already.
Surely you can see that you've already been arrested, Mr. Saint.
What? No, I can't. I couldn't. There's no way I could be...
Okay. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company.
I was telling the truth. The circus really is a company. We all have titles and everything. The ringmaster's a CEO, and I'm I guess you'd call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's head of the animal taming department. It's part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she can convince to do her bidding.
Heh, even Miles here? I'll let to see somebody whip him into shape. I am not some kind of creature, Fender. So, the line manager, was she working with you on the show?
Yes, it was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a bit...
What?
I did have a bit part this time.
What? Okay, a bit of a part? Only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility.
Sure, I came to see Bronco around noon 2 days ago.
And that was when you brought him the chess set?
Yeah, and that same evening I started working on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard! I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think.
Workshop A, where Knight's body was found. Tarp on his body. Colorful tarp that one might find in a circus? I don't like where this is going. You mean your boss didn't help you? Oh no, I could never ask her to shop all that stuff around. Like I said, the monkey works my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run through, and it must have been, midnight by the time I left. The next morning, I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 a.m. Then we performed until 10. Mr. Sin was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. And Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Sorry, I don't know anything about these legal type things. So you really have nothing new to tell us? Sorry, no. Does this mean they're gonna arrest me again? I don't mind saying what you need to hear. I'll say anything, whatever you want. Only if you wish to be arrested for perjury. Now you're leading the witness. Oh, I'm so getting arrested again, aren't I? Sigh. I'm not gonna get much out of him when he's being like this, am I? Okay. If he's the one who unknowingly transported the corpse, he must know something about the tarp, right? That's my logic, but I don't think we're ready to discuss that yet. Can't present profiles. Okay then. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even little Winter couldn't just pull somebody in on a hunch. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to go see how he's doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own. Tell me you had permission. No, he wasn't a formal visit or anything. So I just sorta snuck over and hoped no one would stop me. But you just seen him earlier that same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids. Both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see. Just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him. You don't have any family? For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Losing one's father as a child. I know that pain all too well. He's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth. There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him? No, the other holding cells were empty and I didn't see any guards. Heh, well, somebody must have seen you, or you wouldn't be in there. Oh, no. I messed up so bad, didn't I? So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together. At least, I imagine that would be Winner and Judge Gavèlle's thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak to your boss next. Last I heard, she's supposed to be around today, too. Somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simeon. We're here for you. If there's anything else we can do, just say the word. But, that is, there's nothing I can do for you in return. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club, after all. Right, Miss Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you. And we will get you out of here. Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney, that's what. Bravo, big guy. I can't believe I'm saying it, but you even reminded me of your old man for a moment there. I did? From the Book of Gregory, an attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simeon, me bucko, if this gal suffer any hardship for your friendship, things are going to be shiply amazing. I didn't realize talk like a pirate day had come early this year, Fender. Well, that's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy? No thanks, I don't like sweet stuff. Oh, bummer. I wouldn't mind a nice chip myself. A great thief's galleon for the dread pirate K. Yahar, me hearties. We'll sail the seven seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth. Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of me. Come on, let's set sail for the prison yard. But no sea shanties on the way, please. Look, the shutter's open. That's the way out to the yard, I believe. Let's go take a look. Come on, what are you waiting for? Huh, someone's excited? March 28th, 3:37 p.m., prison yard. So this is the famous yard. Circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered. Check it out. It's like the backdrop to some epic festival. Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered. Where's the yard? Oh, interesting. Okay. The warden's office leads to the yard, but behind some sort of fence. Okay. Right. Huh, okay. Which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Alright, time to take a look around. Eek! Okay. Stop hitting me! Help, Mr. Edgeworth! Cease and desist, you beast! Somebody ouch! Help me out! Stay, as I, oh, is it gonna be Regina or someone else? Okay. Did I give her the Russian voice, or? I must have, okay. Stay, Isaiah, stay! Who's that? Oh, you found a new friend to play with! Good for you, girl. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me. No way, she'd never do a thing like that. Zay doesn't even bite, at least not very often. So she does have a taste for human flesh? How did you like meeting a real-life elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right? There, sweetie, don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't she, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girlfriend. She did? Oh, I'm so happy. Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Keep your chunk to yourself. Hee. Oh, another new friend. Isn't just the best day ever. I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I am Regina. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate. A self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted. And your elephant's newest friend is Miss Fender, the Defense Attorney. Oh, she's not just any elephant. That's Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Isaiah stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Hehe. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? So you're Simeon's boss? That's right. Regina Berry, head of the Animal Taming Department, Showbiz Division, Berry Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet all of you. The pleasure's all ours, mademoiselle. Name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. So much for whipping me into shape. Yes, she's perfect. What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay? That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you would make a perfect partner in crime for the great thief Yadagarasu. Great thief? That sounds like fun! My animals and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit in our time. That's one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun without the show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer. I think we've got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here. It would indeed appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, okay? Well, Miss Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much of what's beyond that metal fence, though. Indeed, and we're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. Alright. Let's get started. What the hell are you doing here?
Mr. Attorney, sir. And how are you today, if you don't mind me asking?
Today? We just talked to you earlier, Mr. Sowit.
Oh, heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see.
In order to be in order to be as annoying as possible?
I'm currently helping out with a circus show, stage tear down and clean up. But if you have need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can. Model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. The Frank Solid used to see before you is a changed man.
Changed man? Who now targets the recently deceased?
No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness.
A moment of madness? Ugh, you're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere.
You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go.
As a thief?
Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now, so it's straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner.
Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that.
I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society.
Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you? That's right. Only 2 inmates were absent, Sowit and Kanis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Kanis sooner?
That. Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who'd talk about him if they didn't have to. He's, well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer.
The fixer?
Yes. Anything you need, he can get it for you.
But how does he get away with it?
I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility.
I imagine being the fixer affords Kanis certain privileges.
Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique.
And what are these mud packs exactly?
They're a special type of mud treatment, rich with minerals. It works wonders on the coats. I've been practicing on the animals here in the prison. I hope to treat them all eventually.
Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try presenting it to him.
That's a rubber glove I dropped.
Would you care to explain why it's so dirty?
Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened.
I see. Around what time would this have been?
Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 a.m. perhaps. Thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud.
I think the stretch of prison might be getting to him.
Of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful, truly I am. Afraid I wouldn't know anything about that. As I said, I have nothing to do with this incident.
I don't think that's quite true, is it?
Oh, but it is. What you see is what you get with me. No bluster, no lies, no false pretenses. I'm a model prisoner.
No false pretenses. A rug on his head would say otherwise, but maybe I better keep that to myself.
I thought he might like to see this. The bracelet I brought was replaced with a new one. All thanks to you.
I'm very glad to hear it.
If it had been for you, you lousy two-bit... if it wasn't for you, I'd still have my old busted bracelet. So yes, thank you. I'm just so grateful.
He says through gritted teeth, not sounding the least bit remorseful. Okay. I guess that's it for now. These shares must have been for the audience. Wow, I pity you ever had to put them all away. Really? Why? Ha! You've clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before, eh? Not personally. I've told other people to do it, though. Come on, Miss Edgeworth. You gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while.
I'll consider it.
simple, sturdily built well. Wonder if it was the work of the prisoners. Somebody's left a bunch of tools lying around. There's a long piece of rope and a pretty heavy-looking weight. Let's see, it weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there are some pulleys, too. Okay, can you stop touching everything inside? Oh, come on, it's not like I was gonna take anything. What exactly were they being used for, I wonder? For the curtains? To open and close? I wanted to examine the tarp, but I guess we can't yet. It's supposed to be the stage for the show. Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. We step on it. Can't get up on stage? No? Sure. Alright. Hey! Who are you shouting at? Ponds like this usually have goldfish in them, right? I wanted to see if they'd come say hello. I only see water striders. Hey, water striders are cool. They can walk on water like ninjas. Whoosh, whoosh. Man, I wish I could do that. So much for the goldfish. Okay. Danger! High voltage! I never saw one of these in real life. Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there. Ah yes, Warden LeGuard mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side. Wish this dumb barbed metal fence wasn't in the way though. I thought it was all one big yard. Given how protective the warden seemed of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep riffraff like us out. Okay, are we not gonna talk about the fish bones in there? No? Just normal? Part of the job? Okay. A wicker basket. Or rather, a cart given the wheels. Sniff, sniff. Ooh, smells like animals. I suppose they must have been using it to move things around. Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race it down a hill? No. Ooh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs. Where did any of that come from? This door appears to be locked. Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try. No, if we deem it necessary, we'll simply ask for the key. Spoil sport, that could have been my chance to shine. You're free to shine somewhere else, but you're not making an audience out of me. An Asian elephant named Isaiah, and one of the very big circuses, many animals. She certainly seems very fond of petting humans, based on what we've seen. Well, most humans. Can't just glare at her like that, Miss Edgeworth. She'll think you're trying to show her who's boss. Are you telling me she thinks I'm one of her kind? No, just that she respects you, I guess. How comforting. What's up? That thing scares the bejesus out of me. Never was one for chompy killer beast dogs. We don't know that this dog has killed anyone, though. What? You think that Mutt's innocent? I don't know. I do have my doubts, however. And all doubts must be entertained if we are to get to the truth. Assumptions and oversights often derail the quest for justice. Well, the leopard really has changed his spots, huh, Miles? Have changed. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that a certain defense attorney has changed me for the better. I guess he was a dark form, right? So, could have been a little midget or something? Oh, I think I get it. So this is it, huh? The key to unraveling this whole mystery? Yes, perhaps. Great. You, keep hold of it then, yeah? Quickly now, back in your pocket it goes. I guess he doesn't think much of it. Heard the Bronxer was a bit of a chess fiend. Indeed, perhaps we might have enjoyed a game had we met under the different circumstances. Sounds like a riot. Not my cup of tea though, really. Too much thinking fries my noggin. Oh, please. As I recall, I've yet to beat you even once. Yeah, well, that was a long time ago. Now that you're a big shot prosecutor, I bet I wouldn't stand a chance. If you say so, Fender, I suppose we can leave it at a stalemate. For now. Never was one to show his hand. Interesting. Some subtle foreshadowing, perhaps? I wonder. Okay. Who doesn't love a good circus performance, eh? Foray into the realm of fantasy. The performance is a good one and can certainly be entertaining, yes. And I'm getting pumped just thinking about it. Chance to escape reality, however brief, can often be a powerful tonic. You got that right. Doesn't it just make you want to hug something? Like the circus? Holding a show here, right in the shadow of the fence that keeps these guys in. Guess the magic of the big tub is enough to make them forget that they're in the same boat as the animals. The fence. I suppose I should examine it too. It is part of this facility, after all. Well, we missed the show, but we still got the stage and all this other stuff to check out. That's right. I should also look over the show set and equipment, just in case something useful turns up. Chat over, huh? You don't exactly give a guy a lot to work with, Miles. Kid's really something, huh? Wish I still had a tenth of her starry-eyed outlook. I suppose that's because her head seems to be up in the clouds. Right? She's so above it all that no one dares to go against her. But she doesn't even need to crack the whip with the animals. The eyes go from starry to steely, and suddenly it's sit, say. I can think of somebody who very much enjoys cracking the whip. You can, huh? Sounds like a real piece of work. Come on, Malzarino, spill the beans. Trust me, Fender. One crack of a whip, and he'll be running for the courthouse doors. Alright. Can we re-examine the fence now? No. Okay. We already examined it, so should be good for now. What is it, Miss Edgeworth? I can't believe I missed out. On what exactly? The show, duh! I always wanted to be in the circus. I mean, I even have an escape act that would drive the crowd totally wild and everything. Ah, yes. A great loss, I'm sure. Well, I've got an in with Regina now, so let's wrap this case up lickety-split. Because I'm gonna star in the next show if it's the last thing I do. Come on! The quicker we investigate, the quicker we'll be done. Alright. Being a pet stylist kind of sounds like fun. Hey, Miss Edgeworth, want me to give you a mud pack? Do I want you to cover me in filth? No, I do not. Oh, don't be like that. Look, we even have a rubber glove. It's a sign. Okay, stop playing with the evidence at once. The mud on that rubber glove. What's the matter? Did I go too far? Not at all. In fact, that was very helpful. What? But I didn't... I mean, glad to be of service. Seems I'm sword has some explaining to do. Okay, but we already talked to him about that, right? So should be good. It's mud all over it. So he must have worn it while administering his mud pack treatment. Yeah. Okay. No great mystery there. Alright, let's go talk to Regina. For me? Oh, thank you very much. I didn't say you could have it. So it's not for me? No. My apologies. It was my fault for needlessly waving it in your face. It's okay, I forgive you. This time. Wait, why am I apologizing? Huh? For me? Oh, come on. Don't know anything about that tarp? How could you not? Wow, what a cutie patootie! Cutie what? Patootie, silly, but I wouldn't try to make friends with this particular pooch if I were you. He doesn't let just anyone in. The only person he trusts is his owner. I can see it in his eyes. You can see how smart he is too. A regular Vanderpup. Is that so? You can see all that just at a glance. Sure I can. After all, I am head of the animal taming department. You know, you kinda have the same look in your eyes. I trust lots of other people. Okay, sure. You're the head of the animal taming department. You must be Mr. Saint's boss. That's right. My dad founded a very big circus, but he passed away. He was murdered. I'm sorry to hear that. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. He is such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's too. Wow, that's great. Lucky you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, and ventriloquy. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the Bear Big Circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places. Are you getting on well? I'll leave them to it. Can you tell me about the show? Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. Not just any story. It's a love story. Isn't that dreamy? Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You? No, silly. That would be Isaiah. She falls in love with none other than Regent the Tiger. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. Whoa, Nelly, I've heard of odd couples, but that takes a biscuit. That's not all. There's a love triangle, too. It's so romantic. That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Miss Edgeworth? So the elephant is the heroine? I suppose there's a first time for everything. And, who's the third wheel? Oh, that would be the big old meanie who tries to tear our star-crossed lovers apart. Oh, what animal do you think it is, Miss Edgeworth? Given that it's a circus, perhaps a lion? I think a raven would be cool, like the Etagarasu. Hee, nope, it's a sneaky monkey. That's certainly lowered the stakes. Oh, you mean money, right? Nope, again, the role of the monkey is played by Simeon. Money's far too small to play against Isaiah and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Isaiah and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Wow, it sure is. So, Mr. Sane was more than just the little helper he claims to be. Poor Simeon, it'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore. Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance? Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though. A well? I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail. You should have seen him moving those huge cages around all by himself. He's a total hero. Yeah, sounds like something he would do. Weeping all the while. He was going back and forth between the idea and some sort of workshop with all the equipment. The prison gave us special permission to use it for storage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that. The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer to have gone into Workshop A. Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. We have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done. And what exactly is he may not look it supposed to mean? There... Oh.
There you are.
Oh,
Regina, cupcake.
Oh, what in Laguard?
I was simply dying to sit you down for a chat, you exquisite little thing.
What? Oh. Okay. Can I join this chat too, or? Oh, okay.
So it's you I have to thank for all the new additions to the family. How wonderful.
I beg your pardon, but family?
Yes, darling, the family here, this happy home of ours. It's so lively thanks to the people like you. I look forward to welcoming more. Let them come in their hundreds, no, their thousands. I simply love the buzz of activity, the joy of a growing happy family.
With an animal companion for every member?
But of course!
Dream big or go home, I guess. Even if that dream is for the world's biggest zoo. I'd like your opinion on this if you would be so kind.
Haha, but of course. Don't be shy, darling.
Madam, release my head at once. That is not what I was asking you to examine.
Oh, I do apologize. Silly me. But you know how it is. A little hug and smooch is entirely de rigueur.
Well, I most certainly require neither hugs nor smooches, thank you very much.
Such an awful, terrible shame. The poor dear had only just joined our happy family. And now, if I were to call out to him, nothing. Only silence. Oh, it's just too tragic. He was such a good boy, you know. A gentleman who loved chess. What a waste.
I think I've lost her. You really got to know him in these previous 2 days or whatever? He wasn't even part of the prison yet. You already got acquainted to him? Okay. Sure. Oh, okay, hold on. Here we go.
I've given all my love to this place. In fact, no one who's entered has left. Our bonds are strong as iron.
It's a very roundabout way of saying that security is tight.
Oh, you! Security is such an ugly word. No, the bonds of love are what keeps us here. This whole vicinity is surrounded by them.
Very tall, very sturdy bonds of love, made of metal. Maybe not be so sturdy. They'll maybe not so sturdy in the case of Soul's bracelet. Well, I certainly got a response. What can you tell me about this member of your little family?
Those who don't accept the gift of love we offer here don't get to be called family.
I see. So even she couldn't tame this one.
I've given all my love to this place. In fact, no one has entered. Okay.
Oh, is this new? Okay. I understand that you handled the search of the prison.
I most certainly did. And I had the whole family pitch in.
The whole family? That doesn't include the animals.
Of course it does. And the little angels were only too happy to help.
Sadly, their help didn't come to much, it seems.
I'm afraid not. Such a shame, too. The dear, sweet creatures tried so hard.
Honestly, I'm not sure I trust the animals not to contaminate anything they might turn up. Interesting. Nothing to say about that, huh? I'd like your opinion on this, if you would be so kind. Oh, really? Interesting. Yep. Alright, that's it then. Do you mind if I ask you a little about the prison?
Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy. My home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it was awful and utter disgrace.
Awful? I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly?
I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them. They always have been. No, it was the ambiance that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, and then it hit me. The animals! Anyone could brighten up the place, it was them.
It is nice having them around.
Isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is a very picture of rehabilitation. Rehabilitation.
Except when he's rifling through dead men's pockets.
We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's trained himself to his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything.
What, and your other model prisoners don't do that?
Oh, of course they do, my dear, of course. They're all such triers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say, he knows what's good for him.
What exactly does she mean by that?
Anyway, he's a very good boy, so do try to be nice to him, won't you? Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals, the very big circus truly has it all. And everyone who comes here gets to see it once a month.
Really? In that case, let me see. She better not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show, is it always performed by the Very Big Circus?
But of course, sweetie, I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And she's so adorable, so sweet. I could just gobble her right up.
You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh?
Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Seaman, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina would be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I could do to help you clear up this awful misunderstanding, you let me know. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess. You are simply divine.
Hee, that's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched enjoy it too.
About that, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see.
Must mean Kanis and saw it.
We were 3 members short. Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me?
I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show.
That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody.
Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it? Indeed, as far as we were aware, Mr. Kanis and Mr. Solwood were the only ones not present. This doesn't add up. Who is the third missing prisoner, and what were they doing? It seems we need to investigate further.
Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina so much, I almost forgot. I must feed the little one.
Little one? Is there going to be an actual midget here? Yikes! Oh. Alligator!
You're looking as adorable as always, Alan, my sweet.
Oh, she's so pretty, and what a cute name.
Yes, Allie the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are.
I'm so jealous. Can I pet her?
Of course, princess, of course.
Oh, howdy. These two are made for one another. They look like they'll be busy for a while. Maybe we should, go back inside the prison and check the cells. Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our third missing prisoner might be. Alright. I hope I didn't lose my chance to re-examine the well again. March 28th, 4:02 p.m. Prison corridor. Sir, Mr. Edwards, sir. Whew, I finally caught up with you. Detective, you're not needed elsewhere?
No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, I got your message.
So you searched the victim's cell. Did you manage to turn anything up?
We struck gold, sir. Well, blood anyway. It was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks, though, but at least it's something.
Yeah, it proves that the holding cells were the scene of the crime, right? Not quite. Proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive yet.
I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victims. They're on it as we speak.
Nice work, Gummy. You thought of everything. Detective, I must say I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something?
Gee, don't look so surprised, sir.
I just hope things continue to go in our favor. Alrighty, so that's proof that the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick, we'll find out how that dog got over there.
Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along.
Secret weapons?
That's right, a few tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of the Gumshoe, Ace Detective Extraordinaire.
Well, I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles? Very well, Detective. We'll try using your secret weapons.
You got it, sir. Let me run you through the rest. Secret weapon number 1, my trusty old metal detector. If it's made of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy right here will find it.
So, it detects metal. Very good, Detective.
Next up, secret weapon number 2. Missile, everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine. He can track pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially food.
He sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Kanis' dog.
And now for secret weapon number 3. Where'd I put it? Aha! Am I one snapper short of a school, or is that a fishing rod?
Don't tell me we're going fishing for clues.
No. I mean, I just happen to have it with me, so.
I see. Well, onwards and upwards, detective. Let's see what else we have.
That's all she wrote, sir.
Gummy, you're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7. One of them was a fishing rod.
Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll, show you the rest next time. Why do you think I call them secret? God, can't just go sharing everything at once. That's crazy.
In that case, then I suppose the 3 you've deigned to reveal to us will have to do for now.
Alright, which one do you want to try, sir?
Metal detector seems promising.
Coming right up, sir. I just crank the old girl up. And away we go!
Is everything alright, detective?
Uh-oh, looks like I should have brought a spare battery.
Oof, that's not gonna be much help.
Sorry, sir. Looks like metal detector will have to wait. Let's try something else. Alright, which one do you want to try, sir?
Let's give that fishing rod a try.
You got it, sir.
There's a pond in the prison yard. We may find something helpful lurking in the depths.
Yes, sir. Leave it to me.
Ah! What's the matter, detective?
You're not gonna believe this, sir, but
I had something big for a month,
and then it took off with the bait and my fishing line. There's a real whopper lurking in those waters.
Come to think of it, there's an alligator living in that pond. I probably shouldn't tell the detective that he nearly lost more than just his secret weapon.
Looks like the fishing rod won't be much use, sir. Let's try something else. Alright, which one do you want to try, sir?
You got it, sir.
Hey, missile, here, boy.
Oh, he really came.
So, what are we tracking?
We're trying to find out how Mr. Kanis' dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison. So we gave the pooch a sniff of the body, and he'll find that route for us. Hopefully.
Does anyone else smell something sweet?
All I smell is the odor of blood.
It's faint, sir, but it's there. Almost like cake, maybe?
Why would the body smell of cake?
Okay, Miss, you'll get a noseful. Here we go. Follow that dog.
That's the way to...
He's headed for maximum security.
Uh-oh, he's going in. Then we'll just have to follow after him. March 28th, 4:24 p.m. Prison, maximum security. Okay, so... Normally I'd say this sounds like a crazy theory, but this is Ace Attorney we're talking about. You know how Regina put Pepper on what's his face? Oh fuck, I forgot. Acrobat, right? Was he Bat? Ken Dingling, right? Or was that the brother? Anyways, she put the pepper on the scarf and the lion sneezed. Or was it the tiger? The lion sneezed. Someone put cake in Knight's neck bracelet, and the dog bit down on it. I don't know. I mean, the dog is the dog of an assassin, so I don't think he needs motivation to kill someone, right? So, I don't know. Okay. Let's see where this goes. This is Kanis' cell, though the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room? Do you think Miss Hill's on to something?
Shh! Looks like maybe he is.
Is there something here? Let's get snooping, Miss Edgeworth. Look, Miss Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others. I'm no woodworker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one that can be used in a pinch, regardless of the job. An all-purpose pocket chisel. Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry. Is that your opinion as a thief? Nope. It's my opinion as a great thief. I'll walk into that one. Mr. Kanis' chisels. Everyone a potential murder weapon. That reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow. When you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead. I have no idea what you mean. See? They're so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Wood Carving Face. Have you quite finished? Mr. Kanis' chest set, complete with a special dog piece. That's not a chest set, that's a whole chest table with legs. Looks like it might be worth something, too. It's not inconceivable, some of them are. And this is quite a nice one. I never would have pegged Mr. Kanis as a chess fan, though. Well, with the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going, I thought he'd be more into Go. Go, huh? Can you play? I can play Go Fish. Not the same thing, okay? Not even close. What's the matter, boy? Wait, is this cake what you were after? Whoa, oh. Whoa, damn boy, stop that! No, you can't have it. Dogs can't eat chocolate, you know that. If you won't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself. Not bad. That's some real outside the chocolate box thing in there. Not sure everybody agrees, though. Gummy, I wanted some. Daring of you both to assume the food in a prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb. So anyway, looks like it really was cake, Mr. Wishdraggy. Talk about a waste of time. Suppose we got our just desserts. But the little guy's definitely capable, right? Sure he is. This was just a blip. He'll follow the right scent this time, I promise. Seek, boy. Oh, I think he's onto something. Whatever it is, it's in there. Mr. Casaranto, so. We need to take a look inside. Detective, call the guard. Yes, sir. Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Casaranto, still in solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was here for the new roll call. Guess he must be on work duty someplace. I see. Now, if you would be so kind as to open his cell. Yes, sir. This punching bag has certainly seen the... Hehe. What breed were you again, Missile? Sure he wasn't a boxer? No way. No way indeed. Quickly, detective, move that sandbag aside. Yes, sir. A hole. Could this be? Whoa there, wait, Mitchell. I'm going in too. Wait, stop. Sir, I'll go get her. Wee. Ooh, that's tight. Oh, shouldn't have eaten that cake. He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll just have to wait. Hello? Kay? Are you alright? We're outside the prison. You're not gonna believe this, but we're in the detention center. Detention center? That hole, it's a tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell. What? Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. Okay then. March 28th, 5:04 p.m. Detention Center holding cell. Okay. Hey there, Miss Edgeworth. Guess you could say we made a breakthrough. Quite. At least they came out unscathed, I think. Sir, the floorboards under the bed were torn up. So that's how they did it. There's no doubt about it. This must be the route we're looking for. Corridor connecting the detention center and the prison is locked down by heavy security doors. But with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be that the scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all? Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. Dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Okay, what was it like down there? Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures. Let's see what you've captured.
look at that.
Spoons, a fork. Guess these were for digging the tunnel. And that aside, are those footprints? Paw prints, even. From a dog, perhaps? Oh dear. This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question. It does? Mr. Colasato has certainly been making use of this tunnel, which means... Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Colasato is, immediately. My suspicions are correct. Oh, nuts! Exactly. Guards were alerted and they began searching for Mr. Colasato right away. But after a thorough investigation of both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found. March 28th, 5:34 p.m. Detention Center corridor.
Well, have the police been notified?
Yes, Mom. We just finished... We finished liaising with them a moment ago. They've set up a cordon around the entire city.
Good. Sigh. The first blemish on a person's spotless reputation is always the ugliest.
It won't happen again, Mum. Another different Warden LaGuardia to the one we've seen so far.
Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been too little too late. Seems he might have already left the building.
I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit to the detention center. You're not suggesting he simply walked through it?
What's to say there was only one tunnel, sweetie?
I suppose that's true.
Well, whatever the case, this is no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation?
It would be my pleasure.
You three can get back to your posts.
Yes, Rob. Detective, results of the blood test just came back from the lab.
Thanks, pal.
Let's see what they had to tell us about the blood found in Knight's cell. What does it say, Miss Edgeworth? They've identified the blood and it's Knight. Nice job, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We've got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed. We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Kanis has to say for himself.
Kanis? Oh, darlings, are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He's as well connected on the outside as he is in the air.
I suppose you would have to be. I was with the so-called fixers, same business.
Police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know.
That's what that was all about. So you're talking, Mum? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct?
No, and I've tried so many times, I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a black report.
I guess the careful hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct?
Why, yes, we did. Everything related to Kanis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word.
Prison warden conducting interrogations herself. That's irregular, to say the least.
Let your guard down and he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings. You have been warned.
Here I thought things couldn't get any spicier. Oh. The gang's all here. Is this going to be the final showdown, I wonder? March 28th, 5:55 p.m. Prison maximum security. Judge Gavèlle, I didn't expect to find you here. We have been conducting inquiries, which, given that we are in charge of this investigation, is highly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Miss Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk, should our paths cross again, and yet, here you are. I am sorry that you thought that I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor, but I am not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. I am here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourselves should have uncovered. You have more business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. I promise I will be back to prove that you are the killer. And here I am. This should be amusing. Very well, whenever you're ready.
Objection!
Not so fast. We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact. Indeed, we are now more certain than ever that Simeon Sane was a murderer, and that only he could have moved Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prison proper. We should prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance. Oh, you mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation! Not at all. If anything, I am showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was, and I am under no obligation to hear him out, if he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions. I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk? To put your beloved badge on the line? Mr. Edgeworth!
Sir!
I accept your terms. I am confident in my reasoning. What's more, I am representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co., and I do not intend to besmirch his name. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated. Very well. Let us see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty goddess of justice, let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you will allow me. Heh, fine by me. It's all yours, Gavèlle. You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume? He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage and there he hid as he was wheeled to one of the prison workshops. Figures you was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to Knight's cell? Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found? This is still from the footage we received. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell. Correct. You will also know that he has positioned the cage in such a way as to obscure the camera's view. It is this blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. A sound reduction based on what can be observed, wouldn't you say? A blind spot, which means that the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage if he did at all. So it's still possible that he didn't actually leave his cell at this point. I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage? There is really only one possibility. He intended to escape. A prison break? That's so cool. Mr. Cartwright and Mr. Knight, everybody's doing it. I have to step up my game. Okay, now is really not the time. Mr. Cartwright's escape is no laughing matter. It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, go Simeon! What was the compliment? I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood. Judge Gavèlle's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in her logic somewhere. Now I'm going to find it. Alright, here we go. You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume?
Hold it!
Your Honor, about this incident. You have heard about it, of course? Surely any attorney worth his salt would have his sources. Yes, I am aware of it, of course. I simply wish to confirm... Then you are wasting both our time. Shall we continue? He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys.
Hold it!
Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys? I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regains consciousness, I'm sure he will confirm my suspicions. I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her further on her reasoning. Sorry, but I believe there is a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted to. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely. He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere, then waited for an opportune moment to present itself. He hid the keys. I'm afraid he might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor, but Knight wasn't hiding any keys. That has been proven already. And this is the piece of evidence that proves Knight didn't have the keys.
Take that!
Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell, and no keys were found. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory! I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it's such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated that they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chest set. Knight's chest set. The same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden. Was it? I can't help but wonder about that. What? But you're the one who proposed it! Actually, if you recall, that was Eustace's assertion. The two of them aren't of one mind on this, I take it. Allow me to restate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chest set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climbed inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to that workshop in the prison proper, all with the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard. But Mr. Saint was a part of the performance. How would he have even had time to commit the murder? How indeed? Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show is one such example. She's done her homework, I see. The suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite the elephantine heroine of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine. He is sent flying by the elephant. Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it's more than a sufficient window, wouldn't you say? No. Committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window is only possible assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. And in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell. I seem to remember telling you that I will not accept that part of the security footage into evidence. Well, too bad, bitch. You won't have to. I approve of a different kind. Very well, would you be so good as to present it? What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell?
Take that!
This appears to be a photograph of a floor. Almighty goddess of justice, grant me patience. That floor you're so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the necessary forensics operatives. Don't worry about it. I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say. A reliable one. The detective, how very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decided to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police. Oh no, how Gummy's Oh no, now Gummy's badge on the line too. Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you at risk as well. I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However,
Objection!
yeah, Bad luck, idiots. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless. Mr. Winner, I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted. Oh, just putting in to tell you that your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in a cell. Are you saying the mutt also wiped the blood up before it left the scene? Uh-oh. What other tricks can you do, eh? A blood-wiping dog? You're a joke. You would have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Elmore, yes, you would. What? That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together was so rudely cut short. He's a very tidy boy, you know. Never misses a drop. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence after all. Saved by an assassin of all people. Jeez Louise, you could have just stopped the little guy to shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. Although the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand. Then, la 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 la, I'm not listening. I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering. Your understanding is much appreciated. Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else. Overruled. Oh boy. Somebody's taking no prisoners. Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me? All yours, Gavèlle. Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell. The assassin's dog was the killer. My position is the same as it was yesterday. Until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, I cannot accept your theory into evidence. I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog could have freely traveled between the prison and the detention center.
Take that!
This is... It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison. What? What? A secret passageway? It was dug by one Mr. Rocco Conservato, escapee. Leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held. Well, this is certainly a surprise. To think that it was beneath our feet this entire time. Mr. Kanis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder. In the name of the goddess of justice. Overruled, Miss Edgeworth. You are out of line.
Hold it!
How so, Your Honor?
Overruled!
Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of an investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report. His autopsy report? Where did you get that? How do you not know you had it? The police handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The goddess of justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon, but its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim that the dog used a knife instead?
But that's impossible!
That will be all. This court is adjourned. But the tunnel, the paw prints! What of him? Elmwood is something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just happened across the tunnel one day. Although I couldn't say for certain. I myself cannot wander quite so freely. That would be quite a coincidence, but I can't prove it's not the case either. He sure knows how to keep a secret, huh? Kinda wish she'd kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that. She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with that autopsy report. I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Yeah, this all checks out. Yep. Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So please feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic, after all. Was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor. Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken to you through my gavel. Alright, I got it. Nice work, Gavèlle. Just like we planned it. I did only as you instructed, Eustace. I thank you. This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept his legitimacy. You know what else is a sharp blade-like weapon? A dog's fang? His canine, if you will. You know? But, sure. If the dog didn't kill Knight, then that takes Kanis out of the running. The goddess of justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest. What's our move, sir? I think she really means it this time. What do you think, Detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gavèlle. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated. Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede. This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread. And let it fall for it must. Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client. The goddess of justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept yet another offer of mercy. Haha, attaboy, Miles. That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests is really starting to mean something there. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first. My father. In fact, I could swear I saw Gregory Spirit in here for a second there. You said that you've changed since your days in Von Karma's shadow. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to. Thank you, Vanda. Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on. It's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was off with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart? A bladed weapon? Of course. There were 5 chisels in Kanis' cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was... Have you quite finished? You've been in your best interest to Evidence is everything. It may very well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade, then where is it? The guards didn't find it. Why can't you just go? So what if I didn't find it? What are you driving at? What if I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was? And it was right under our noses the whole time. Indeed, it was one of Mr. Kanis' chisels. What?
Overruled.
I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in a cell by a dog. I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of a crime. If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. But that begs the question of what exactly it was we saw in the security footage. Oh yeah, the security footage. How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants? An excellent question. The footage shows... Mr. Kanis' dog jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man. He didn't? No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a corpse through the tunnel. He dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master. Oh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Kanis could finish the job. And he could definitely use one of his chisels to do it. Correct. You brought it down by Kanis. You're the only one who could have done it.
Objection!
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get this on your report card? Refuses to listen. Must learn to respect others. Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours? We already searched Mr. Casey's cell from top to bottom, right, Gavèlle? Yes, we even inspected his chisels. All 4 of them. There wasn't a single speck of blood.
Hold it!
Why, thank you, Your Honor. You have just confirmed my theory. I have? What exactly do you mean? Last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4. Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5. And the one that's missing is the small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Kanis, where'd you hide that chisel? A pocket chisel? And what use might I have for such a thing? I am rarely allowed to leave my cell. In which case, he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Kanis. You seem to have an idea where this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us? For a man who can't leave his cell of his own volition, Kanis could only have hidden the chisel here. Mr. Kanis is still a prisoner, despite the comfort he enjoys. He's rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere. That would have been far from ideal. You'd have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up. Intriguing! Do go on, Mr. Edward. Furthermore, this room is the one place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of. Ah, the old keep the incriminating evidence close routine. Classic.
Objection!
But oh look, I searched the whole cell myself, and there's just no way he could have hidden it.
Objection!
I am certain that the murder weapon is here, and that the reason why no one has found it yet is because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner. Do enlighten us, Mr. Edward. What was my ingenious plan? Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot you could make use of. Think about when you came here previously. What are you missing? He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here. Come on. The dog. He hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Kanis even encouraged him to do so. That must be it. I knew something was off. I can hardly believe it. But I think I know where he hid the murder weapon. Giving up already? I expected more of you, Mr. Edward.
Hold it!
As well you should, if you would give me a moment. For this piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon.
Take that!
Your dog. Your dog. He seems unusually quiet today. Oh yeah, unlike last time when... Mr. Kanis, if you would be so kind as to open Helmut's mouth. Oh, come now. He hasn't barked because he's a well-behaved boy. I had to order him to last time. Then order him again, this instant. Sound like we're asking for the world, Mr. Kanis. But we have something to hide. If you insist. Come on, Helmut. Open up. And there we have it. A chisel that small was easy enough for a dog of this size. What? A chisel in the dog? Why is there a chisel in the dog? I thought he'd been strangely quiet. I guess his brain has finally caught up. Eustace, why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent. Okay. Our findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel. What? Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it? Alright, so we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah? Forensic evidence can't be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is most likely the case. Mr. Kanis, in light of the discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands that you explain yourself. I found it. We found the route your dog took to the holding cells, and now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one? You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edward. Why does he always laugh like that, even when it's not funny? Poor Helmut, how could they suspect us? You leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I do not kill anyone. I have grown tired of killing. Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well. The court will hear Mr. Kanis' testimony. if you would be so kind. Gladly. Interesting. Could it be the warden? When she went to interrogate him, maybe she had a guard go into his cell and steal his chisel. And then after she was done with it, she put it back here. Kanis saw it, figured out what was going on, figured out that he's being framed, so he tried, as a last resort, he tried to hide it inside helmet, maybe? I don't know. Okay. Let's see. I mean, he's such an obvious, such an obvious choice for perpetrator, so it has to be not him, right? So, let's see. Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this night. I had no contact with him, no connection whatsoever. Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be you are suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Elmot only bears his fangs when I tell him to. Right. I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know. Aren't you like a... Are you like... I mean, you're an assassin, so I'm guessing you're basically a hired gun. You do it for money. So, if you kill for money, surely your only motive is money. Or maybe getting out of the prison. If you're like some sort of vigilante, if you're not doing it for money, then you're just a serial killer. Not an assassin, so... okay. Whatever. I'm not so prestige that I would kill a man that I did not know. I mean, when he puts it that way... An assassin who only kills his acquaintances. Not the soundest business model, I agree. My work required me to deal with strangers, of course, but murder for its own sake? That's not my style. So I need to prove a link between Knight and Kanis. Okay, sure. I should go over the evidence again and see what I can discover. He was about to defeat you in chess. There you go. He was going to make the ultimate move. I could not let him do it. Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been.
Hold it!
I'm puzzled by this focus on motive. Aren't you an assassin? Assassin or not, Mr. Edward, I don't spill blood for nothing. Not in a professional nor in a private capacity. That's just not how it's done, is it, boy? No, it's not. I never knew this Knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever.
Hold it!
Well, we can easily disprove that. You didn't know who he was. That's quite unlike you, Mr. Kanis. You overestimate me, Mr. Edward. Perhaps you had a harder time putting me in the air than I had realized, but I am no master criminal. That said, you are no run-of-the-mill prisoner either. You're the fixer, correct? I find it highly unlikely that a man in such a position would have no knowledge of the new detainee at all. Then you have a rather inflated idea of my position. I have my connections, yes, but I am not all-knowing. Not knew nothing of Mr. Knight. Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead?
Hold it!
You're an assassin. Since when have you needed a motive? He's a strange man, isn't he, Elmot? Yes, he is. Is he a fool? A genius? It's hard to say.
Objection!
Drop the act, Mr. Kanis, and answer the question. No, you will answer mine. Who am I, Mr. Edward? I am the very same person you caught. An assassin. A murderer for hire. Were I want to kill without rhyme or reason, I would still be free to recite sutras in peace out here. Out there. What? Could it be you are suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead?
Hold it!
Of course not. But your dog was trained to kill. What is this man talking about? Elmot? Why would he say such an awful thing about you? He's a silly man, that's what he is, yes. And perhaps he killed the wrong person. That would explain the lack of motive. Do you precious police dogs attack people willy-nilly? Have some respect, Mr. Edward. If you are going to accuse Elmot of something, at least show us some evidence to back up your claims. I would if I had any. Helmut only bares his fangs when I tell him to.
Hold it!
Then you must have done so, didn't you? You owed a nice death. Oh, Mr. Edgewood, you'll have to try harder than that. Have you forgotten what I just said? I did not know, Mr. Knight. I did not even know that name. If you are going to insist otherwise, then the least you can do is show us some sort of proof. He must show us some proof, mustn't he, Helmut? Yes, he must. Whether it was Kanis or his dog that committed the killing, Knight wouldn't be dead if Kanis himself hadn't wanted him to be. My first order of business should be to prove that Kanis and Knight knew each other.
Objection!
You're getting sloppy, Mr. Kanis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's the record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board. What? The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120, and that's on the low end. Wait, so that's 10 times 10, 120 times over, right? 100,000... I give up. I mean, what do you even call a number that big? A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now, tell us why you killed Knight. Unless that is, you would prefer to explain the coincidence. Well, they do say that truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence. But that's totally impossible. We just proved that. A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was a victim, you see. And yet here we are. Helmut is as surprised as I am. Aren't you, Helmut? Yes. Right. Well, yes, we can prove that they played chess with each other, but we can't prove that they knew who they were playing against, right? This boy has nothing for it but to finally tell the truth, boy. The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business, when in comes Helmut, dragging a corpse of all things. I had quite a shock, not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was not too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmut take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I had asked. The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop. Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess after all. You know something, that makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Soward said, Mr. Edgeworth? That huge black dog had sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you say? He was hellish, utterly hellish. That beast, that awful beast, he killed him. I see. So what Mr. Soward actually saw was Helmut removing the murder weapon, then? Precisely. I can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy, it's not like you to slip up like that, is it now? And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmut is growing restless.
Objection!
Sorry, but if you could entertain us for just a little longer, Mr. Kanis. Fender? No offense, Palio, but I think you've quite told us everything. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. He's right. It makes sense that he wouldn't move the body to avoid suspicion. Kanis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon. So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought. Please answer the question, Mr. Kanis. It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel and the one around Helmut's neck. Have a very distinctive design, if you will. Of course, there was something of a trademark of yours, were there not? I don't get it. How does that even work? Bodhidharma Kanis, the blind butcher, his appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. Last sound his victims would ever hear. You flatter me. Though it's been some years since you last saw one of them, you remember them well. Your knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you. Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only two in existence. Just two. Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide after all. And I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. When Helmut brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed. But no, a chisel, an ordinary chisel. Certainly no assassin's blade. Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect. And so the chisel had to be removed and eaten. You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body. It had nothing to do with the killing. How could I? I told you, the chisel is not mine. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for fingerprints? Eustace. Oh, me? I don't know how to check for prints. Get forensics. Oh, right. Sure thing. We got 'em! Fingerprints! They're Mr. Knight's! And Mr. Kanis's? No, just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said there's no sign of any prints ever been wiped off. Only Knight's fingerprints. This isn't good. Shall I get him check again? Now do you see? I have never so much as touched that chisel. Helmut carried it in his mouth, that is all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last. So the murder weapon belonged to the victim? Oh, that's not helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise?
I've got nothing to counter with.
But what could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be.
I am sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth, but if you do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. Am I clear?
You've done it now, sir. He's serious.
I hate to admit it, but fingerprints turn everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one. Wait, something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have needed a chisel for? You can do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of a prison, for one. Alright, then how did he get it in there? Then how did he get it in here? There's no way the guards would let him bring a super sharp tool in with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Can't stand there hemming and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is finding the truth, you know? Doesn't matter how we get there. As long as we save Seaman in the end. Can't give up now, or ever. Yeah, what she said. I'll second that. You won me around with that, Kay. I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said. What do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses? Heart of those words. It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest. Not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you? I am an associate with the defense now. No, I am an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen. And that means that if I fail to save my client, I have failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. One path is blocked, I must simply find another. There we go. That's the Miles Edgeworth I know. And let's find that new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison. Right. How would Knight have managed to bring a chisel in here? Usually it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into the facility undetected. Because of the security gate, right? Correct, but we already know that checks at one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough of late. Namely, the gate at the entrance to the detention center. That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. Are you telling me that the chest set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late. Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel, hidden inside his pocket chest set. That does answer one of our questions. And it suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's and not Mr. Kanis's. However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address. That of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. I just want to explain it if Miss Kanis was not the culprit. But then, how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? This one's a real three-piper. The court, too, finds itself wanting for a satisfactory explanation. Wait, sir, I think it might be time to show you another piece of one of my secret weapons. Introducing secret weapon number 4, Little V. What sort of name is that, detective? I came up with it myself, sir. Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage. An excellent idea. Perhaps then you might finally see that I'm telling the truth. Who knows if there's anything to be found, but it has to be worth a try. Swear to God, if it's the monkey, I'm gonna lose it. Alright, want me to talk you through how to use it, sir? Seeing as I'm not exactly familiar with video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear him out. If you could run me through its functions, detective, that would be most appreciated. Yes, sir. Basically, you just gotta do what you always do. Examine anything that catches your eye. And I can examine things with Y, I see. Next up, see those controls at the bottom of the screen? Panels on the left and right let you rewind or fast forward. You can use the middle one to pause. Get used to those and you're golden, sir. Seems I can also press RB to fast forward, LB to rewind the footage. I can press A to pause. If it is paused, you go to the previous frame with left bumper or the next frame with right bumper. We'll just use the same control panels I showed you earlier. Lastly, I better explain how to zoom in. Slide up the old cursor with the area you want to take a closer look at, and use the paddle in the bottom right. The little V will do the rest. It's got those 2 expanding arrows right on it. Can't miss it, sir. It would appear I can zoom in by pressing X, too. By the way, even when you're zoomed in, you can still examine stuff, just like in regular view. Also, you can make use of previous and next frame to get a good look at what's really happening. Only thing you can't do when you're zoomed in is play the footage, so there's that. I see. How do I zoom out again? Just use the button on the lower right again, sir. See how it's gone from expanding to collapsing arrows on there? That's because you're zoomed in. That about sums it up. Now let's fire a little V up for real. Remember, just examine anything that catches your eye and you'll do fine. Footage from Knight's holding cell. Other than the victim being attacked by that dog, I can't see what else it might show us. But suppose we're wrong. What could we be looking at instead? Could the person in the footage be someone other than Knight? And if so, could whatever's attacking them be something else too? I should keep both questions in mind while reviewing the footage. You never know what you're gonna see once you start looking at things up close. Check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure. What in this footage seems odd? That's not a dog. Wait, that's... I suspect we may have made a critical error of judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. This animal is... It's kind of like a little bear. Maybe. That's not a dog, it's a bear. What? So the paw prints from the photo I took were not canine, but ursine. A bear?
So could that mean...
Yes, I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a pet? And if we were mistaken about the creature in the footage, it's not inconceivable that we're mistaken about the person in the footage too.
maybe there's something in there that could prove it, sir?
Something that shows he was a knight. You're right. Can't see the person's face, which means that direct identification is out of the question. But perhaps there's something that can tell us who they are indirectly.
Indirectly, like the mirror.
Yes, it's certainly worth a look. What in this footage seems odd? The guy looks like he's wearing a guard's uniform. Oh, yeah, there we go. You can see the hat there. Police hat. The figure is reflected in the mirror here, too. Is that a hat?
Say, doesn't that look like the hats the guards wear, sir? Oh, geez, is that what I think it is?
Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard recently? Not that I've heard of. This may not be a guard rule, but somebody dresses one. Perhaps this might shed a little light on the matter of the hat.
Take that!
So, no guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know, but we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Could the person in the security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed?
A guard disguise? I guess it might work. Wait,
Weren't we just talking about someone? We were indeed. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. We had assumed that it was night in the security footage. Well, it was a cell. It's hardly a crazy theory. Perhaps, but now that we know about the hole under the bed, it is no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. And who was that, Miss Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be? The person in the security footage is...
Take that!
I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. It is none other than Rocco Casirato, the prisoner who recently escaped from this facility. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion. The bear in the video is all black. Indeed. We have evidence that explains why. The evidence that explains a polar bear's dark fur is...
Take that!
Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Saw's testimony.
that's a rubber glove I dropped.
Would you care to explain why it's so dirty?
Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened.
I see. Around what time would this have been?
Let's see, the show had already started, so around 9 a.m. perhaps? The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud.
While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment. And that animal could have been, indeed, our polar bear. Miss Edgeworth, your latest assertion is simply introduces yet another contradiction. The footage from the security camera. I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Sawwood mentioned applying the mud pack while the circus performance was underway, and this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage.
It does?
Yes, let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay? If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 a.m. In which case, something isn't right about the footage.
Really? And what's that?
What new contradiction does the security footage introduce relative to when it was recorded?
Take that!
Mr. Sawwood said he administered the treatment at around 9 a.m., in which case, the security footage should also show a time of around 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42 a.m. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus. All except 3. Mr. Kanis, who remained in the cell in maximum security, Mr. Sawwood, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop, and Rocco Casirato, who had been awaiting that precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Sawwood before entering the tunnel. And the bear then slipped out of Mr. Sawwood's grasp to run after his human. Mr. Sawwood would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis' dog receiving the murder weapon from Knight's body. It all fits perfectly, except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 AM. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off. Why would the timestamp be wrong? Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined right away, please. It was made in France. It's not 3 hours off. It's 9 hours too early. I'm back, sir. I just talked to the guys and, seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. What? Pretty old, sir. Guess the clock stops when the power's off. Which would mean the power is off for approximately 3 hours at some point. That's not all, sir. You remember how nice seeing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, he seemed kind of like the only suspect. Turns out, that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy. Which may not necessarily have been a lie. Darlings, there you all are! How goes the investigation? Is there anything I could do to help things along? Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden Leguan. Escapee, Mr. Conservato. I believe he may still be on the premises. He's disguised as a guard. Here's the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I am correct, he might even be right here in this room with us now. Hey, Mr. Conservato would have been wearing a bracelet, right? Yes, a bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of his stolen uniform. Furthermore, doors out of the prison proper don't have those sensors that detect the bracelets installed. So if he avoided doors with sensors, he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape. Well, yes, I suppose you could. You just have to avoid the workshops and the cells and... Oh my. He's one of you, isn't he? He's in here right now. Look, it's Teddy. Hey, pause off! Get your mitts off of me, you big palooka! Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm my suspicions. Dang it, kid! It wasn't for you, Ada! What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Conservato? I'm almost envious. Gods, I apprehend this man! A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we are to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him. With your permission, of course. I can hardly say no now, can I? Well, come on, then. Hit me with your best shot. Mr. Conservato's escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible he has something to offer. Tell me what you were doing on the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered. So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. You know how long it took me to dig that friggin' thing? I had me a guard's uniform, a hole dug, and a plan in place. So I went for it on the day you found the guy. But then this little guy just had to come right after me. The sack of fur was covered in mud, too. Had to go back to our cell. Oh, I see. I would have gotten away with it. Somebody had an off night and brought you bumps down here. You claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? How? Used everything I could get my hands on, see? Hammers, spoons, you name it. Spent every dime I had on this cockamamie fixer. What do I got to show for it now, huh? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day. There's an outside chance Mr. Conservato and Knight met face to face, just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him. So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel.
Hold it!
A tunnel you... Shut up! Who are you telling to hold it? A tunnel you said you don't know nothing. You don't know what I had to do. Had to come crawling into the fixer muck. Had to gravel and kowtow day after day after day. How you gotta give me back the hours, huh? The days, the months. Oh, I can't get a win in edgewise. You should have never stuck your nose in my tunnel. Never. You know how long it took me to dig that friggin' thing?
Hold it!
So the tunnel was all your own work? Every inch. You see anybody else in my cell when he was there? That's quite an effort, even for an athlete. Yeah, now that I think of it, that is an insane amount of digging for one guy. Yeah, well, you don't even know the half of it, kid. But it ain't like I had a choice. Trust nobody and don't get caught. Them's the rules the con's gotta live by. Huh. You know, the rules of being a great thief are pretty similar. Okay, I'd rather you didn't start sympathizing with the suspect. I was just joking, Miss Edgeworth. Ain't no stick of Joe to me! You punks owe me! I had me a guard's uniform, a hole dug, and a plan in place, so I went for it on the day you found the guy.
Hold it!
The uniform, was that from the fixer too? Uh-huh, sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. At the guy swipe it from a pal's locker. And were you wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? Nope, would have got dirt on it. I had to hold on to it till I got the holding cell. Once I was out of there and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I thinks. Freedom beckons. Then the fur boy jumps up at me. Which would be the woman captured on camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. Once I was out of that tunnel and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake.
Hold it!
Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say? Sure, any of this seems easy after dragging yourself through a hole in the ground. And you were familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you live in the prison? Why wouldn't I be? It ain't like I never been there before. He's familiar with the detention center, then he'd surely be aware that unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. Now I'm sure Mr. Calcerato would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make his escape. But then this little guy just had to come right after me.
Hold it!
When was it that you realized you were being pursued? Right when I'd gotten out of the tunnel. Right when I thought I was home free. Ugh. You didn't notice anything before that? When were you in the tunnel, When you were in the tunnel, perhaps? Nah, he wasn't around. I made sure of it. Knew the little guy would have been all over me like a rash if he had been. I was so close, I could smell it. And then there he was, the little bum. Hey, don't you think you're being a little mean to your friend? Poor Teddy. Mean nothing! He rumbled me last time, and now he's rumbled me again. Kids all over me. What am I supposed to do? Coming after me yesterday was bad enough. Sack of fur was covered in mud, too. Had to go back to our cell.
Hold it!
You didn't consider trying to escape with Teddy? Would if I coulda, but all that mud would have given us away. Chances to break out of the slammer don't exactly grow on trees, pal. When one comes along, you gotta do it right. Fooled by the one who loves them most. It's almost tragic. There's an outside chance Mr. Calcerato and I met face to face just before his murder. I should listen carefully to each of his statements and look over the evidence we have.
Objection!
You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Yeah, you got a problem with that? 'Cause we can make it a problem if you catch my drift. Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Calcerato, I posit that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key. I don't got no second key. I didn't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I whacked right out.
Objection!
Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. And it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. So perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to escape previously. Yeah, the security footage shows when you tried and failed because Teddy called you, which was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at that time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible. Are you saying could really have... I believe he could, yes. The theft of the keys was in fact perpetrated by none other than Mr. Calcerato. He is the one who attacked the guard. Not just the guard, Knight too, all to gain possession of the guard's keys. It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I didn't even know this nut guy. After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. And then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. A moment when the prison would be almost deserted. That's right, the moment of the show, just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend. Says who, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet. Nuh-uh. Night, the guard out for the count, and everybody knows it. Don't play games with me. Knight was as much a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked in his cell.
Take that!
That proves it. Indeed it does. Yes, I think I see it. Very victimy indeed.
Overruled.
Miss Edgeworth, this piece of evidence is utterly meaningless. Really? Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Only she went here.
I have to try and recall the evidence we found in Knight's cell. There is something in there that suggests that what must have really happened between the two of them. Oh, I guess he had nothing after all, eh? Okay. I mean, it says a blow to the head, but okay, sure. Right. What else can we use? Oh, the blood on the Really?
Take that!
What? Okay. Sure. Fine. Right. Because if the chisel was pulled out at the workshop, then there shouldn't be any blood on the cell. Right, okay. We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked? And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed both of them and stole the keys. Why, what's with you, huh? That newspaper wiped that blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it. Okay, but why'd you think you had to wipe it up anyway? If they had checked Knight in the guard's hands, they would have seen those two never came to blows. But that blood would give up the whole game. Ain't no way they don't figure there was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around on the floor, they'd have found the tunnel in a heartbeat. So he wiped up the blood to buy himself a little more time, so he could wait for a better opportunity. Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear of the prison, it seems. Now, hand over the keys.
Right in the kisser. Yeah.
Ding ding ding.
KO'd by lousy stinking bum.
Fine, you want keys? Here, I hope you choke on them. Thank you.
Overruled.
Oh, wait a moment. If Mr. Casuato here had the keys... Indeed, Your Honor. Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape a cell. That was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that that theory cannot possibly be true. Aye! No! Guess this changes things up a bit, yeah? Now the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about that tunnel.
No! You gotta be friggin'... Mr. Casuardo, you're under arrest! Come quietly now, pal.
Wait, you got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing.
Alright, fine. I knocked those two chumps out, and I stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around. And I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way in there or something? I couldn't even have gotten out myself.
Indeed, you only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in the prison. But Mr. Kanis' dog could.
What?
It was not you, but Helmut who moved the body from your cell to the workshop.
I get it now.
You're saying he wasn't the only con in this conspiracy. Indeed, one can easily imagine that Mr. Casuardo and Mr. Kanis might have worked together. Mr. Casuardo could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell,
and then Mr. Kanis' dog took him from there to the workshop.
There are no restrictions on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Casuardo.
How can you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more of them and you just don't know.
Something tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough.
You got that right. You try scraping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Lucky for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of the work for me.
What? You didn't dig the entire tunnel yourself?
Nope. Found them when they put me in that cell.
ran all the way from there to the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, alright. I just made good on what somebody else already started.
What was the original tunnel for?
Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe there's somebody else trying to break out.
Ooh, or maybe the animals dug it. Like, to get water from the well or something. I've heard of more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, okay?
Well, try, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. Though, come to think of it, a smell. Yeah, always smelled kinda nice down there.
Nice?
Gee, I don't know. Smells sort of like dessert, I guess.
A sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. Where did we come across a sweet scent before?
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. With the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body and traced its route back through the prison. And that, Mr. Carcerato, is how we found your tunnel. Could that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well? Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel? I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carcerato, you are the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access. You have our thanks, Mr. Carcerato. Truly. Finally, the truth comes into view. Now, unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident.
What? You ain't pinning this on me?
I'm glad to see that we are finally in agreement, Your Honor. Oh, if only we were, Miss Edgeworth. Mr. Carcerato may have been an accomplice, but not of Mr. Kanis. No, he was working with Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
What do you mean? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole.
You gotta be kidding me!
Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carcerato had reached a certain agreement? Kind of agreement, exactly. Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And here was that precise means, in the form of the keys Mr. Carcerato had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Carcerato himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carcerato's plans would be ruined. And so, the two struck a deal.
Lady, the only striking I do is with my fists.
My, still you deny it. So, we're agreeing that we still disagree? Mr. Knight had Mr. Carcerato unlock his cell so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper, just as planned. And then he took Mr. Knight to the workshop and did the dirty deed.
Objection!
Were neither of you listening? The scent on Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell to the... Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. And what are you deriving at? Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. Huh? Then how did it get down there? There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing! Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop, he took it outside. There, he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well. Mr. Kanis' dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait, Simeon? Ah, indeed. And so you see how it must also have been him who disposed of the body. Judge Gavèlle is a truly formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down the well, I am sure you will agree.
Objection!
Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time. My sympathies, Miss Edgeworth, but it simply could not have. What? Mr. Casurato is using the tunnel at around the time the show began. Mr. Casurato, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you're down there? No. Place was clean. If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Casurato would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show. Alright, hold on a minute. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? What do we do, Miss Edgeworth? The body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well. Things don't look good for Mr. Saint. Still, Your Honor, your theory is still just that, a theory. And I posit that you lack the evidence to back it up. I concede that for the moment. What? I concede that for the moment I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. What's that sound? Yikes! Is there a fire? Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too? What? Darlings, please. There's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean, that's not an alarm. It's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it is rather alarming if you aren't used to it. It certainly scared the heck out of me. I'm so sorry, sweet pea. I hope you can forgive us. Alright, you two, back to the post. Chop, chop. As for you, Rocco Casurato, it's time you went back to your room. Yeah, fine, I get the picture. Come on, Teddy. We're out of here. Warden LaGuard, we'd like to take one more look around the yard now. Oh, darling, so you have homes of your own to go to. Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow, No, it's imperative that we investigate it right away. I think we've had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers, escapees. So eventful. Some our guests went home to Betty Pies, isn't it? Yes, it is. Come on now, darlings. Don't make me bore you with all that I am the warden, this is an order nonsense. Warden LaGuard is right. The word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Miss Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day. What are you waiting for, kiddykins? Off you go. Fine. At least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Gavèlle believes that Knight's body was dropped on the well, and then taken through Mr. Casurato's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe that Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. But was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so? Come on, Miss Edgeworth. Tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will. Yes, we will. And we'll prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt. To be continued. March 29th, 10:12 a.m., Prison Yard. Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. Although, that might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate. Judge Gavèlle's deduction yesterday. There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mrs. Saint? Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well? The answer to that question will surely show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little. Let's see here. Huh, there is a cover on it. Dry her up, well slap bag in the middle of a prison? Figures it'd be locked. Well, luckily I'm master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa! Where's it, Kay? The lock's broken, and from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time. That's the case. Anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Judge Gavèlle's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard, and then during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking, Mazzarino? Plausible or no? Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here and which way it went. Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe speaking. Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You bet, sir. Gumshoe, 7 secret weapons for the rescue again, huh? Fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Barrett to come down here with you. Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it. So, what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide-and-go-seek? Fine idea, kiddo, but where exactly will we hide? He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one. Oh, you bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming right up. Say what now? Let me show you. Introducing a great thief's great secret weapon, Little Thief. Whoa! Screens appearing from thin air? This is some next level tech, little sis. Wanna talk me through the deets? What are you doing now? I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation. Allow me to explain. This is Mr. Thief. It's a device that can recreate crime scenes at specific moments in time based on the data you feed it. How about I start us off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday? Good idea. That was when they were in the middle of tearing down the stage. We didn't pay much attention to the well then. Who knows? We may have overlooked something. Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Beepity beep bop beep. That's all the data. Just gotta bump the projection power to max and... Dark skies of evening when no other bird dares take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of real modern-day Robin Hood. Yipes! What is this? It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modeled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yatagarasu. They used it to plan robberies. Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now. Oh, but keep in mind that it can only recreate what you tell it to. It can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, then you wind up with those same mistakes in the recreation too. This particular recreation is based on Kay's photo, so we shouldn't run into any problems. That's enough preamble. Shall we get started? Don't forget, you can examine stuff in the recreation just like in real life. You can also present evidence to try to clear up any inconsistencies you find. Of course. Thank you for the reminder. Now, let's take a look at that well. These chairs must have been for the audience. Wow, I put over a... Oh, what? It's just a great themey show. Oh, okay. Really? Okay, same stuff? I guess it makes sense. Sort of. This pond is home to Warden Laguar's beloved alligator. And look, those bones must be from her latest meal. I somewhat doubt an alligator could pick a carcass clean like that. You think? I got the feeling she was rather ladylike in her own way, actually. If you say so. Well, I do. I kind of have a sixth sense for these things. An interesting talent, though not one I'm particularly envious of. Oh, okay. Of course, how could I forget? Not exactly inspired, though, is it? Was Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it? Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth, not in front of the poor elephant herself. What? But she's a recreation, what? Wicker basket, another cart. Okay, nothing relevant there. Probably is bees not. Let me open it. Okay. The Great Thief's great secret weapon. Color me intrigued, Malzarino. Not exactly by the book stuff, though, yeah? Using Great Thief doodads in an official investigation. Whoa, enough with the death stares, Chief. I'm cool, okay? I can keep a secret. Anything for the truth, am I right? It's possible that vital evidence has already been destroyed. In that case, reproduction of the scene, we have no hope of finding it. Hey, relax. Like I said, I'll just zip it and nod politely while you cats do your thing. Thank you. That would be very helpful. We should examine this area carefully. It might just hold the clue we need. It's a metal weight of some kind. Looks like it weighs... The projection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay? Sure, it was 30 pounds. What does anyone need such a heavy weight for, anyway? Does seem related to the circus show, at any rate. There's a sturdy-looking hemp rope lying on the ground. That reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug-of-war in school. The answer is no, Kay. What? I didn't even say anything. Yet? I see it also has a metal stake attached to one end. Oh yeah, looks like something you'd use to put up a tent. But there was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? Stab someone's neck. What a bunch of pulleys doing here. They don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. Looks like this was designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of the bucket, though. The well was behind the stage, which means there are many people who could have thrown Knight's body down it during the show. It's looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint. So, what do you think all the stuff around the well was used for? Can't see any of the animals needing them for their part of the performance. Indeed, nothing immediately strikes me as likely on purpose. As a likely purpose. We'll have to ask Miss Berry later. I suspect that's about all there is to find for now. Dr. Gumshoe should be here soon, too. Okay, you can power down Mr. Thief now. Sure thing. Prepare to return to normality. Sorry, sir. I came as quick as I could. Speak of the devil. Ah, Detective. That was indeed impressively quick. You know me, sir. Never did like to keep you waiting. Thanks for coming all this way, too, Regina. No problem. This seemed way more fun than rehearsal, so I ditched them for the day. Very much appreciated. Alright, Detective. Let's get started with Missile. Yes, sir. Hey, Missile. Over here, boy. What's the matter? Come on, boy. Come on. What's wrong with him? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Eek! Alligator! Guess he's not a fan, sir. Sorry. I doubt he'll be of much help to us like this. Any other bright ideas, Malzarino? Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand? Oh, I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Allie some tricks? I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. I'd simply like an account of what the art looked like during the show. I like where this is going. You're thinking of using Little Thief again, am I right? If you'd be so kind. Okay, I've plugged in all the data. Firing up the simulation. Here we go. This is what the yard was like during the show. Time at which the body was purported to have been thrown down the well. Oh wow, this is so amazing! It's like magic. No magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Which is why, the area behind the stage is missing. Yeah, Regina said she was involved in getting the stage set up. So we don't have any data on what it was like back then. No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by himself. Oh, no. It's all my frilly associate's fault. Objection, Vendor. Anyway, we've got a fresh simulation now, but we still have the other data too. I can switch back whenever you want to the recreation of them taking down the stage. So we can examine the scene both during and after the show. Switch between the two at will. I can switch between recreations by using Y to talk with K. Now then, let's continue our investigation, shall we? So, do you come to visit the prison often, Regina? I sure do. I have so many little friends here. It's wonderful. And they're all such sweeties, the old faces and the new. I met a new friend only yesterday. Allie is just the cutest. Cute? That full-grown alligator lurking in the depths of the pond? Are you sure about that? Can't help worrying you could just walk up and then chomp, you know? Oh, don't be silly. She'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing great. I heard she hasn't been herself since yesterday. I'm so worried about her. You guys are so worried too, right? Right? Yeah, totally. Super worried. Right, Miss Edgeworth? Yeah, super. Don't rub me into this. It would appear that we're missing some data for this point in time. Yep, that's about the size of it. You gotta go steal some data. I don't steal data, guy. I use logic and deduction to get what I need. Well, I'm more of an act first, think later, gal. Please don't add to my workload with your recklessness. I would hate to have to order your arrest. Don't say a word, sir. I know just what you're looking for. It's written all over your face. It is? Pistol may be temporarily out of action, but my fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. Oh, and if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too. I've never seen him so excited. I'm sure I'll let you know if I need either of them, Detective. As bad as it looks, sir. Poor little guy is scared out of his skin. I'd hope to have him track that scent again, but that clearly isn't in the cars now. Chairs are lined up neatly for the show. Though we know there were a few empty seats during the performance. Something about this space, the way the seats are arranged. Reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid. You entered a karaoke contest? I sure did, and I came in second. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight. What alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blight. Tell me you didn't actually sing that. I sure did. Did well to take second place. Perhaps stole is more apt. Or is it more that she failed to steal first place? I'm overthinking this. Spawn is home to Warden Leroy's beloved alligator. It's a pen that helped Azea, the Asian elephant. Now empty as the lady herself is on stage. Wonder how they got her here in the first place. What do you mean? Well, the entrance of the art is people-sized. And there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kinda risky, no? Not if one turned off the electricity. Yeah, but then all the prisoners would escape. Through an entrance blocked by an elephant? I think not. This is a real puzzle, alright. I'll need to give it some more thought. She seems to be enjoying the challenge. I'll leave her to it. Now that's one impressive fence. I'm sure I could climb it if I... Please don't. It's electrified. I wonder what's on the other side. Warden's office, I believe. I guess she likes to keep a close eye on her pet. This facility would probably function better as a zoo than a prison. The basket was empty in the other recreation. Oh yeah, but it was definitely empty in the photo I took too. Oops, sorry, I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier. Oh? that basket is for holding Isaiah's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished. Poof! I totally forgot to mention it. Sorry. Disappearing apples. I should make a note of this. Is this where Knight's corpse was? Someone threw out all the apples and to make room for his corpse? Story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simeon up there on the stage too. Oh, he was wonderful the way he flew off that stage. Ah yes, that scene. That scene. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. You're saying the crime took place during that time? Roughly how long would you say Mrs. Saint was off stage for, Miss Barry? Let's see, I guess it was around 15 minutes? Just as Judge Gavèlle said. Isn't it pretty hairy health and safety-wise, having an elephant fling a guy off the stage? Not at all, Isaiah's very gentle. I'm not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly. Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage, not because of Isaiah, though. Simeon had figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing? A trick? Do you have any idea what kind of trick? Ooh, me? Oh, no, it was Simeon's big thing. I wouldn't know where to start. He put pepper on her snout. She sneezed so hard, she flung him off. Okay. Alright, let's see what dots we can connect here. The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Isaiah. Really? That's strange. I made sure to put the cart where her trunk couldn't reach them. Are you sure about that? Oh yes, it was still full of apples the night before the show. But we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved to somewhere within Isaiah's reach. A large basket full of apples couldn't have been moved by the wind, which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. So before the show had even started, the cart had been moved and its apples were eaten. Yes, that seems to be the most probable timeline. Let's update the recreation, okay? Will do. I'll add that into the simulation of the performance then. Updating based on what Regina told us now. There, all done. Little wonder it smelled of animals. It was being used for the elephant. Hold Isaiah's apples, right? Yeah, yep, it was full of them the day before the show. So they vanished overnight. Ooh, did you figure something out, Miss Hatchworth? Quite possibly. The trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene. Could it have something to do with all the items we found by the well? Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage? You got it. Taking another look at these items. Could they not have been used for this trick of Mr. Saint? Sounds plausible enough. Hey, I could maybe add it to the simulation. Good idea. Please go and ask Mr. Saint for the details. Roger that. I'll be right back. I'm back, and he told me exactly how he did it. Excellent. Well, how does it work? He said he used the pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from a rope, and lowered that down into the well. The other end of the rope went through two more pulleys, and was tied around his body. I see. So he used the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself into the air. But how did he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to? He used a stake to stop it, that's how. Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it. In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake. That's right. To do that, he used a second length of rope. He tied it to the stake, and then when he gave it a sharp tug, the stake was released and the weight dropped down the well. It's a great trick. I have to seal it. This one has to go into the Great Thief's repertoire. It may not be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply seeing the idea won't be enough. Alright, practice it is then. Well, before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation? Oh, right. Then we can see how it all worked for ourselves. Okay, I'm switching back to the recreation of the performance. And now, to add the data, Little Thief should be able to reproduce the tricks now. So this is how Mr. Saint performed this trick. Simeon's full of surprises, eh? I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off the stage like that, that's genius. Indeed, but I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight. More than him, at the very least. It would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air like that. Yeah, and probably a ton of practice. Mr. Saint used the well to construct a contraption that would send him flying from the stage. He made clever use of 2 ropes. That's one heavy weight. Kinda makes you think how much this must all be weighing on Simeon. It does. I'm not sure I quite see it myself. Oh, too bad we don't have the real thing here. Otherwise, I'd hang it around your neck like a big old albatross. Then we'll see how you like it. You'd face some stiff resistance if you tried, I can promise you that. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop. Yes, but why is it here? Are you okay, Miss Edgeworth? You've gone kinda blank. I tend to say blank until you stop stealing my thoughts. Pulling in a rope. I suppose the two do tend to go together. They sure do, like a great thief and a treasure. Can't have one without the other. Sorry, but the proper pairing in this case is a great thief and a set of handcuffs. This is the rope that was hanging down the well. But there's no pinata at the end of it, and definitely no bucket. Do try to be serious, okay? Oh, come on, Miss Edgeworth. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. So cut it out with that stare of yours. Actually, she may be onto something. You might want to consider what could have really been attached at the end of the rope. Wait, doesn't this seem odd to you? No? You haven't noticed, Detective. There's something strange about the weight we found. Problem is the number of weights. That is to say, the one weight on its own wouldn't be heavy enough. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. Oh yeah! In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing? Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir. Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with him then. Detective, I have need of one of your secret weapons. Roger that. The metal detector, if you would be so kind. Ah, jeez, I'm never gonna get to use my fishing rod. So, before we get started, let me run you through how the metal detector works, sir. It's simple enough. It uses this sound
and this gauge to tell you how close you are to something made of metal. The closer you get, the more strongly you react. When it starts going wild like this, just give me the order to examine the spot where I'm standing. Say, what do we got here? Oh, the fence. Anyway, that's how it all works. You tell me where you want me to look, sir, and I'll get right on it.
That's it. There'll be time to chat later. We have an investigation to conduct.
Yes, sir.
I got something. There's something here, sir.
Ooh. It's a gold coin, sir. What a find. It'll go down in history.
I don't imagine gold coin would stay hidden long in a prison yard.
Oh, you found it? Never would have guessed it was out there this whole time. That's one of the coins from the big corner we owed once every 2 weeks. Hey, that sounds kind of interesting. Must be fun for the whole family. Sure is. The prisoners have to hunt for the coins the warden buried around the yard. If they find 3 silver coins or 1 gold coin, they can swap them for a jelly donut.
First the show, now a treasure hunt. Is this a prison or a playground?
Alright, let's get back to it. I found something. There's something here, sir.
I don't see anything metallic. What did the detective pick up?
Guess he must have just picked up some iron sand.
Iron sand, as in sand you can pick up with a magnet.
That's the stuff. You can find it at the beach sometimes. And I got just the thing we need right here. Introducing secret weapon number 607. Are you making this up as you go along? A seemingly ordinary magnet that I found in the hardware store. Watch this. I just bring it close to the ground and ta-da! It's picking up the iron. Ooh! Come on, little guys. Come to Papa.
Must be nice to be so easily entertained. Regardless, the investigation must continue.
Alright, let's get back to it. Sir, I'm picking up something over here. Let's take a little look-see. Huh? Found these little guys in the grass.
They're the same as the weight we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Did someone hide these here on purpose?
I count 4 altogether, sir.
They would be more than heavy enough to send him flying. So somebody hid several of the same weights as the one by the well. But why? And why over here?
Yes, nice work, me. Eek!
Alligator! That thing really gave me a heart attack. Oh? What's the matter, detective?
It's the metal detector, sir. It's, reacting to the alligator.
What? How? You sure it's not responding to the weights we just found?
No, sir. I'm sure this is something different. I'm sure it's coming from the alligator.
And she's gone. Ha! We scared that big snapper good. I don't think that's it, Gay. Huh? Then what is it? Allie hasn't been herself lately. That's the name, Allie, the warden's favorite pet. She wouldn't even look at the food Warden LaGuard brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if maybe she had eaten something that didn't agree with her.
Maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir.
Oh no, what if she ate one of the weights? I highly doubt that even an alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. So what did the metal detector actually pick up? And why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Kay, could you recreate the scene again? Coming right up. Alright, hold on a moment. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue our investigation. Where were we? Where were we last time?
Miss Edgeworth, I think I've cracked the case, sir. What if the killer was an invisible man?
Go on.
Well, the weapon came out of nowhere, and nobody knows how the body was moved. None of that makes sense until you put an invisible man in the picture.
Detective, don't tell me you think invisible people really exist.
Who knows, sir? But it'd be fun to see one, though, huh?
What a winning idea. Perhaps we should make your assignment to Mr. Winner permanent from tomorrow.
You gotta be kidding me! That kid probably still believes in Santa Claus.
People in glass houses. Okay. Ah, right, okay. Equipment by the well. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. What about? Why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Okay. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? No. This piece of evidence reveals a contradiction in the scene of the crime. Got any some specifics here, Mr. Edgeworth?
Gotta say, I don't get it either, sir.
Well, if you look here...
Come on, sir, you gotta give us more than that.
Yes. This contraption. I'm not imagining things. It's missing something. This contraption. It's missing something. This video reveals the contradiction in the scene of the crime. What are things I'm missing? You know how the thief works, right? Yes, it creates a simulation I can interact with and investigate like a real crime scene.
That's right.
Just go around, poke at anything you find interesting. Oh, but don't forget that if the inputted data is wrong, then the recreation will be wrong too. If you see something weird, try presenting evidence to clear it up. Right. Actually, I'm still not very familiar with the new feature you mentioned. It's nothing complicated, but it lets you switch between different recreations. The two we've got programmed in right now are... the scene as it was during the show 2 days ago, and when they were tearing down the stage yesterday. I should remember to talk with Kay again if I need to switch recreations. Alright, want me to change the recreation to the performance 2 days ago? Here you go. This is how things look during the show. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. Okay. So the contradiction is with something after the thing was torn down. The rope? This is the crime. Look here. This contraption. I'm not imagining things, it's missing something. Right. This contraption? No, I'm not seeing it. No one's gonna give me a hint, are they? Okay, let me try this out. Let me try and see what happens if I fail. Am I gonna die here? If I die in the simulation, am I gonna die in real life?
Eureka! 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 Eureka!
No, it can't end like this. And yet, there's nothing more I can do. And with that, the truth receded into the darkness. And that's how my story ended. I tried for too many times to find out what was wrong with that police system. Everyone was running around staring at me, not helping, not saying anything, not giving me a hint or anything. They depended on me to do something that I just couldn't do. And instead of helping out, instead of actually pretending like they gave a damn, they just stared and made comments instead of actually doing something worthwhile. So I just stared at that piece of rope and the well for too long that I just passed out. And next thing you know, Mr. Saint was a killer and I'm out of a job. Alright. Time to go to the internet. I mean, of all the things to point out that were missing or different from the actual event when it happened, this is what you're going to be pedantic about? There's so many things wrong here. When are we going to talk about the bloody tarp? You bloody tard? Whatever, I'm done with you. Think about the two recreations, the one during the performance and the one we're looking at right now. There's a major difference between the two. What? Oh my god. You don't say. Namely, that one of the ropes is missing. Oh yeah! Mrs. Saint's trick wouldn't work with only the items we see before us. Duh! So what happened? Where did the missing rope go? I think one of the pieces of evidence we collected might tell us exactly that. Really? What shows us where the missing rope went? This rope was found beside Knight's body. Wait, you mean... Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Mrs. Saint's trick. So you're saying... Yeah, so that this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else. What was it, Miss Edgeworth? What was it? Come on, I'm dying here. Think about what the rope we found in the workshop was related to. Do that and you'll soon figure out the answer. The weight dropped down the well in place of the iron weights was...
Take that!
It could only have been Knight's body that was dropped down the well. What? Mr. Knight's body was the weight? Oh my god. Yeah, somebody first swapped out the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. Then Mr. Saint used a contraption to make his exit from the stage. When he let the rope around his body loose, everything got loose, down the caboose. That rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to restrain me. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden, so that no one would realize they'd been replaced with the body. Precisely, we can then further deduce that they were hidden by the killer. Whoa there, gang! Wasn't poor old Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere, going down the well? Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this. What did the killer use to stop Knight's blood from going everywhere?
Take that!
This top was found with a body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it. Ooh, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. It's all coming together now. Love it. But all we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well. Which means we're helping to prove that Simeon was the killer. No, not quite. But what about Judge Gavèlle said? But what about what Judge Gavèlle said yesterday? But if Mr. Sane truly is the killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit his crime? That's true. Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Sane used his contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show. Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Kanis right away, huh? That was the killer's goal, to make us think that the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Barry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together? It would have been the day before the show. The night before, actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 p.m. And I think we finished at around midnight. In which case, the killer must have switched the weights out for the body after that point. Did Kanis know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. I highly doubt that he told his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. Which means Kanis isn't the killer. I told you, I said. You did not listen? Why did you redeem it? Okay. It's the only clues we have left. Basket was moved the night before the circus performance. We've deduced that the weights were switched out for the body at around the same time. Had to chalk that up to coincidence, eh? Then the next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door, which can only mean that somebody needed to open it. Now let's see what's... Oh, great. It's locked. Let me ask a guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard! Yes, miss? What can I do for you? That was fast. Guard, where's the key for this door? Oh, the warden keeps over there. I'll go ask her for it. Warden LeGuard is the only one with the key. Meaning, if somebody did open the door, they would have had to get it from her somehow. Thanks for the help. Look at all these breakers. They must control the electricity for the whole prison. So we're thinking somebody got in here the night before the show, right? But why? What were they trying to do? Well, I doubt they came here by mistake thinking it was a break room. They must have come to tamper with the switches. Did they turn off the power to something? Come to think of it, wasn't there something that lost power? What might have lost power had a breaker been flipped? We don't have the camera, so this is the closest thing. There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage. Oh yeah, there was. So somebody flipped the breaker it was connected to. It seems very likely. Do you think it was the killer? It's true that shutting off the cameras would have made things easier for them. It would. Which means the killer would have to be someone who had access to the breakers. It seems only one person has the key. It couldn't be. Could it? She was kind of acting sus when we asked to investigate the yard. And also one of her pet alligator has some weights inside her belly. So she's definitely in on it. I can say that much, but to what extent? It's only one way to find out. Alright, little thief, your work here is done. Right. Oh, great. First on the scene, the early bird wears the worm. Good morning, Mr. Winner. What? You? How'd you get here before me? Good morning, Sedgworth. I see you made an early start. And I see you've made a late one, Judge Gavèlle. This is not my only case. I am a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor relieved of his only current responsibility. Oh, I do apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney. Associate? Or asinine? We'll see about that. Eustace, let us begin the investigation of the yard. Okay, I'll go get some officers' help.
Hold it!
That won't be necessary. Why not? We've already finished investigating the yard and won quite the prize in the process. Won? But I'm supposed to be the winner. Your Honor? I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday, in order to thoroughly disprove it. I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth. As I am sure you remember, your badge is in my hands. How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you'd care to try a different threat.
Overruled.
You have been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time a word seems to have fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination.
Objection!
The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simeon Saint's innocence. Interesting. And spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the goddess of justice, I will strike down your case without mercy. When I am done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. I hope you do not come to regret this. My theory remains the same as when I related it to you yesterday. Mr. Carcerato did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. That's your assertion, and you can prove it, of course. Of course you can. Who do you think you're up against? What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report just ahead of our arrival. She is a very busy woman, busy looking after a baby winner. The victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death is as stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep. Simeon Saint was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. That was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Judge Gavèlle hasn't investigated the yard yet, which means... I fear there may be something of a flaw with your theory, Your Honor. You seem very confident of that. But do you have any evidence to prove it? Yes, I think I just might. My theory remains the same as when I related it to you yesterday.
Hold it!
That theory being that Mr. Saint was the killer. You're certainly clinging to it rather stubbornly. And you are certainly clinging rather stubbornly to the idea that Mr. Saint wasn't the killer. Do you have any conclusive evidence that he wasn't? Any idea who the real killer might be? I'd like to see what evidence you yourself have first. I am an emissary of the goddess of justice. My words are her words. My words are My words are her words. But her words are wasted on you, I see. You would challenge me if I said the sky was blue. Is this a court or a cult? If you truly mean to refute the word of the divine, then come, show me your evidence. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Mr. Carcerato did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that Mr. Carcerato simply failed to notice the body? Assistant to the Associate Attorney, you have been through the secret passage, have you not? Whoa, how'd you know? I noticed mud on you yesterday, on that charming key in your hair, to be precise. That's incredible. You could be a great thief with eyes like that. Answer me truthfully, in the name of the goddess. Would you or would you not have noticed a body had one been present? Well, you know, I guess I would have. There you have it. Mr. Carcerato did not see a body, which means there was no body there to see. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show.
Hold it!
Could you talk us through your reasoning on that a little more? The day before the performance, Mr. Knight borrowed the keys from Mr. Carcerato, or more specifically, the key to his cell. Mr. Knight then used the key to leave his cell and enter Mr. Saint's cage. Mr. Saint took Mr. Knight to the yard in that cage, and that's where he killed him. The following day, Mr. Carcerato crawled his way through the tunnel, but there was no body there yet. Wait a second, that doesn't add up. Mr. Carcerato smelled that sweet smell, so Mr. Knight must have been in the tunnel already. No, his body did not pass through the tunnel until some time after Mr. Carcerato had crawled through it. Mr. Carcerato used the tunnel right around the time the show was starting. The body was discovered just after the performance ended. From which you deduce that the body could only have been thrown down the well during the show. Yes, and who the culprit must be. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show was Mrs. Saint.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Could nobody else have done it? I understand that Mrs. Barry was on stage for the entire performance. Most of the prisoners were watching the show, and those who were not have plausible alibis. What about the guards? They too were watching the show, as was the warden. How can you be so sure? A guard could have easily approached the well unnoticed. None of the guards left their posts during the show. I have checked this for myself, you know. I took statements from each and every one of them. She's thorough, I'll give her that. Are you finally ready to accept the truth? That the killer could only have been semi-insane? Judge Gavèlle hasn't carried out a full investigation of the yard yet. Which means we've got the advantage for a change. I shall review the evidence we gathered during our investigation on the yard.
Objection!
Okay. Sorry, Your Honor, but there's something else you're going to have to take into account. The well in the yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. A contraption? Go on. You'll recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do, just before he was to be absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope he tied around himself. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete the trick.
Objection!
Wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he stepped foot on the stage?
Hold it!
It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. With the second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We have found evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells us that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption the time between the murder and the show.
Objection!
You're saying Mr. Saint himself set this contraption up, right? Well then, who do you think is the number one most likely person to have used it to dispose of a body, eh? Even you must see how this looks.
Objection!
If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Gavèlle theorized, without these extra steps. Miss Barry. Yes? Does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works? Well, let's see. We have to get the prison's approval on what we're going to perform, so I don't think Simeon's the only one who knows. And there you have it.
Overruled!
Interesting. You have certainly been diligent in your investigation. And yet, I fail to comprehend your actions still. Why do you not work to do what is right? Is what I am doing wrong? If so, who is it that deems it so? How can you not grasp even that? How can you not see that you are doing wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor, and yet you aid the defense. This flies in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book. I think only of what is right and just, and act as I see fit in each situation I'm confronted with. This is the path I have chosen. Whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear. Perhaps the goddess of justice is testing me. Very well. If it is her will that we must fight, then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Miss Edgeworth, for there's another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer. Alright, go ahead. I'm all ears. The body was moved from the yard to the workshop. Then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from himself. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint. and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell. But why would he do that? Why take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? Yeah, it is pretty sus. But we've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It is entirely plausible that he took the cage with him out of absent-mindedness and nothing else. It may be plausible. But it is no more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight to escape. I need some real solid evidence I'm going to get her to budge. If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop,
Hold it.
you seem to think that Mr. Knight was killed here in the yard. When do you think he was brought here? Sometime between midnight and 8 a.m. the day of the show. It could only have been during that time. In other words, between the end of rehearsal and the start of the performance. As I was saying, if the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell.
Hold it.
Was there really no other way he could have come here? Mr. Knight was awaiting trial. If he, a random non-inmate, had openly entered the prison proper, he surely would have been noticed. And presumably none of your witnesses have testified to having seen such a thing. Precisely. Praise be to the goddess of justice for granting you this insight. So, as you will agree, it can only be that Mr. Knight was brought over here in secret. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint.
Hold it.
You are certain nobody else had the opportunity? Need I remind you that we are in a prison? The entire facility is monitored at all times. Anything out of the ordinary would have been spotted.
Hold it.
Mr. Saint was under that same scrutiny, was he not?
Overruled.
The warden had granted the members of the circus troupe special access. As a member of that troupe, under the supervision of Miss Berry, he is the only person who is free to wander where he will.
Objection.
It seems you have forgotten something, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Forget is not a word in my vocabulary, Miss Edward. Very well, then recall this fact if you will. You claim that Mr. Saint is the only person who was free to walk around the prison. But there was a brief period of time on the day of the crime in this prison, a time when it would have been possible for anyone to move through the prison entirely unmonitored. What do I have that shows that there was a period on the day of the crime where oversight was limited? Do I present this?
Take that.
Mr. Saint is far from the only one who had the opportunity. Which opportunity are we talking about again? We previously established that the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours. And from this, we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Do you mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap? That it was no simple camera malfunction? Is that even possible? It was completely possible to create the 3-hour gap using
Take that.
this. Our investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one which can be used to cut the power to the security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have been open at around the time of the murder. What? Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short of the mark. Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing. Ha ha ha. Then how does he explain the lock on the power room door? Oh yeah, it was kind of locked up tight, and the warden's the only one with the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure, so I very much doubt that anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily.
Objection.
No, but one person could have. I beg your pardon? That person, the killer, had easy access to it, in fact. And what's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question them.
Objection.
Well, there's no one like that. The breaker to the electric fence is in there. They would be questioned in an instant. There's only one person who meets these criteria. I can hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. The person who had access to the power room key was...
Take that.
The real culprit is... Warden LeGuard.
Oh, just look at you.
Aren't you the cutest little poochie-woo? He's not just a pretty face. Mr. also has quite the nose for sweet things. Seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed. It's coming from you.
Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume.
Then perhaps it is the sweet stench of death?
You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know better, I'd almost think you were calling moi the killer.
That is precisely what I'm calling you. What? Warden LeGuard is the killer.
Miss Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Oh, such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me? I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we?
And equally far-fetched, this is preposterous.
Hold it!
Sadly, it is not, although I can hardly believe it myself. But this is where the evidence points, and we must trust in the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that Warden LeGuard is the killer.
Take that!
Your scent betrays you, Warden. And here is your accuser. The police dog. We had him track a sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent, and it's coming from you.
Oh, darling, you're priceless. Really you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear, do put him in his place.
Seems Judge Gavèlle may have reached a similar conclusion to myself. Is Verity her name? I forgot. Oh, it is, okay. You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Miss Edgeworth? I do. After all, she had the key. And the scent found lingering on the body is hers as well. Were just one or the other, we might be able to brush it off as coincidence. However... Indeed, then it seems a conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the Warden has to say for herself. We should. And when we have, this case will finally be at an end.
You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer. How could I possibly do such a thing?
Putting a chisel to his throat? I don't know. Very easily, I'd say. I think even a baby can do it.
Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to kill him here. Oh. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to have him killed there. But how am I supposed to have moved the body? Especially as I never went into the prison. I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check if you like. You won't find a record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper. I haven't the first idea what harebrained theories you little scamps have cooked up, but I am innocent. There's simply no way I could be the killer. Give me a break. Mitchell doesn't lie. Don't make it hard on everyone and just come clean. Oh dear. I'm afraid you are the one making things difficult. As I just said, I never went to the prison. If you think I'm lying, go and check the records.
She clearly wants us to check those records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her.
Please, Miss Edgeworth, stop being a big silly. You've made a boo-boo and you know it. Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie.
Hold it!
Judge Gavèlle told you everything. Are you close?
Thick as thieves, darling. Why do you ask? Are you jealous? Jealous? Of what?
I had to ask Warden LeGuard for a lot of information on the first day of our investigation. It seemed only right that I share some information in return.
Oh, Verity, do you have to make it sound so awfully dry? I thought we had a lovely chat.
Ha ha ha. I simply shared the truth in our conversation. It was the least I could do.
I'm not sure what's going on, but these two, they're terrifyingly formidable together. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to have killed him there.
Hold it!
The murder took place in his cell. You seem very happy to accept that.
Why shouldn't I be? Seems the most likely place for it to have happened without drawing attention. And besides, they found Knight's blood in his cell.
Yes, but that was from being struck by Mr. Caserato. Though I needn't tell her that, I suppose. I take it there's also been no testimony to the contrary.
What does it matter? Knight being killed in his cell doesn't go against any of the facts anyway. But how am I supposed to have moved the body, especially as I never went to the prison?
Hold it!
Do you have any evidence that you didn't enter the prison?
Please, darling, let me finish. I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began.
Hold it!
So you were in the office the whole time, and you didn't notice anything unusual?
No, I can't say that I did.
You didn't notice anything missing?
I must confess I am a rather messy girl. And a forgetful one at that. I put something down and it's lost forever. It's a curse, darling. A curse. I even lost some important evidence recently. It was gone. Poof. Just like that. What? She still has a job? Honestly, if somebody came to my office and took something, it might be years before I noticed.
Seems like I need more than the power room key to expose her.
On the day of the murder, I was working in my office. Oh, and looking for something I'd misplaced. Even if I'd had a reason to go into the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time. Check if you like. You won't find a record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper.
Hold it!
Sure, maybe you didn't go through the main entrance of the prison. Well, what if you took another route?
Oh, come now, sweetie. Surely you don't mean that awful, filthy tunnel they discovered. Why, until yesterday, I had no idea if it existed.
No, you had another way in. I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. The route you took went through this location.
Take that!
Through the fence. Warden, you took Knight from his cell and brought him to your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel.
Hehe, a gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have gone through the fence? The extremely high fence, topped with razor wire, with thousands of volts of electricity going through it? Yeah, how's she supposed to have gotten through that, eh?
The fence's electricity supply can be cut off from the power room. And only you have the key, Warden. No one but you could have done it. Utterly ridiculous. The power room is on the prison side of the yard. Warden LeGuard was on the detention center side. How would she even have reached the power room?
Exactly, Verity, darling. Well, Cleverbuzz, you have dug yourself a real hole now.
If there's no record of Warden LeGuard having entered the prison proper, then the idea that she could have shut off the fence by using the breaker is out of the question.
But there must be some way she could have done it.
Isn't there like a door that she can just open? What? I don't. I get that there's a fence, but there's also a door there. Can I use my mouse? There you go. See? That. This door can open, right? And if you open the door, it doesn't zap you, does it? Does it? I don't know. You know? Okay? No? Whatever.
Take a deep breath, big guy. Lose your cool and you've lost everything.
If I don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this.
Hey, I said take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah?
No matter how you look at it, Warden LeGuard couldn't have done it alone. Miss Edgeworth, if you cannot find it... You aren't doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence. That was a reflexive objection. But now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one more thing to add. If you'll permit me. Something that explains how the warden could have shot off the breaker from the wrong side of the fence. Yes, because it's not as impossible as it seems. What enabled her to shut off the breaker? She couldn't have done it alone. But what if she wasn't alone?
Oh, now we're talking. Way to flex the old gray matter, kiddo.
I believe that Warden LaGuard had an accomplice.
Overruled.
Enough. You disappoint me, Mr. Edgeworth.
What do you mean? Mr. Edward, I said nothing wrong.
The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets. Once that raise the alarm, people go where they're not supposed to. Oh! I see that you have realized your error, and we are, of course, within the prison grounds, where not only are the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing. Despite all that, no one noticed Mr. Consolato's escape. The only ones who are free to roam are the animals, and they most certainly could not have operated the breaker. No, so our accomplice must be human.
Overruled.
Then who did it, given that it cannot have been a prisoner or a guard?
Objection.
I wouldn't be so quick to rule out either, Your Honor. The fact is, there is one person, someone whose movements weren't restricted. And I have just the evidence to show who that free-roaming person was. Oh, what?
Take that.
Really? This is one of the prisoner's bracelets. Indeed, a broken bracelet belonging to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner. What do you mean? And who is this prisoner? Frank Sorbet, Warden LaGuard's favorite inmate. Strange, isn't it, Warden? That he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while? That is pretty funky, and I don't mean in a good way. It couldn't be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although, you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others, Bodhidharma Kanis, for example.
Overruled.
Miss Edgeworth, that is pure speculation.
Objection.
In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Sword himself? I'm confident he will confirm for us that he and Warden LaGuard were accomplices in this crime. The two of them had worked together. A certain route into the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Recall that there were two big obstacles in her path. First, the security camera outside Knight's cell. Second, the electrified fence on the yard. But she was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop, by having Mr. Sword shut off the corresponding breakers.
Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun.
And, do you still deny it, Warden LaGuard?
Sigh, no, darling, you've got me. I admit it. Warden?
Tell me this isn't true.
Sorry there, Townie, I'm afraid it is. Frankie helped me do it.
No way! You did it, Miss Edgeworth. You got her. Nice shooting, cowboy. She won't be wriggling out of this now.
As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker. But we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweetums, no, we didn't.
What? Warden, explain yourself.
Oh, Verity dear, I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear my excuses now.
She's all merciful. You have but to confess, and you shall be saved.
Oh, gosh, all right. I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said.
Who's he?
Bodhidharma Kanis, that awful assassin.
Kanis?
How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. The moment we were alone, he said this to me.
You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution.
Others?
Yes, very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them.
Of course he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. And then he said one last thing.
I would recommend that you take care on how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you. Or your precious family.
Had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for.
Everything? Wait, is that how you became the fixer?
Yes, darling. I obeyed his every command and smuggled in for him all that he wanted. Eventually, I brought dear, sweet Frank into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him, too.
So you were smuggling in contraband? How exactly?
Once a week, late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go from my office to the yard without being seen by the cameras. Then I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back through the fence. Each one of them spritzed with a little of my perfume.
That's what the sweet smell was.
Yes, it was a signal for Kanis' dog. When he picked up on the scent, he would fetch the packages and bring them back to his master. We had to make sure Rocco wasn't in his cell at the time, of course.
You had a bit easy keeping him from finding out.
Oh, we're all very much creatures of habit here at the prison, darling. Everything runs to a schedule. Meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. That adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Kanis' dog, poor thing. There was no risk of him raising the alarm either.
She has oversight over everything here at the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on his side, Kanis couldn't fail.
Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the cameras, which I would do later when I got the chance.
You have shared a great deal, Warden. The Goddess of Justice will surely take your honesty into account.
I've been the most dreadful fool, I know I have. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days. And so, Frankie, bless his heart, did his usual work with the breakers. But there was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard.
That's the secret behind the fixer's system, and why she was...
Police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled this secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. No matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word.
That's why you were interrogating Mr. Kanis over and over.
Exactly. I was trying to track down those horrible hench people of his. I borrowed everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move. I intercepted every letter he wrote.
Letters? I suppose she must know about his correspondence chess game, too.
But no matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this, you just can't comprehend it.
As you have just heard for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth, the words of Warden Laguarde's confessions have cleansed her of all suspicion. Surely there's no need to hound her any longer? Has she really been cleared of all suspicion, though? Or is there more about her to uncover? I'm sorry, Your Honor, but this conversation isn't over yet, and I think the Goddess of Justice would agree. So you mean to make her suffer even more than she already has? Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Kanis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of and even facilitated the so-called Fixer's delivery route. I believe she used that same route to move Knight's body. And where's your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? It's in the fact that the sweet smell on Knight's body is the exact same scent Warden Laguarde uses to signal delivery. What do you make of that?
Well, that's because we've done it so many times by now that the whole well probably smells of it. Some of it must have just rubbed off on his body.
That does match the statement that Mr. Carlsruhe provided.
Smell. Yeah, always smell kinda nice down there.
Nice?
Gee, I don't know. Smells sorta like dessert, I guess.
His words would seem to suggest that the smell had permeated the well. You've been rendered speechless, I see. Then I hereby move to adjourn this session of the court. No, what do we do, Mr. Edgeworth?
What can I do? Is this as far as we go?
Finally! So we're actually done? Yes, Eustace, it seems we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned. Who was that?
Come on, Judgy! Things were just getting good!
Fender, are you objecting to my adjourning this session?
No. Would have shouted objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn, don't adjourn. Whatever floats your boat. What are you doing, Mr. Fender? Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's all just take a chill pill, shall we? By which I mean a square of chocolatey goodness. Anyone? Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court? No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make is all. See me Insane's lawyer, that is. Ah, yes, I'd forgotten that you were his real attorney, Mr. Fender. How could you? You're killing me here. Can you blame us? You've been making Miss Edgewood do everything this whole time. Right you are, which is why I figured it's time to put in some work. Work, you say? Somehow I don't believe you've worked a day in your life. Then let's say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness? No? Amusing, but what is there left to ask? I've got a feeling in my funny bone that Fiefs here has something more to tell us about the killer. Do I? Yes, indeed. See, as a major player on Team Simeon, I can spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us, who did? Come on, spill the beans. We're all ears. Miss Edgeworth, what's he doing? He's trying to coax Warden LeGuard into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all the trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Kanis. She did? No way! If he was convicted of committing murder here, that could have been grounds for a transfer to another prison. Most likely a more secure facility. Where he'd be out of her hair forever, huh? Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it. No. Saint cannot be the killer. Saint can't not be the killer. That's not fair. I was ordered to prosecute him. I know, right? But maybe we should find out what she thinks first. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah? Haha, nice. Now Mr. Winner has to go along with it too. Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further? Of course. How could I refuse the silver-tongued devil? Eddykins, you have such a way with words. Just doing my job, thief. Besides, one can't tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to turn over here, darling. Do say you let me. As you wish. Court is unadjourned. Can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender. Whew, me either. Thank you for the timely intervention. Hey, it's the least I could do. Kay's not wrong. I've been leaning on you hard. Besides, the defense never rests, am I right? Simeon's dependent on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat there. And we can't foul this up now. Which means you're up to bat, Miles. Miles McSmiles. Show him that never rest spirit. I shall. Fabulous. Then let's get started. I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man, Kanis. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. Whatever the sort of details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death. And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened. The victim. Mr. Knight, yes? I did him the most terrible disservice. Yes, you killed him. I suppose you could put it that way. If I was a sorry excuse for a warden, this would never have happened. And that's why I have to clean up this terrible mess. Warden LeGuard, as ever, your honesty is truly to your credit. I am certain Mr. Knight is looking down and weeping tears of gratitude. You've clearly never met Mr. Knight. I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man, Kanis.
Hold it!
You seem very confident in your assertion. Why is that? Because all the other children in my little home are absolute sweethearts. They have faith in themselves and in one another. They have faith in the gods, in me. And they work hard every day to better themselves. None of them would dare commit murder. That's a very touching reason indeed. I don't believe a word of it. But Kanis? Oh, he's rotten to the core. He's the only one who'd do something like that. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim.
Hold it!
Knight was being kept in a holding cell while Mr. Kanis was in the prison proper. What could possibly have happened between them when they were at opposite ends of the facility?
Prisons aren't as big as they seem, you know. All kinds of awful things can happen.
But Knight only arrived 2 days before he was murdered. Can't imagine anything significant happening in that short space of time.
And you don't know Kanis, my dear. He'd find a way, I'm sure of it. Perhaps he simply took a dislike to him. He's certainly the type.
Hold it!
How could he take a disliking to somebody all the way over in the holding cells?
I'm just plucking possibilities out of the air, darling. As I said, there's no telling what really went on between them. You're so awfully serious, aren't you? Not that I mind, of course. Why is she looking at me like that? So noble, so dashing in that marvelous suit, so clever. I can feel myself becoming your biggest fan, darling. I really can.
Stay with me, Miss Edgeworth. I wasn't prepared for that mental onslaught.
Whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death.
Hold it!
What more can you tell us about those sordid details?
Well, we all know what Kanis once did for a living. I know the killing part gave him much trouble. Especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think. Could turn his head to the right, poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in, anyway.
They must make some sort of report for the warden when new prisoners are admitted. You seem keen for us to think you didn't know much about Knight.
That's because I didn't, sweetie. And the victim was simply a fun target to that monster, nothing more. I expect Kanis used the chisel that was in that chess set, don't you? Awful grisly business. Just imagine, the man probably didn't even have time to cry out.
I see. Thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. Actually, I'd like to hear about them in a little more detail, if you don't mind.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're making me blush. I could chat with you all day. Oh, don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing. Of course we can talk about them some more. I expect Kanis used the chisel that was hidden in that chess set, don't you?
Hold it!
And which chess set would that be, precisely?
Why, the one the victim brought in, sweetie. You try to keep up. The victim was a certified chess fanatic. Or so I'm led to believe. But the naughty boy stuck a chisel inside it. Can you imagine?
How does she know about the chisel in the chess set? Only a few people were supposed to know about that. After all, we only learned about it thanks to certain deductions we made. So, how did she find out?
Of course, in the hands of a killer like Kanis, even a chisel could serve as a deadly weapon. It would have been easy work for that vile assassin.
Hold it!
You seem to have very strong feelings about Mr. Kanis.
Well, of course I do. I told you what he said to me. What an absolute menace he was to interrogate. He could slither out of anything, the snake.
He's as tough as a rock.
And that infuriating, self-satisfied look on his face when they took him back to his cell. My blood boils just think about it.
I certainly don't blame her on that count.
And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened.
Hold it!
Surely you're not suggesting that the dog threw the body down the well.
I told you already, darling. Kanis has more dogs than that beastly creature. Remember? He has pets on the outside, too.
You mean he brought someone in from the outside prison to help him commit the crime?
Of course not, silly. How would they have made it through security? But he's the so-called fixer, no? Exercise that fabulous brain of yours a little. How hard would it be for him to recruit a dog on the inside, or even plant one?
Interesting. And does this dog have a name?
Well, if I knew that, my life would be so much easier now, wouldn't it? Anyway, it was just a little thought. You can ponder it in your own sweet time, darling.
She's a slippery one. I'm not going to be able to catch her with this line of questioning, it seems. Warden testimony is little more than a house of cards. I just need to push her on the right statement to bring it all tumbling down. Okay. Sure.
Objection!
Take a look at this piece of evidence, if you will, Warden LaGuard.
Oh, sweetie, aren't you just adorable? You don't need an excuse to talk to me, you know.
No, that's not what I...
If it's a chat or a hug you're fishing for, all you have to do is ask.
Watch out, Mazio! Incoming! I could swear I saw my life flash before my eyes. Better try a different approach. Okay.
Objection!
Whatever. Both should have worked. Whatever. Warden LeGuard, you strike me as being more careful than the image you project suggests.
Holmes, Sedgwick, please. Call me Fifi, or Sweetie Pie if you prefer. However, I think you may have been a little less careful than you realize in this instance. Tee, aren't you just the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed. We're all family here.
Come on, Miss Edgeworth, don't let her get inside your head.
You said earlier that you don't know much about Knight.
In which case, I find it rather strange that you know about the chisel.
Well, of course I do, darling.
Do you think we don't check prisoners when they come in?
Objection!
You're not talking your way out of this, Warden. That is entirely irrelevant, and you know it. Knight didn't bring the chess set into the prison himself. It was brought by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Knight wouldn't have had it with him when he arrived.
What? I mean, of course, that when Mr. Saint came in, we,
Objection!
You checked him? I find that hard to believe. Because if you did, that makes your story all the stranger. If you found the chisel, why did you not confiscate it there and then? Judge Gavèlle, did you tell anybody about the hidden compartment of the chess set? I did not. If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden LeGuard? Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival. Indeed, such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found yet let through. Precisely. So, Warden LeGuard, and answer truthfully this time, where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you want to answer, then allow me. I submit that you...
Alright, darling, there's no need to rub it in. You got me, alright? I questioned Knight. That was when I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me, I did not kill him.
One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? None, Your Honor.
Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding, I promise.
Very well. Go ahead, Warden LeGuard, and please, tell the truth this time. Our lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her.
You see, yes, I turned off the power. Yes, I smuggled the chisel in, but I did not kill him. It wasn't me. It simply wasn't me. Yes, I did all of those suspicious things, but you have to believe me.
Sure.
I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand? I make a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home. That was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away.
The more she lies, the more thoroughly she seals her fate. So it's simply a conversation with a new detainee. That seems entirely above board.
Exactly, Verity, darling. I knew you would understand.
Objection!
Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement? I suppose we shall see, won't we? Miss Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination.
I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand?
Hold it!
So am I right in assuming that you talked to Knight the night before the show?
Exactly, darling. It would have been around 3 a.m. on the 27th.
3 a.m.? That falls squarely within the window of time laid out in the autopsy report. That seems rather late for a friendly chat. Wouldn't he have been asleep?
Normally, yes, but if you remember, our guard was attacked in his cell. We had to examine the scene of the crime, gather information. These things take time, sweetie. I assure you, he was wide awake. We all were.
Regardless, I find it somewhat odd that you would choose to question him at such a late hour.
Oh, you're such a tease, aren't you? Anyway, no matter how odd you think it is, I had him brought to me, and that's what happened. Must really insist on questioning every last thing I say.
Sorry, thieves, he's like a dog with a bone sometimes. I'll be sure to scold him once we're done. Though, would you mind giving us a little more info? Like, where you had him brought to?
My office, of course. Where else?
Your office, which is where we believe the body was moved from. Would you mind appending what you just said to your testimony?
Tee, anything for you, darling? It was around 3 a.m. the night before the show. I had them bring him to my office.
Hold it!
Remind me where your office is.
You've seen the sign in the Detention Center corridor, I imagine?
The one that says no entry.
That's it, sweetie. My office is just up in there. A short walk from the holding cells.
I understand that you also have access to the yard.
Why, of course. That's where my gorgeous little garden is. Oh, I see where you're going with this. You're saying that's how I moved the body.
You have the means and the opportunity. It's hardly impossible. Hardly impossible proves nothing. You have no evidence for this assertion. There's no other way that the body could have been moved. Surely you haven't forgotten that it was Mrs. Saint who dropped Mr. Knight's body down the well? Yeah, what she said. You're more yourself, Edgeworth. I probably shouldn't push this any further for now.
I make a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home.
Hold it!
What did you and Knight speak about?
Oh, nothing much. Just some small talk, really. I asked him about what animals he liked, what his hobbies were.
His hobbies? Then I imagine you talked about chess?
Oh, yes, I couldn't stop him talking about it, in fact. He even had a piece of paper covered with little notes about it in his cell. At least, I think that's what they were about.
Did she see Knight's correspondence chess diagram?
That was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it.
Hold it!
How was he when you spoke with him?
Oh, he was so open and honest, darling. What? That guy? Honest? He was talking about one croissant and promoting a prawn. I suppose he must have been hungry.
En passant and promoting a pawn. Seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess.
And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away.
Hold it!
If he really had gone back to his cell, he would still be alive today.
You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? Well, what would my motive have been, darling? I told you, I barely knew him. I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Kanis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal.
She really does hate Kanis. Warden LaGuard, I must insist that you have penned that statement to your testimony.
I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Kanis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal.
Hold it!
You say that you bear a grudge against only Mr. Kanis, is that correct?
No, I despise him. Coming into my prison, thinking he can do whatever he wants. But he won't get away with it. I'll clip his wicked wings if it's the last thing I do. And that awful dog of his, it's a menace. Completely upended the peace and quiet of my home.
She even hates his dog. It does seem at first glance that she didn't have much of a motive to kill Knight. But she hates Kanis so much that she probably hates anyone who has anything to do with him. Thinking about it from that angle, the key to breaking her testimony will surely reveal itself.
She likes to get to know all the peeps, huh? Pretty chummy prison warden, if you ask me.
Chummy? She killed the man, detective. The poor guy would have been in cuffs, not to mention the neck brace. He was defenseless. Warden LaGuard was the murderer. The evidence points to that conclusion and no other.
Objection!
Really? Is this where we're gonna take? Okay. Sure. Judge Gavèlle, I'd like you to take a look at this. Notes about a game of chess. What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth? It was found in Knight's cell, which is exactly where you said you saw it too, Warden LaGuard. But you didn't just see this game in Knight's cell, did you? You've seen it in Mr. Kanis' cell too.
What do you mean?
Objection!
Oh, come now. Don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option. She wants to find out who his cronies are, right? Personally, interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular, to say the least. But as you said, Mr. Kanis had threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were.
So what if I did?
You also told us you read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess.
Ah!
And then who should appear but Knight, carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves used that diagram to infer a connection between the two men, and it seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Kanis' henchman, sent to kill you. Which is the real reason she had that chat with the Bronxer. If his bars wouldn't crack, maybe he would. When you questioned Knight, you made another discovery. For there inside his chest set, you found a hidden chisel. The murder weapon itself? As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing. Kanis. Thus, you convinced yourself that Knight was working for Kanis, and that is why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses. Judge Gavèlle, Your verdict, please. Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... What? Who? Huh? In the name of the goddess of justice, who is it this time? Warden?
It's a joke. It's all a big stupid joke. You people just don't get it, do you?
I think we've proven that it's you who didn't understand things correctly.
Me? Please, darling. I understand it all perfectly well, thank you very much. Now I understand that there's a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth.
Huh. You're just grasping at straws now. I have no time for this. Your Honor, the verdict.
Overruled.
I'm curious to hear what the warden has to say.
What? You're dull, Verity. I just have one last thing to say, then Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner.
You rang?
Does anybody remember a certain autopsy report?
Of course. We received the finalized version only this morning.
That's right. And I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if nobody else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep.
4 inches? Wait.
Riddle me this, Mr. Edgeworth. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound?
You just push it deep. I don't know. Forgive me. Oh, goddess. I came perilously close to making a terrible mistake.
Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water, Edgeworth. What now?
What do we do?
It'll be fine. Mr. Edgeworth always comes through. Right, sir?
Looks to me the Mausatrons out of commission.
You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't we do something? Throwing things on their head with a desperate bluff. Blur out the first mind-blowing thing that comes to you.
Look, detective, I'm as much of a man of action as the next guy. But without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road. We can't give up now. We have to do something. I am certain that Warden LeGuard is the killer. It's the only explanation that fits the facts of the case. But if the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there here in this facility? It seems we still do not have all the answers, nor the evidence to provide these answers. Alas, we must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid.
Objection.
Oh, come on, G. You're just giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence.
Overruled.
Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender?
Eep. Nope, not me. Nuh-uh.
I tried, Miles. Any bright ideas? What is the real murder weapon, since it's clearly not the chisel? Confound it. This question throws everything we've deduced out of the window. Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth. Allow me to remind you that claims are not supported by sufficient evidence are subject to the harshest penalties. It's hopeless. I can't think of anything. I need more time. Loath as I am to admit it, Can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said. Simeon's counting on us. Without us, he's... Remember how upset he was? He was devastated. Nobody is in more pain than him over Mr. Knight's death. There's no way he did it. But if you can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him some good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some. Okay. Gee, Miles, your little buddy there is quite the motivational speaker. She's right, too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your client. Picture them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his client. You're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who'll find it. Simeon's counting on you. Oh, okay. Just Gavèlle. You seem to have recovered your composure, Miss Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise you to consider the ramifications. You have repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. If you do so again, I will have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor, and relieve you of your badge for good. She's right. I have put forward a number of theories that proved to be flawed in one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? Wait, she said my theories were misguided. Nothing to say? Then the court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby...
Sir!
Miss Edgeworth, give my verdict. That's it. I've been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. My theories weren't misguided. I was being misled. The defendant, Simeon Saint... I think it's a little soon for that, Your Honor.
I'd say it's well past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity?
Miss Edgeworth, you may proceed.
What?
I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of his dog, Helmet, the fact that he wasn't at the show. These and other factors made Mr. Kanis the obvious suspect at first. This again, Miss Edgeworth, you seem almost proud of your blunder.
Hold it!
But what if the real killer wanted to suspect Mr. Kanis? What if it was all carefully arranged? What if the same was true of the chisel, our purported murder weapon? Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel is the murder weapon. But why mislead us in this way? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel is the murder weapon rather than whatever really was used? Because it is a murder. Warden, you took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest.
What it suggested? What are you talking about, darling?
Hold it!
Mr. Winner, if I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think? Eh? That Mr. Kanis was the killer? And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us. Oh, Mr. Kanis had a bunch of chisels, so she wanted us to think it was one of his, right? Indeed, that was her plan right from the start. To frame Buddha Kanis. Your reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Laguard certainly seems to harbor a deep and abiding hatred for Mr. Kanis. However, I think you know what I'm going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Laguard is the killer. I knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one thing that would prove it. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist. If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here.
Objection!
If we could just find the real murder weapon...
Objection!
How many times do we have to go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom. Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found. So I'm afraid you're at a bit of an impasse.
Objection!
I can still prove my case yet, Your Honor, because it's still here inside this prison. This would have made sure of that. Security gate. Glad you at least remember what it is. And do you remember what it does? Of course I do, I'm not an idiot. Security gate detects metal. Which means you can't bring anything metal into the prison or take it out. Oh. Precisely. If there's another murder weapon, it cannot have been taken off the premises. But nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place. And so we find ourselves right back where we began. Judge Gavèlle, what I'm trying to tell you, Miss Edgeworth, is that if you wish me to believe that there is another murder weapon here in the prison, you will also have to explain to me how it got here. Alright, we know that the chisel was smuggled into the prison inside a pocket chest set, but our contention is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So if the weapon came from outside the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in. Yes, the question of the hour is this. Can you show me this alternate route? How did the weapon Warden Laguard used get into the prison? You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct?
Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Kanis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me.
Of course, that's how. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have... I'm guessing that among the evidence that she borrowed was Kanis' original knife. So... what do we present?
Take that!
Nice thinking! That's a great way to get something made of metal into the prison. Indeed, even a metal item would have been... Before you congratulate yourselves any further, would you care to explain your thinking? Wait, you mean you can't use that at all? Miss Edgeworth, I believed in you.
That's still worth believing in.
So there isn't a way something made of metal could have gotten in here undetected after all? There is, and it involves things coming into the prison that weren't brought by a visitor. We have a piece of evidence that shows how a metal object could be brought in without raising the alarm. Then stop stalling, Miss Edgeworth. Cut to the chase already. I hate to let her down again, so let's see here. The fact that this is... What? Okay, this?
Take that!
What?
Overruled.
The blackout?
Take that! Overruled.
The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought in the facility as well.
Take that! Overruled.
Huh? The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well. Yeah, sorry, I'm not following, so let me just check the guide real quick. What? Huh? The bells. Only two such bells exist. One is attached to Helmut the dog, the other to Kanis' knife, which was seized by the police during his arrest. Okay. How are we supposed to extrapolate from that a bladed...
Take that!
Man. This case was going so well, too. Let me remind you of our conversation with Mr. Kanis yesterday. Yes, it was but one of my bells. Only two in existence. Just two? Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved Helmut. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. And I must be able to use my tools. Precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. So you see, there is a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. As part of the evidence Warden LeGuard borrowed from the police. What? Mr. Kanis' knife was part of the evidence in the case against him, and that evidence was here in the prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it. The bell that was attached to the chisel. Correct. A killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel. That can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it. Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as if the chisel was the murder weapon and then attached the bell to it. In so doing, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Kanis. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person to whom it had been entrusted. Who was it, sir? Who's been messing with the evidence? I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden Leguard?
But bells bells aren't exactly rare, you know. Anybody could set that up.
Huh. Unluckily for you, that isn't quite true. These particular bells are unique, because there are only 2 of them in existence.
What?
By attaching that bell to the chisel, you as good as declared yourself the killer.
But you don't have any proof that the knife was ever even here to begin with.
Hold it!
I don't. Not yet, anyway. Mr. Winner, I'd like you to order another search for the prison right away. Huh? But if you do find something, that's gonna make things awkward for me. This isn't about what's convenient for you. We have to find the truth. You are a prosecutor, aren't you? Well, yeah, but, you know...
It's what this excuse a prosecutor. If I had investigative authority, I would be sued on it.
Anyhow, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it.
You know full well that she will do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it.
Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence.
The goddess of justice cannot bestow her blessings on those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of this matter will have to be settled in the courtroom.
No, if you give Leguard the opportunity, she'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. But what do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless. No, I can't back down now. I've got to put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now. I am an associate attorney with a client to defend. Only I can say, Mr. Saint. That means... Even if my chances are 1,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. It's now or never. Should I object? Yeah, alright. I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. Regardless, I cannot walk away.
Objection!
Wait, Your Honor. This had better be good, Mr. Edgeworth. I've got it. Got what, exactly? The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Kanis' knife is.
Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth?
I do. Not at all. If I did not know better, I would say that you are bluffing. Ha! You ruined me, Your Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word.
This is terrible for my heart. There's no way you could... It's not here, I tell you!
Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Under her coat. Think, Miles, think. Somewhere not even the police would search. A blind spot in this zoo. A hiding place that the warden could be absolutely sure of. A hiding place?
No.
You insist. Come on, Helmut, open up.
Did she use the same trick? No, that's ridiculous. Isn't it?
But the more I think about it, how many foolproof ways to evade detection could there be? Miss Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? There's the faintest possibility I'm right. But if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. Your Honor, this is where the real murder weapon is hidden.
Take that!
Here, in the yard. Indeed. I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more? Where exactly is the real murder weapon hidden?
Take that!
Of course. That's what it must have been. That's what it must have been. Huh? What's the matter, detective?
It's a metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator.
What? How? Metal detector was reacting to something inside her, after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. The chisel. Didn't we just figure out that... Didn't we just figure out that... Didn't we just figure out that isn't the murder weapon? I don't know how you're supposed to... Where's the inflection on that? Didn't we just figure out that isn't the murder weapon? You might recall that Mr. Kanis hit the chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden much the same way? That's right. The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there. What? No way! We detected the presence of a metallic object during our earlier investigation. Judge Gavèlle, we need to know what's inside that alligator. Understood. Then we will need to summon a veterinarian. I'm sure I could get the little sweetie to open up for us. I'll be happy to give it a try. Please, by all means. Warden Leguard, the real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess?
I have nothing to confess.
As you wish. Then you can simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed. So, we got it. That has to be it. It's over, Fifi Leguard. The real murder weapon was Bodhidharma Kanis' knife, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight.
I'm not the criminal here. This is all Kanis is doing. I did the right thing. Knight was a threat. He was Kanis' lapdog. Curse that despicable man, Kanis. Why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on earth. He ruined everything. Curse him. Curse that pitiless butcher. That awful, terrible, despicable butcher. Curse him.
What? Okay. Sure. March 29th, 12:34 p.m. Detention Center corridor. Prosecutor... What? Prosecutor Thwinner, sir? Thwinner? Thwinner, sir? This results have just come back. Thwinner. Guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found in Mr. Kanis' knife. Just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you like. Yes, sir. Thwinner wins again. Oh, I think I'm welling up a little. With rage. Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done. Eh? What are you talking about? Oh, I just solved the case, didn't I? We have yet to confirm whether or not Knight really was working for Mr. Kanis. It will be vital to know if Warden Leguard was simply jumping to conclusions on that front. Eh? There's Clueless, and then there's you. Well, I guess we'd better get back to our investigation. Alright, officer, you and me. You're about to see the winner win a whole lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigative talent in action. Yes, sir. I'm right with you, sir. Can't wait to watch you at work. It's winning time! Okay. I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of the president is news enough, and now his would-be assassin has been murdered. But Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place. The truth is not always as important as it might seem, Mr. Edward. In the eyes of both society and the law. How could he even say that? You do not have to believe me. However, as a prosecutor, Mr. Edwards is obliged to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor is about more than proving people guilty. That's what I believe. We are all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must prepare to suffer the consequences. What does that even mean? Wait, you're not gonna take his... I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Miss Edward. Judge Gavèlle's right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, can I really do that in good conscience? Simeon, you're out! Hi, Regina. Is everything alright? They did let you out, right? Yeah, but I'm so confused about what's going on. Some guy just came and said I was free to go. and that I have Mr. Edgeworth to thank. Sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is. Wow, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh no. No. Stop staring at me like that. I'm innocent, I swear. Don't pull the rug out from under me now. Stop it, silly. It's true. He saved you. So say thanks already. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. And a great big Regina Berry thank you from me too. Mr. Saint talking directly to me. Small victories, I suppose. Can I just ask one question, Mr. Attorney? Sure. I'm not actually an attorney, though. I thought Bronco was my friend. No, my best friend. I trusted him. But now... Well, it's just... I never knew. I never would have believed that he could hate somebody enough to want to kill them. If he kept something like that from me, then he never really trusted me. Did he? That's not true, Simeon. Of course he trusted you. No, he didn't. If he just told me, I could have stopped him. I could have told him that hate never helps, that he had to let go of all that stuff. Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something. I should show him the thing that proves Knight trusted him.
Take that!
It's the chest that I brought for him. Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape. What? You mean he was using me? No, he believed in you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you'd never be so untrusting as to look inside. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping to keep you from getting caught up in his mess. Bronco, why do you tell me? At least you understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. He might not show it, but Simeon's no dummy. A good night's sleep and he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow. That's not as complimentary as you think it is. Sniffle, Sniffle, I'll try. I have to, for Bronco. I have to show him I can become the best animal trainer out there. That's the spirit. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right. The Berry Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Sounds great, doesn't it, Miss Edgeworth? Come on, we have to go. Well, I'll think about it. Alright, Simeon, we've got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent get acquainted. What? Regent the tiger? No way, I can't. No. Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You'll never meet a nicer kitty cat. I can't. Please, Regina, anything but that. Please. Another satisfied customer. Well, that was really something, Smiles. Talk about pulling out of the bag. I couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gotten away. Besides, I have you to thank for even being able to investigate the case in the first place. Oh, stop it. Pat me on the back any harder. You're gonna make me blush. Or topple over. I suppose it would be asking too much for you to take this seriously. Seriously? Miles, my friend, I'm always serious. Anyway, how does it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all. To be an attorney. Gotta say, I had a blast. Reminded me of the good old days. Like Gregory was standing there right beside me. Ha! It's been like a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy on the job. That's good? Bittersweet? I'm not sure. Say, Miles, you ever thought about going in the defense game full time? Excuse me?
You know, pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there and actually help people. Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edwards ain't about to switch sides. Why not? Coming over to the light side's all the rage. Everybody's doing it these days. Come on, Mr. Fender, you know it's not about that. Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question. No, you weren't. Heck, you were. Looks like you got a mean defense team there yourself, Miles. Fender, I am a prosecutor. Yep, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting. Peace. Follow in my father's footsteps. Could I really do such a thing? Going to become a defense attorney, just like... Oh. I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my dad. An attorney, like my father. Me? I mean, sure, why not?